Chapter 51. Certainly. Kushina nodded affirmatively and said, even if I go to school as a shadow clone in the future, I still have to have friends of the same S** X at school, otherwise, wouldn't you be laughed at to death by those hateful guys in class? Die of pride. I absolutely don't want to. Of course, Kushina wouldn't say that she cared more about Uchiha Mikoto herself. She sensed a strong sense of crisis from her childhood sweetheart Tianyi, and wanted to break off contact with him and get to know her opponent better first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Tianyi found it a little funny, what a strange desire to win. Okay. I agree. I'll tell her when I get back later. Tomorrow, she will come to class to look for you, and then you just need to get along well with each other. Sister Mikoto is a very nice person. That's right. At this point, Tianyi suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands, saying, since you are going to train with us, I might as well ask Sister Mikoto to come here and practice with us in the future. When the time comes, I will be able to guide you all. Before, there were only boys here, and they were all from our class, so I didn't call her. Now that you're here, it would be better to ask her to come along, don't you think? He was worried that he didn't have enough time to interact with Mikoto every day, and it was not convenient to develop feelings with him. Now it's done. Perfect. Of course, Tianyi actually had some little thoughts, which was to let Mikoto and Kushina interact and spend more time together, so as to facilitate harmony in his backyard in the future. He never planned to have only Mikoto or Kushina. Is that so? All right. Kushina didn't know what to say after hearing this. This seems good, right? If this place is full of boys, it would not be very friendly to her. Then let's go. Tianyi listened, smiled, and nodded. Immediately continue practicing. Kushina watched from the side and did not join in today. After returning home and having dinner in the evening of April 17th, Tianyi went to Mikoto's house to find her and explained Kushina's situation to her, and invited Mikoto to join their training camp. Is that so? Mikoto listened, nodded, and said with a smile, I understand. It's all right. Tomorrow I will ask my shadow clone to go to your class to look for Kushina's sister. If I were to do that, I would meet up with you at your house tomorrow morning, and then go to your secret training base together. At this time, Mikoto was also feeling a little uneasy. He was somewhat curious about the sudden appearance of Kushina, but also somewhat wary. She would never admit that after these few months of getting along, she had completely fallen in love with Tianyi, the handsome brother who was 3 years younger than her. It's settled then. Thank you, Sister Mikoto. I'll wait for you at home tomorrow morning. Tianyi had no idea what Mikoto was thinking at the moment, and when he saw that she agreed, he said happily. Mikoto nodded. Then I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Immediately, Tianyi said goodbye to Mikoto and went home. On the way, he thought to himself, Sister Mikoto and Kushina have joined the training team. 5 days later, in Tianyi's bedroom, Tianyi was sitting cross-legged on the ground at this time. I make a wish, consuming 20 wishes to maximize my understanding in the next 5 minutes. The next moment, he felt as if his brain's senses were magnified countless times, his thinking became extremely sharp, and he directly entered a state of enlightenment, and countless inspirations began to burst out. He immediately focused his thoughts on the sealing technique. He began to try the sealing technique, especially the spiritual and confidentiality contract sealing technique that he had learned from Uzumaki Mito a few days ago. Based on these sealing techniques, combined with other sealing technique knowledge and information, and then combined with the illusions learned from the clan library and the ideas created by oneself, they are deduced and created. Soon, a new spiritual confidentiality contract seal began to take shape. As time passed, this new seal was rapidly deduced and perfected by Tianyi. As the 5 minutes were about to expire, Tianyi finally completed the final push and successfully created the spiritual contract seal. The next moment, he came out of his epiphany. Phew! It's finally done. With this seal, I can let go a little and increase my investment in Mikoto's sister, Minato, and Grandma Buffalo. Looking back at the extremely complex composition information of the spiritual contract seal in his mind, Tien thought happily. This sealing technique was 100 times more complicated than the most complicated advanced sealing technique that Uzumaki Mito had taught him. Its confidentiality and anti-cracking capabilities are hundreds of times stronger than the strongest security seal taught by Uzumaki Mito. With this, unless the level of mental strength and sealing technique exceeds the sky by 100 times, it is absolutely impossible to break the sealing technique. Tianyi's current mental strength is no less than cage level. Even Uzumaki Mito doesn't dare to say that his mental strength is more than 100 times that of Tianyi. 10 times is the maximum. It is very likely that it is not even 10 times, probably only 3 to 5 times. Not to mention others. At the same time, there is a hidden effect, that is, the person who signs the contract cannot do anything that harms Tianyi, otherwise, Tianyi will sense it at the first time and retaliate through the contract. The greater the harm to Tianyi, the more serious the backlash will be. Let me first construct a core spiritual contract seal in my own sea of consciousness. Only in this way, it would become much easier for me to cast this sealing technique on other people later. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to construct such a complicated sealing technique. In addition, as long as he constructs the core spiritual contract seal in his sea of consciousness, anyone who signs this contract with him in the future will have a sub-seal in their mind. Tianyi can sense the complete status of these sub-seals in real time. Can sense whether anyone is trying to break the seal. Can serve as an early warning. If you want to do it, just do it. Tianyi immediately concentrated on building it. The whole process took him more than an hour to complete. Hey! It's too much of a brain teaser to build this without the blessing of enlightenment. Sure enough, my talent for understanding is not enough. Unfortunately, the wish talent can only accumulate 1 wish per day. After deducting the consumption, I only have more than 240 wishes in this period of time. It is far from enough. Tian complained with a tired look on his face while thinking thoughtfully. Fortunately, the accumulation of luck is about to reach the standard and the talent is about to be upgraded. I have a headache. I may have overused my brain. Let's take a rest first. Thinking of this, Yanyi fell directly onto the couch and fell asleep. The next morning, after morning exercise, the family sat down to eat together again. Congratulations, Dad, for breaking through the Ming Jin level. That's great. I can also teach you the subsequent Chinese martial arts training methods. Big brother and mother, the same goes for you. Tian said to the 3 people while eating breakfast. Before this, Tianyi had sensed the surrounding area, even underground, and confirmed that there was no white zetsu nearby for the time being. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this. Uchiha Nobuhiko said, "Didn't you have any concerns before? Why don't you have any now?" Tianyi shrugged and said, "Before, it was because I didn't make sure you could keep the secret for me. It's not that I don't trust you, but the ninja world has too many ways to get the information they want from your brain. A few days ago, the chef at SI High restaurant had his memory read by someone, and my recipe was stolen. The chef had no idea. He just felt mentally damaged and couldn't concentrate. That's when he reported it to me, and I found out about it." "What?" Uchiha Nobuhiko frowned and said, "Your recipe was stolen? Wouldn't that affect your restaurant's business? Do you know who did it?" "Yes." Fugaku and Uchiha Zenmei also echoed. Seeing their concerned expressions, Tianyi felt warm in his heart and shook his head, saying, "I don't know yet. But I have asked Nara Xingzi to keep an eye on the situation of the village restaurant. I believe there will be results soon. Since the other party stole the recipe, he must be aiming to open a shop and make money. It's impossible to steal something that you don't use. As long as I use it, I will know it soon. Afterwards, it will be much easier to follow the clues and find the person behind the scenes. As for the impact on my restaurant's business, of course it will affect my business a little bit. But not too much. Because, most main dishes require special seasonings in addition to recipes. I don't teach restaurant chefs seasoning recipes, I prepare the seasonings regularly, but they don't know about it and just use the ready-made seasonings." Uchiha, Nobuhiko and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Zenyan nodded and said, "That's good. If necessary, I can ask the security department to help investigate. Don't be polite to me. It's not like I didn't do anything during this time. At present, I have won over the first elder, the second elder, and the third elder, and persuaded them to support my reform of the security department and the family welfare contribution system and clan studies. It is estimated that in a few months, the welfare contribution system will be the first to complete the reform, then there is the clan school, and finally maybe the security department. However, it would be best to wait until you and Tsunade's research yields results and the plaque pharmaceutical company is established. With the attraction of those benefits, not only will our prestige within the clan soar, but it will also be much easier to implement subsequent reforms. After all, it's all about profit. Is that so? Tianyi listened and nodded in understanding. The first medicine will take at least 3 to 5 months, don't be too anxious, there is still time. No more words, just sign the contract first. Use your mental power to touch the core of the contract, then let go of your mind and agree. As he spoke, Tianyi's mind moved, and 3 mysterious spiritual contract runes condensed from his brows, and he sent them to the 3 people respectively. This thing is so complicated. Xian Yan and the other 2 stared blankly at the spiritual contract rune in front of them. They felt dizzy and quickly retracted their gazes, not daring to continue to look at it seriously. Then, without hesitation, they all extended their mental power to merge into the core of the mental contract rune in front of them, and at the same time opened their minds to Tianyi. Buzz. The next moment, the 3 contract runes shook slightly, emitting a soft light, and then turned into streams of light that instantly sank into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows of the 3 people. Landed steadily in the center of their sea of consciousness. In addition, countless sealing runes emanated from their sea of consciousness and poured into their brains, covering the surface of their brains before quickly disappearing. Looking at the 3 people with their eyes closed, Tianyi raised his hand and tapped their brows without waiting for them to open their eyes. Directly introduce all the contents of the national martial arts that can be cultivated to the level of divine power, Sharingan eye-opening method, and 3 Megatama the Sharingan practice method, Tianyi chakra refining technique, and secondary chakra circulation method were all taught to them. After this information sank into their sea of consciousness, it directly sank into the contract rune in the center of their sea of consciousness, and then was obtained by them. In this way, even if someone wants to explore these practices by reading memories, it would be impossible to gain anything. They couldn't even get any secrets that Tianyi wanted to keep secret from the minds or mouths of those who had made a contract with Tianyi. I think there will be backlash. Obviously, this spiritual contract seal is far from that simple. Yes, after all, Tianyi spent 20 wishes to create it, combining so many sealing techniques, illusion techniques, meditation techniques, etc. It would be strange if it was simple, right? Feeling the huge amount of information suddenly flooding into their minds, Uchiha Nobuhiko and the other 2, who were about to open their eyes, had to continue to digest this information carefully. After a while, the 3 of them opened their eyes one after another, and the first thing they did was look at Tianyi with amazement. You have actually already completely perfected the national martial arts system. He even created the 3 Tomo Sharingan practice method, the heavenly chakra movement method. Especially this chakra circulation movement method, which can actually open up the tendons and meridians through practice and open up the danshin acupoints to accumulate and improve the quality and quantity of chakra. How is this possible? Nobuhiko said with a look of disbelief. As we all know, chakra is available for immediate use and cannot be accumulated or improved through practice. Normal chakra refining practice can increase the amount of chakra, but that is because the body's potential has not been fully tapped. Generally speaking, once a ninja reaches adulthood and fully taps into the chakra potential of his body, it will be basically difficult to increase his chakra amount. The upper limit of this thing is basically fixed, and it can only decrease with physical damage and aging, and it is basically impossible to increase it. Unless you can fuse and create a bloodline limit, or you have the potential of a bloodline limit and awaken it, which can greatly enhance your physical potential, continue to tap your potential. Of course, the body's potential can be improved by transplanting bloodline limits, thereby increasing the upper limit of chakra. But let's not talk about the dangers. In addition, practicing magic should also gradually increase potential and raise the upper limit of chakra amount. But now Tianyi has provided a new path. Just by practicing daily, you can accumulate the chakra that you can draw out every day. This method is simply horrible. Hiss. No wonder your chakra volume has increased so fast recently. It's almost Jainin level chakra, right? Is it because of this technique? What on earth is wrong with your brain? How could you create such a heaven-defying technique? Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at Tend in amazement. He thought he had seen through Tianyi's evilness in the past. Now it seems that this kid has concealed most of his abilities. Hey hey! Tianyi heard this and Li Xian smiled, it's okay, it's okay. You must practice these techniques well. Among them, practicing Chinese martial arts and chakra jotian moving method to a certain level can not only improve strength, but can even regulate the body and prolong life. Also, I suggest that you all start practicing the Sharingan eye-opening technique from the beginning. Because, you all rely on stimulation to open your Sharingan, this method of opening your eyes is imperfect. This imperfection is not only reflected in the extreme impact on your mental power, but also in the incomplete development and excavation of the Uchiha bloodline. Practicing this can make up for this defect. At the same time, we will refine and purify your mental strength, eliminate the mental bias caused by the stimulation of eye opening, and eliminate the influence of negative emotions. Do you understand? Tianyi had not considered this before. It was only after he continued to practice and examined Mikoto's body several times that he discovered this. Uchiha Nobuhiko was stunned when he heard this. Does the eye-opening method have this effect? If I had known this the last time you taught me this, I would have started practicing it. Hogyoku, who was standing by, heard this and said with a look of resentment, "It seems like you already knew it, Dad. So I'm the only one in the family who didn't know anything." He felt completely out of favor. Is there still a place for him in this family? P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 52. Haha. Not really. Before anyone else could speak, Uchiha Zenmei smiled and touched Hogyoku's head to comfort him. Considering the danger of the technique being leaked, Teniki only taught your father the eye-opening technique and the Teniki chakra refining technique. Mom only knows about this thing, but she hasn't been taught yet. You also obtained the Tianyi chakra refining technique and Ming Jin cultivation technique before, didn't you? We are not targeting you. Don't think too much. Is that so? Hogyoku felt much better after hearing this, and he smiled again, gave Tianyi a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are really awesome, to be able to create so many heaven-defying techniques. Now, with these skills, I will definitely continue to become stronger in the future. It is not impossible for me to surpass the third Hokage or even Uchiha Madara in the future." Hehe. Tianyi was speechless after hearing this. I am a big brother, I am a little bit inflated. As long as you are happy. Tianyi shook his head and said to Uchiha Hogyoku, "Father, next, you can first select some tribesmen in the tribe who you think you can absolutely trust, and bring them to see me secretly. I will plant the contract runes for them, and then teach them these things, let them become stronger faster. In this way, we can quickly increase the strength of our department, and then complete the internal reform and increase the number of districts. Now that we have a spiritual contract seal to ensure information security, we can let go and speed up the plan." Okay. Let's do as you say. Anyway, this contract can keep your secrets and ensure that they don't do anything to harm you. I can rest assured. However, since we have this spiritual contract to ensure your safety, how about I secretly have all the tribesmen sign contracts with you in batches later? In this way, wouldn't it be possible to quickly unify the voices and hearts of the tribe and quickly help us complete internal reforms? Uchiha Nobuhiko agreed, his eyes lit up and he thought further. Don't rush. Tianyi shook his head and said, not to mention signing a contract, at least the other party needs to be at ease. Even if they sign a contract, it can only ensure that they will not disclose my secrets and do things that harm my interests. But this does not mean that they will be of one mind with us and obey all our plans. Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's do it step by step. First, sign contracts with those who are loyal to you, teach them some training methods, and improve the strength of our faction. Once we have completed this step, we will be able to use our absolute strength to subdue other factions and truly unify the factions and voices within the clan. This kind of thing can't be rushed. That's right. I was wrong. Uchiha Nobuhiko finally reacted and nodded in understanding. Then let's do as you say. That's right. At this time, Tianyi said, next, I am going to make a contract with Minato, Shikaku, Uzumaki Kushina, my teacher Tsunade and Mito-sama, and teach them Chinese martial arts, Tianyi chakra refining technique, spiritual meditation method, and chakra movement method. Then, without waiting for Nobuhiko and the others to speak in surprise, he told them again about the agreement that Uzumaki Mito had reached with the third generation a few days ago, as well as their spending and appreciation for him. Def. Uchiha Nobuhiko gasped when he heard this, such a big thing actually happened a few days ago. Oh, right. Now I remember, there was something unusual that day. Someone from the security team reported to me that there were unusual celestial phenomena in the Senju tribe's territory. After a while, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky over there. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now it seems that it was at that time that Mito-sama and the third generation came into conflict, right? Tianyi nodded affirmatively, it should be. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Nobuhiko stroked his chin, smacked his lips, and said with a gloating look on his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen is only in today? This time he is in big trouble, right? That's Uzumaki Mito. He's really brave. However, from what you said, we can infer that the Senju elite were all killed in one day, and it was indeed harmed by the third generation and Danzo, then he seems to have always been very brave. You deserve it. You know, if it weren't for the full support of Lord Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have been able to hold the position of Hokage. After all, he was only appointed by second generation in times of crisis. The point is, they are the Hokage's guards, and they went out with the second generation. As a result, the Hokage died while covering their retreat, but these guards came back alive. Isn't this just protecting loneliness? The responsibilities are completely reversed. Are you sure that this Hokage guard won't be a hindrance? At this time, not only do they not get any credit, but they are also responsible for not protecting the second generation and causing their death. If it weren't for Master Mito, they would even be held accountable, let alone take over as Hokage and take control of Konoha. That's why the Uchiha radicals chose the coup in the first place. Tianyi and Hogyoku raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Apparently it was the first time they heard about the severity of the coup. So, the coup was suppressed by Lord Mito. Hogyoku couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid there's more than that. Without waiting for Nobuhiko to answer, Tianyi shook his head and said, it is probably the result of the resistance of most of the ninja clans in the village led by Mito, right? As he said that, Inika looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko. That's right. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded helplessly. From this we can see how much prestige and influence Mito-sama and Senju had in the village at that time, and how unpopular Uchiha was in the village. It was because of this realization that I took the initiative to cooperate in suppressing the radical faction that participated in the coup, led by Elder Uchiha Setsuna, and imprisoned them in Konoha prison. Well, not all of them were imprisoned. A considerable number were sent directly to the battlefield to make amends for their crimes. However, in the end, few of these people came back alive. All died in battle. This brought the coup to an end. Well, at least that's the case on the surface. But secretly, over the years, Uchiha has been suppressed and targeted by the third generation. Even the other ninja clans became more distant from the Uchiha. Originally, Uchiha Nobuhiko didn't know how to change Uchiha's dire situation. As a result, Tianyi finally got the idea and continued to surprise him. He saw hope for Uchiha's change and rise again. Especially this time, Tianyi actually asked Lord Mito to personally stand up for him and become his backer, turning against the third generation. Upon hearing the news, Uchiha Nobuhiko almost jumped up and cheered with excitement. Even though Uzumaki Mito doesn't have many years left to live, with her support over the past few years, Tianyi will be able to grow faster and safer. Uchiha can also take this opportunity to develop well in the next few years. I believe that when Uzumaki Mito dies, Uchiha will have the confidence to fight against the third generation. Son. Seize the opportunity, while Lady Mito can still hold on for a few more years, work hard to absorb nutrients from her and grow up. We don't have much time left. I, the father, will also solve the problems within the clan as soon as possible. Uchiha Nobuhiko warned Tianyi seriously. Then, he looked at Hogyoku and said, Hogyoku, you have to work harder next time. With the skills your brother gave you, your aptitude is no longer the key to limiting your growth. You are the eldest brother, you can't let your younger brother take on everything. You have to stand up for yourself, too. Do you understand? Yes. Father. Hogyoku listened and became serious, and promised, I will work hard. This family really still needs him, hehe. Dad, do you also know about Mito-sama's lifespan? Tianyi looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko with some surprise. Uchiha Nobuhiko curled his lips and said, who among the great ninjas in Konoha doesn't know about this? Just from the fact that she asked the third generation to bring back your girlfriend named Uzumaki Kushina to teach her, we can guess something. This is obviously to prepare for the transfer of 9 tails and the training of reserve Jinchuriki. From what we know, if a tailed beast is transferred, the previous Jinchuriki will die. This isn't something that's hard to guess. This may be one of the reasons why third generation is willing to compromise and swallow its anger during this conflict. Anyway, it's just a few more years of frustration. Just wait for Uzumaki Mito to settle the accounts. Well, The key is to be afraid of being beaten to death by Uzumaki Mito. Oh? Then the third generation might be disappointed. Tianyi heard this and smiled sarcastically. After hearing this, Uchiha, Nobuhiko and the other two looked at Tianyi curiously. Nobuhiko asked, "Why? Is there something else going on here that I'm not aware of?" "Because I have a way to extend Master Mito's life." Tianyi smiled at Kide. "Extend life?" Uchiha Nobuhiko was startled at first, then he thought of something and said with wide eyes, "Are you talking about Chinese martial arts and chakra jotyen moving method? Is it in time?" He had actually forgotten that these two skills could prolong life. No wonder Tianyi wanted to pass these on to Mito Uzumaki. It turns out it's not just to repay Uzumaki Mito. This is really great. Well done. It's definitely in time. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. You have already understood the power, so you should know that the stronger the physical foundation, the stronger the control over the body and the stronger the mental power, which are all of great help in assisting the cultivation of the state of hardship. Mr. Mito's physique, mental strength and control over his body are definitely stronger than yours, Dad. In the remaining few years, I will definitely be able to practice Chinese martial arts to a very high level, thereby prolonging my life. Not to mention the chakra movement method which can further extend your life. Also, Tien paused for a moment and continued, Master Tsunade and I are planning to start research on life medicine at the Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The life potion can make up for the lack of vitality in the human body, and extend the life of the person in disguise. This has a miraculous effect on people like Mito-sama who have had their lifespans greatly shortened due to the sealing and suppression of the tailed beasts and the loss of their vitality, as well as ninjas who have lost their vitality due to excessive chakra extraction. When it succeeds, you can use it, Father. Def. Uchiha Nobuhiko took a deep breath and looked at Tiendeo. You are really well prepared. One said after another. I can imagine how desperate third generation and Danzo will be when they hope for Master Mito's death a few years later, only to find that Master Mito is getting younger and younger. But, we can't relax either, we must take the opportunity to work hard to become stronger. By then, even if the third generation discovered the truth and wanted to turn the table against us and Master Mito, it would probably be too late. He was looking forward to the desperate expressions of the third generation. It must be very exciting, hehe. Yeah. I thought so too. Tianyi smiled and nodded. I'm done eating. I'm going to practice first. Hehe. At this time, Fugaku put down his bowl and chopsticks, got up impatiently and walked upstairs to the bedroom. Naturally, he listened to what Tianyi and the others said, so he also wanted to become stronger and prove to Tianyi that he was also a great big brother. Of course, now he is even more curious about these new techniques and wants to try them first. Go. Go. After Mom finishes cleaning up, she will go to practice too. You all have worked so hard, I can't slack off. Hehe. Uchiha Zenmei smiled and waved her hand. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, she stood up to clean up the dishes while smiling brightly. I'm going to the security department to select the first batch of contract personnel. Tianyi, you go and teach Lady Mito the skills first, so that she can practice as soon as possible. Uchiha Nobuhiko also started his own path. He now hopes that Uzumaki Mito can live as long as possible. In the past, he wished that Umizu would die sooner, because, at that time, Uzumaki Mito was the backer of the third generation and the rival of Uchiha. But now it's different. Uzumaki Mito has become Tianyi's backer. He is fully supporting and teaching Tianyi, and naturally he is also Uchiha's backer. What else is there to say? Just support. It feels so damn good to turn your opponent's big backer into your own big backer. The only possibility is that the third generation was blinded by power. Otherwise, why would they go back to kill the Senju elite and become opponents of Uzumaki Mito? People. There must be some bottom line. FX. Tianyi naturally had no objection and immediately separated 3 shadow clones and asked them to go to the hospital, school and secret training base respectively. He himself took some time and came to the courtyard where Uzumaki Mito was again. In the front yard pavilion, I saw Uzumaki Mito teaching Kushina the shadow clone sealing technique. Tianyi is here? Where are you in person? What's the matter? Uzumaki Mito saw Tianyi coming in, and while asking him to sit down opposite him, he asked in confusion. You can see through this? It seems that my shadow clone technique is not yet fully practiced. Tianyi was slightly stunned when he heard this. Haha. Not really. Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled happily. Your shadow clone has cultivated to a very high level. I can't see through it. I can sense the difference between you and your shadow clone through Kagura's mind's eye. Although they are still you, your shadow clone has a different personality from you, and his ideas are also more unconventional. I see. After hearing this, Tianyi suddenly realized, Kagura's mind eye? What a powerful innate ability. I envy you. There's no point in being envious. Uzumaki Mito listened and shook his head in amusement. This thing is innate in the blood and cannot be taught, but I think others should envy your talent and understanding. Compared to your talent and understanding, a mere Kagura's mind-eye talent is nothing. When it came to Uzumaki Mito, she used Kagura's heart eyes to exchange for enlightenment with the sky. Hey! That's right. Tianyi touched the back of his head and smiled, and found that Kushina had been looking straight at him. He blinked at Kushina, making her blush and look away. He then looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, let's get down to business. I came here today because I have something I want to teach you and Kushina, Grandma Mito. Of course, Kushina himself is not here. I will teach you when I get to the secret training base. As he said this, he looked at Zheng Na. Kushina nodded quickly, I'm fine with it, just make the arrangements as you see fit. Oh. Uzumaki Mito was a little curious and asked, what is it? Seeing you take it so seriously, it must be something serious. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please be the first to order, please do it. Yourself. Chapter 53. Indeed. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. As for improving strength and prolonging life, before I teach you, I need you to sign a contract with me first. I created this contract based on the spiritual and confidentiality contract seals you taught me a few days ago, combined with meditation, illusion and more sealing techniques. After signing, you cannot reveal what I teach you, you won't be able to do anything bad to me in the future, otherwise, there will be a serious backlash. The more disadvantageous it is to me, the greater the backlash will be, up to and including death. At this point, Tien paused, and solemnly condensed a contract rune from his brows and sent it to Uzumaki Mito, and then said, so, whether the contract is signed or not, it is up to you, whatever you choose, it's fine. If it doesn't work, I can still develop a life-saving potion. It's not as difficult as prolonging your life. Facing the calm Tianyi, Uzumaki Mito showed a kind smile, then, he looked at the contract rune in front of him and said, if that's the case, the contract is fine. I like your honesty, but, is this sealing technique really something you created these days? It's too profound. It's dozens of times more complicated and profound than the most complicated sealing technique I know. It's simply unbelievable. Just observing it carefully makes you feel dazzled, let alone cracking it. She was sure that she couldn't break the seal. In other words, no one in the entire ninja world could crack it. Unless the Sage of Six Paths regenerates, perhaps it will be possible. Hehe. Didn't I have an epiphany a few days ago? It just happened to create this spiritual contract seal. Tianyi touched the back of his head and smiled knowingly. I don't believe you. Uzumaki Mito rolled his eyes at him. Can enlightenment be so accidental? It seems that I underestimated your understanding. Tell me. How should this contract be signed? Uzumaki Mito sighed and then asked seriously. Obviously, she was ready to sign the contract. There is nothing to hesitate about. Anyway, she already regarded Tianyi as a relative she could rely on, so there was no possibility of doing anything bad to Tianyi. At the same time, she was also very curious about what could make Tianyi so cautious that he even deliberately created such a terrifying spiritual contract seal. Use your mental power to touch the core of this contract rune, relax your mind and don't resist its entry. Tianyi directly cried. Uzumaki Mito nodded, and immediately touched the core of the contract rune with his mental power, and relaxed his mind. The next moment, the contract rune glowed with a faint light, turned into a stream of light, sank into Uzumaki Mito's sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, and landed steadily in the center of her sea of consciousness. Countless sealing spells spread, covering the surface of his brain, and then disappeared. Amazing! This spiritual contract rune, in addition to being extremely restrictive, can actually, on the other hand, greatly enhance the contractor's resistance to illusions. It even seems to have the effect of stabilizing the sea of consciousness and concentrating mental power. Xiao Tianyi, your attainments in this area have surpassed mine. Uzumaki Mito sensed the changes in his sea of consciousness and brain, and couldn't help but praise Tianyi. No, no. I'm still far from there, and I still need to continue learning from you. Tianyi waved his hand modestly and continued, next, I will teach you something. As he spoke, Tianyi pointed at Uzumaki Mito's forehead, and a stream of light, under the influence of Tianyi's mental power, sank into Uzumaki Mito's sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and entered the contract rune in his sea of consciousness. Then, Uzumaki Mito felt a large amount of information about the technique flooding into his mind. She digested it quickly. XX. The more she digested the information about these techniques, the more shocked she became. After a while, when she had completely digested this information, she looked at Tianyi in surprise. Did you create all of this? They are all heaven-defying cultivation methods. The physical body of traditional Chinese martial arts is extraordinary, and the energy of chakra moving method is extraordinary. It's not as simple as adding them together. She never thought that chakra could be accumulated and stored in this way. This is much more complete and powerful than her 100 healings mark. With this, there was no need to practice her 100 healings mark. I never thought that physical training could be done in this way and achieve such an effect. Compared with these techniques, the chakra training system and physical training in the past of the ninja world were completely unsystematic and not comparable at all. The key is that both of these practices can prolong life to a certain extent. In addition, the meditation method can actually constantly temper and enhance mental strength and even the soul. Equally terrifying. This gift is so precious. Tianyi. I don't know how to repay you. Uzumaki Mito smiled bitterly and shook his head. This favor is huge. If so, then Tianyi owed her a favor before, and now she owes Tianyi the favor. Don't think so much. Tianyi smiled and shook his head. I have decided to teach you, so just accept it. You taught me the sealing technique without hesitation and without reservation, and you stood up for me when I had a conflict with the third generation. Isn't that also a great favor? If we really start to argue with each other, it will turn into something else. In short, you and I both hope that both sides can get better and better and achieve a win-win situation. Under this premise, there is no need to be so fussy about giving back to each other. Next, you must practice these skills well to make up for the loss of vitality and extend your lifespan. The most important thing is that you can be our supporter for a longer period of time. Many things cannot be judged solely by benefits. Okay. You're right. Uzumaki Mito listened and didn't hesitate anymore. I will work hard to practice these, live as many years as possible, and protect you so that you can grow up smoothly. Also, don't leave in a hurry. I will teach you all the sealing techniques I know. Also, I will leave the inheritance of the Senjo clan to you. How much you can learn is up to you. In fact, she had this plan last time. However, at that time, Tianyi was so concerned about the spirit and the confidentiality contract seal that he obviously couldn't take care of these things, so Uzumaki Mito was not in a hurry to give it to him. Hehe. That's great. Speaking of which, I'm very interested in the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique created by second generation. When Tianyi heard this, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands. Oh. Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised when he heard this, flying thunder god technique. Since I said that all the inheritance of Senjo will be passed on to you, this is naturally included. However, I must remind you that this ninjutsu requires sufficient spatial talent to learn, and if you want to use it well, you need a sufficient nerve reaction speed. You can try to learn it first, but if you don't have the talent for space, don't force it, and don't feel disappointed. She was afraid that Tianyi would get stuck in a rut and persist because he couldn't learn it, which would be bad. This is actually one of the common mistakes that geniuses often make. Even she had such an experience in her past. I understand. I brought it up because I have a talent for space. To be honest, I can easily sense the fluctuations and nodes of space. Tianyi smiled and nodded. Oh. Uzumaki Mito was very surprised. Is that so? It seems that you have a terrifying talent in space. I'm afraid it's even stronger than Tobirama. He didn't feel that way at first. I will pass on the inheritance to you right now. Try the Flying Thunder God technique first. If you can master it, your ability to survive and fight will be greatly improved in the future. Having said that, Uzumaki Mito could no longer sit still and stood up and walked towards the inner room. Tianyi and Kushina were left sitting there, staring into each other's eyes. Finally, it was Kushina who blushed and retreated first. She looked away and asked, "Brother Tianyi, what exactly did you teach Grandma?" She looks so surprised. Tianyi heard this, smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch her nose and said, "Don't worry, I will find your body contract later and teach you naturally. It's good stuff anyway. By the way, how is your sealing technique going?" Kushina didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, but rubbed his brows in annoyance and said, "You've learned well, right? I can't compare to you. I feel like I still have a long way to go before I can finish what I want to learn. This is much more difficult than what we learn in school." Fortunately, she has good talent, otherwise the two chatted for a few minutes. Uzumaki Mito came out holding a huge seal scroll and handed it directly to Tianyi. "Here, all the Senju inheritance in the family is here. You can take this home and study it slowly. You don't have to return it, I copied these recently, the original family still has them." Apparently, Uzumaki Mito was not lying when she said that she had long been prepared to pass on the Senju heritage to Tenuki. "But I'm really prepared." She didn't even tell Tianyi not to spread the news. Because, in her opinion, all these things combined are not as powerful as the magical skills that Tianyi just taught her. The spin-off is the spin-off. What's more, she felt that Tianyi was not the kind of person who would act recklessly. "Thank you, Grandma Mito." Tianyi quickly took the sealed scroll and thanked him. What a huge sealing scroll! It must be almost 2 meters long. How many things must be stuffed into it? Kushina exclaimed as he looked at the sealed scroll. After studying sealing techniques for a while, he naturally also learned space storage sealing, and had a clear understanding of the comparison between the scroll size and the internal space. She estimated that the internal space of this scroll was at least equivalent to 20 cubic meters. Compared to the usual 1 or 2 cubic meters, it is really huge. Haha. Are you interested? You can learn it later. Uzumaki Mito heard this and reached out to touch Kushina's head. Forget it. I can't even finish learning the sealing technique. After hearing this, Kushina shook his head, lowered his head to read a book and pretended to be dead. It would be better to kill her than to let her learn so much. Haha. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito couldn't help laughing when they saw her like this. Kushina looked so puffy, so cute. That's pretty much what happened today. I still have to make a contract with Kushina herself, Sister Mikoto, a few of my recognized companions, and Teacher Tsunade, so I won't stay any longer. Leave Shadow Clone here to continue learning the sealing technique from you, Grandma Mito. Leave this scroll here for now. Once I master the Flying Thunder God technique, I'll teleport it back directly. Lest someone see it and cause new troubles. Yes. He is talking about the 3rd generation and Danzo. Well. That's fine. You've been very thoughtful, let's do as you say. Uzumaki Mito naturally had no objection. In fact, she also wanted Tianyi to sign a contract with Noeki and pass these magical skills to Noeki. In this way, Noeki can quickly become stronger, become a top powerhouse in the future, and protect himself. But now Tianyi and Noeki are not very familiar with each other, at most, they had met a few times and exchanged greetings when Shadow Clone came to learn the sealing technique every day. Uzumaki Mito couldn't bring himself to say that. Perhaps, in the future, let Noeki have more contact with Tianyi, and it would be best if he could get into Tianyi's training class. I believe that as long as Tianyi truly understands Noeki, he will be able to form a deep friendship with him. When the time comes, given Tianyi's personality, he will naturally teach Noeki these things. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but think in his mind. After all, although Noeki Ninja's talent is not outstanding, his character and personality are fine, and he is a very simple-minded person. He should be able to get along well with Tianyi. Well, I'm leaving first. As he said that, Tianyi made a hand seal to separate a shadow clone from behind, then he immediately left. All the way to the secret training base. He first set up an isolation barrier here, and after making sure there were no white Zetsu here, he called everyone together and explained the contract to everyone. Then he said, I have something I want to teach you, which is very important for your improvement, but I am afraid that the information will be leaked and bring us troubles that we cannot solve, so I can only come up with this method. Of course, the choice of whether to sign a contract or not is yours. Even if we don't have a contract, it won't affect our relationship. I will still guide you in the future. It's just that some things are inconvenient to teach. I hope you can understand. Tianyi has said so, what else can Minato and others say? There's no need to explain anything. Just come straight to me. When did you become so coy? I definitely believe you. Shikaku said bluntly. That's right. Come straight on. Hizuka and Minato both nodded. Not to mention Kushina and Mikoto. The more they get along, the deeper their feelings for Tianyi become, so naturally they would not reject something like Tianyi. Haha. Good. When Tianyi heard this, he felt warm in his heart and felt that his efforts during this period were not in vain. Immediately, a contract rune condensed between his brows and was sent to each of them to explain the method of the contract. The 6 people immediately extended their, Li's good, spiritual power to integrate into the core of the contract rune and completed the contract. Then, Tianyi taught the 6 people complete traditional Chinese martial arts, Tianyi chakra refining technique, chakra circulation method and meditation method. Of course, Mikoto's side was a little different. He taught an additional Sharingan eye-opening method, and the meditation method was replaced with the 3 Tomo Sharingan practice method. Hiss! These training methods are simply heaven-defying. You, Tianyi, created all this? Are you an immortal? I now understand why you were so cautious before. You are right to be cautious. In fact, I think you shouldn't have taught us this thing. We owe you a huge favor. If I can't pay it back in the future, I will have no choice but to sell myself and even our family to you. After Liu initially digested the information about these exercises and knew their effects, he exclaimed a few words, then looked at Tianyi with a wry smile and shook his head. He felt that he could not see through Tianyi even more. Chakra can actually be cultivated this way? If it can be accumulated, then won't I have more and more chakra in the future? I won't have to worry about lack of chakra or not being able to increase my chakra amount anymore. Danzo also exclaimed. More than that. Hai took a breath and looked at Tianyi with a grateful and complicated expression. With that meditation method, my Yamanaka clan secret technique will continue to improve as I continue to practice meditation. In the future, it will be easy to break through the shadows with spiritual secret techniques. I really don't know how to repay you. Perhaps it's really like what Liu said. Even if we sell all 3 tribes to you, it might not be enough. Minato said directly to Tianyi, Tianyi, I am yours from now on. I can't repay you enough. I can't repay you enough, son. Then I won't return it. From now on I will just cling to Tianyi and help him with all my strength. After hearing this, Tianyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while Kushina and Mikoto looked at Minato with disgust and said, don't say things that will be misunderstood. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 54. Kushina looked at Tianyi and said, I now understand why Grandma reacted so strongly before. She felt that it was not enough to give you all the inheritance from Yushao. It's not enough. From now on I can only rely on you, brother Tianyi. Tianyi listened and asked in confusion, how do you know? Did I remove the shadow clone at home on my way here? Hehe. Yes. Kushina nodded with a smile, isn't it that you and Grandma are playing mysterious charades, and my shadow clone is too curious? Don't worry, I have created another shadow clone to take my place and go back to learn the sealing technique. Tianyi rolled his eyes in amusement and said, is this what I care about? You are really smart. Kushina didn't feel embarrassed after hearing this. Instead, she raised her chin with pride. Yes, she is very smart. Tianyi, I'll be relying on you from now on. At this time, Mikoto also stared at Tianyi Ideo with burning eyes. She felt that given her relationship with Tianyi, there was no need to say anything more. From then on, I decided to be Tianyi. Alright. I have passed on the skills to you. Now practice hard. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. I hope you can all improve your strength quickly. From now on, my goal is to unify the entire ninja world and put an end to the war once and for all. I need your help. I can do it by myself, but it will be very tiring. You have to help me. Tianyi said with a smile to the few people who were still a little confused. That's right, with so many magical skills coming down upon us, who wouldn't be confused? Not only does he want to unify the ninja world, he also wants to continuously improve his own strength, reputation, and status in the process in order to improve his own luck and use it to upgrade his wish talent. In order to accumulate more wishes in the shortest time, you can constantly improve your talents and raise your upper limit. Even, by making a wish, one can gain the ability to travel to other worlds and completely embark on the path of immortality and invincibility. The ninja world will not be his end, but only his starting point. Hey! Liu and others were stunned when they heard this. Shikaku, unify the ninja world. Minato, end the war once and for all. Several people were stunned by these words. So this is your goal, Tianyi? It's really not that simple. Tianyi, do you think that only by unifying the ninja world can the war be completely ended and peace ushered in the ninja world? Minato asked, looking at Tenika seriously. During this period of time, in addition to teaching a few people 783 to practice, Wei Shi would also convey some of his views and thoughts on the ninja world from time to time. These actually had a huge impact on Minato, Shikaku, and the others. After all, they are all very smart, but they are only 5 years old, which is the age when they should perfect their world views and start to see the world with their eyes open. But it was the first time they heard Tianyi say exactly what his future goal was. Good. Tianyi nodded affirmatively and said, in my opinion, the reason why wars broke out in the ninja world is just to fight for interests and survival resources. During the Sengoku period, there were no ninja villages, so the various ninja clans fought against each other as a family unit, competing for interests and survival resources to develop and expand the family. After entering the ninja village era, because the first generation did not unify the ninja world, there were 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, with many small ninja villages as buffer zones. At the same time, a deformed power structure system of 1 country and 1 ninja village was constructed. From then on, the competition for the interests and survival resources of the ninja world rose to the level of countries and villages. Wars have become less frequent, but more intense. In the First Ninja World War, countless people were killed and wounded in various ninja villages. But this won't be the end. With the peaceful development of the major ninja villages over the years, the number of ninjas in each village has continued to increase. In order to feed more ninjas, to enhance the strength of the ninja village, and to compete for more missions, a new ninja world war is brewing and could break out at any time. These words made Minato, Shikaku, and the others fall into deep thought. With a little thought, they realized that Tianyi was right. At this point, Tianyi paused, taking in everyone's reactions, and continued, in fact, in my opinion, even if the major ninja villages themselves do not want to start a ninja war, the daimyos of the major countries will push for the occurrence of ninja wars again and again. Hey? Why? Minato and the others frowned when they heard this and couldn't help asking, isn't peace good? Why do the daimyo of each country do this? It was Ryuju who vaguely understood something from Tianyi's words, but he was too young and inexperienced, so no matter how smart he was, he couldn't fully understand it. At this time, Tianyi Kide said, before answering this question, I would like to ask you a question first. In your opinion, does the daimyo want the ninja village in his country to be strong? Or does he want it not to be strong? Aged, This question made Minato and the others frown. Minato said without hesitation, you should hope that your own ninja village will be strong, right? That will help them resist the invasion of other countries' ninja villages, right? No. Before Tianyi could speak, Shikaku touched his chin and shook his head and said, the daimyo probably hopes to completely control the ninja villages in his own country. We don't want it to be too strong, nor do we want it to be too weak, because, being too strong will be beyond his control and threaten his rights and interests. If a country is too weak, other countries will think it is weak and can be bullied, and they will invade it. To the daimyo, the ninja is nothing more than a killing machine in his hands, a knife. At this point, Ryuju frowned even more tightly, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly figured out something, and said in a deep voice, no wonder you said that even if the major ninja villages don't want to start a war, the daimyos of various countries will push the ninjas to start a war again and again. Because, they need to use this method to continuously consume the growing number of ninjas, and maintain the number and strength of ninjas within the range of 10 that they think can be killed. Only in this way can they ensure that they can always sit firmly on the Diaoyute, ensure that their rights and interests are not damaged, and can be passed on forever. Am I right? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Minato, in particular, felt that his 3 perspectives had received a severe impact. This was completely different from what he had imagined. That's right. That's right. You are worthy of me, Shikaku. After hearing this, Tianyi smiled knowingly and gave Luyu a thumbs up. Seeing Minato and the others' 3 perspectives being shocked, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the result he wanted. Why did he say this today while showing mercy? The purpose is to transform the thinking of Minato, Shikaku, and others and broaden their horizons. Unify the internal thoughts of this small group of people. Let them keep up with your thoughts and pace, so that they can follow you firmly in the future and become your right-hand men. Of course, he could just ignore everything and concentrate on practicing, constantly using his wish talent to strengthen his own qualifications. In the end, he will surely be invincible in the ninja world. But not to mention that his wish talent requires luck to upgrade. There is no comparison between being invincible alone and growing up with family and companions and being invincible together. Tianyi chose the latter. Hey hey! When Liu heard Tianyi's praise, he smiled knowingly. Tianyi continued, for the daimyo, a controllable ninja village is the most important thing. It would even be better if we could completely bring the ninja village under our control. Unfortunately, the ninjas are too powerful to be controlled by ordinary people like the daimyo. If it was the Sengoku era, and people like the first generation hadn't come up with the model of one country, one ninja village, and Sengoku had continued, one day the power of ninjas might have gradually been controlled by the daimyo of each country, or, a great man will appear among the ninjas, and unify the ninja world with absolute force, abolish the daimyo, and become the sole ruler of the ninja world. Shikaku and the others were stunned when they heard this. Shikaku was a little stunned and said, abolish the daimyo and let the ninjas rule the world themselves. Isn't this a bit outrageous? This concept was obviously difficult to accept for the natives of the ninja world who had already become accustomed to the dignity of the daimyo. That's it, and he's still a 5-year-old child. If it were an adult, it would be even more difficult to accept. Well, except for the ambitious ones. Of course, even if one is ambitious, no one dares to risk the world's condemnation and come up with the idea of abolishing the daimyo. Unless he is invincible. Treason? Haha. Tianyi heard this and sneered, remember what I just said? The daimyo has never treated us as human beings. Even the education in the village believes that ninjas are tools for killing. Don't you think this is a big problem? So we ninjas weren't actually human from the beginning? We were just killing tools in the hands of the daimyo and the nobles. Do you really agree with this identity? So after he quickly learned everything that was taught in school, he felt that Kunyi's education was simply shit. In fact, Konoha's education is considered excellent in the ninja world. If this is the case, one can imagine the educational situation in other ninja villages. No wonder the stupid netizens in the previous life said that everyone in the ninja world is illiterate. This is not without reason. They all received education, so how can they not be illiterate? It is normal for idiots and fools like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to appear. Therefore, Tianyi wanted to reform the clan school within Uchiha and conduct clan school education at night. You don't have to go to Konoha's school, but every member of the clan will have to go to the clan school in the future. Even adults will have to take the above ideological education classes in the future to correct their distorted views. Of course I don't agree. I'm a human. Yes. We are not killing tools. Brother Tianyi, you are right. Daimyo is indeed not a good person. He is so bad. Minato, Kushina, and others all spoke up after hearing this. They felt their dignity was insulted. Shikakuya said with a cold look in his eyes, it turns out that the daimyo and those nobles never regarded us as human beings. No wonder they manipulated the war, causing our various ninja villages to fight each other and reduce our numbers time and time again, in order to consolidate their position of power. Otherwise, with the power controlled by the ninja, the daimyo and those nobles are just a group of ordinary people. They can easily take their lives and overthrow their power and status. Also, in this case, there is something wrong with the mission system. At this point, Shikaku completely figured out the key points and said coldly, the daimyo directly used the form of grants and mission commissions to make the ninjas not work, but rely on completing missions and risking their lives to earn commissions, becoming soldiers and killing tools. The bottom was manipulated by the daimyo and nobles. In this way, the economic lifeline of the ninjas and the major ninja villages was strangled, so that even if the ninjas had great power, they could not escape the control of the daimyo and the nobles. You can only be at their mercy to a certain extent. They can even exert influence on the ninja village through the increase or decrease of mission commissions and funding, thereby affecting the survival space of the ninja village. Once there are not enough missions, funding is reduced, and the number of ninjas in the village continues to increase, it is doomed that the village will not be able to survive. By then, the ninja village will have no other options except launching foreign invasion wars and plundering resources. And the daimyo and nobles of each country can manipulate the ninja wars and weaken the ninjas in this way. What a cruel plot! They even used religion, theocracy, propaganda, and education to influence the values of generations of ninjas and even civilians. Let them feel that the rights of daimyo and nobles are granted by heaven, they are inherently noble and inviolable. This will limit the thoughts of ninjas and commoners, and prevent them from rebelling against daimyo and nobles, kill people and destroy their hearts. At this point, Shikaku did not look at Minato and the others who were stunned by his words, but looked at Tianyi seriously and said, "Tianyi, you are right. Thank you for letting me open my eyes and see this clearly. World, you want to unify the ninja world and overthrow the daimyo and nobles. I approve of that. From now on, I will do my best to help you achieve this goal." When a person sees the filthy and corrupt truth of the world and is unwilling to continue to sink and become a tool, he can only resist. This is what Shikaku is like at this moment. "Okay. Welcome to join us." Tianyi smiled and patted Ryuju's shoulder. "Count me in, too." Minato then spoke solemnly, "I was born a commoner. I didn't understand why commoners suffered so much before. I thought it was simply caused by war and misfortune. It seems that this world is sick. It's time to change the rules of this world." It is precisely because he was born into the lower class that Minato can truly feel the pain. So do we. Hai and Dingzuo follow closely behind. Let alone us. We'll just leave it to you anyway. Kushina and Mikoto looked at each other and spoke to Tianyi in unison. Haha. Great. With your help, it's a good start. However, it is too early to tell anyone about this for now, otherwise, we will not be tolerated in the ninja world to become a true class. 0147050009 Falcon 1032903330 Now, let's start practicing to become stronger. Only with enough strength can I achieve my goal. Come, I will teach you how to practice these techniques. As he said that, Tianyi separated a shadow clone and began to teach Ryuju and others. His own deity also walked aside and began his practice for the day. As for Chinese martial arts, what is the effect of shadow clones practice, so only the original body can do it. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 55. Wait until dusk. Tianyi and his friends finished their training and came to Sihai restaurant for dinner together again. After ordering the dishes, Narazingza walked in, closed the door, and looked at Tianyi with a serious face. Seeing her like this, Tianyi waved his hand to set up an isolation barrier in the box, and then nodded to Narazingza. Narazingza then said to Tianyi, "Tianyi-kun. In the commercial street next to us, a new restaurant has opened in the past 2 days, and most of the dishes there are the same as ours. It is confirmed that this was opened by the mastermind who stole our recipes. What should we do?" Oh. Tianyi and others were attracted by her words. Tianyi raised his eyebrows and said, "After we finish eating, give me a specific address and forget about it. Just pretend that you never found out. Leave the follow-up matters to me, okay? No matter who is behind this, Tian is not going to retaliate by conventional means. Therefore, it is not advisable to let people suspect them afterwards." "Is that so? I see." Narayanza was not stupid either. She saw that Tianyi was worried that they would be implicated afterwards, so she agreed immediately. She took out a note from her arms, handed it to Tianyi, and left. "Tianyi, how are you going to investigate? Have you guessed who is behind this?" Shikaku asked without a slight frown. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. The only one who can have such a sophisticated method of searching memory is either the third generation or Danzo. Of course, the masters of Hai's family also have this method. Everyone was shocked by the first half of Tianyi's words, and then attracted by the second half, and everyone looked at Hai. "Hey!" Hai Yi was stunned when he heard this, then waved his hands and said, "Impossible. People in our family know that this is our joint business, how could they do such a thing? Haha. We know. Just kidding. Tianyi and others are all Ichiraku." Then, everyone stopped smiling. Shikaku said expressionlessly, "So, the mastermind behind this is either the third generation or Danzo. Or maybe it's a conspiracy between the two. It's not like he had nothing on his mind these days. After all, this is his first business, making a fortune every day, it would be strange if he didn't care." His guess was actually similar to Tianyi's, both of them had their eyes on third generation and Danzo. But precisely because he had locked onto the two people, he didn't dare to make it public. "It's probably a conspiracy." Tian nodded. "I heard that third generation habitually dumps all the dirty work on Danzo and reaps the benefits, this time is probably no exception." After hearing this, Ryuju and others were filled with indignation, but they didn't know what to do. This is third generation and Danzo. Can't we just expose this directly? Can they then turn the tables? Or should we just shut down their store? Third generation, they can definitely do it. Tianyi, if it is really these two, what are you going to do? Shikaku asked, frowning at Tianyi. Others also looked over. The main reason is that Tianyi made a shocking statement this morning, saying that he didn't even care about his reputation and wanted to overthrow it in the future. They were afraid that Tianyi would directly overturn the table and target the third generation. That would be bad. After all, they are still too weak now and are not suitable to fight against the third generation. As for the third generation being the Hokage, is it treasonous to do this or think this way? Ha! After Tianyi's ideological transformation and expansion in the morning, their ideas have changed long ago. At this point, third generation and Danzo were nothing more than larvae in everyone's eyes. Or are they just worms that encroach on one's own interests? Tianyi saw everyone's worried look, and shook his head with a smile. What are you thinking? Am I a reckless person? Everyone had an expression of "you are it" on their face, which made Tianyi speechless. Don't worry. Tianyi said speechlessly, even if it is really these two, I will not retaliate directly. You just wait and see the show. Haha. Don't forget, he also has the talent of wishes. In his previous life, he had made full use of this talent and ability. This thing does far more than just add points to improve various talents. Cursing people is also extremely useful. Okay. Just be sensible. After hearing this, Luju and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but they still reminded him with some concern. Afterwards, everyone finished a sumptuous dinner with some concerns before parting ways and returning home. Let me go with you to Grandma Mito's place first. We don't have a contract with teacher Tsunade yet. Tianyi said to Kushina. That's right. Okay. Let's go. He. Kushina nodded suddenly, then happily took Tianyi's arm, raised her eyebrows at Mikoto, provoked him, and pulled Tianyi away. Oh. Childish. Mikoto saw this, curled his lips in amusement, and hurried towards the Uchiha tribe's territory. It took Tianyi more than 10 minutes to return to Uzumaki Mito's yard with Kushina. I met Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito waiting in the living room. You guys are finally back? Why are you so late? When Tsunade saw the two men coming back, she glared at Tianyi fiercely and questioned him. When she got off work, Tianyi's shadow clone told her to wait for him at home, and that his real body would come to see him later with something important. If you have any questions, you can ask Uzumaki Mito first. She came back and asked, but Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything, just smiled and said it was a good thing. Tsunade had been holding back a lot of questions, and had been waiting until now, almost exploding with anger. She just got her salary today and is preparing to go to the casino to have some fun. I will be busy with the Pharmaceutical Research Institute's work later on, so I won't be so free when I come back. As a result, the plan fell through because of Tianyi, but she didn't dare to tell Tianyi about it. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded by Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito together. Aren't we going to have dinner together? Hehe. Tianyi smiled awkwardly, and before Tsunade could get angry, he raised his hand to interrupt her, straightened his face, and told her about the mind seal contract. Then, he said, Grandma Mito and Kushina have already signed a contract with me, do you want to sign a contract? It's a big benefit. Oh. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this, and looked up and down at Tianfan, and asked in surprise, how long have you been here? You have even created such a powerful sealing technique. Is there anything you can't do? Since Grandma and Kushina have already signed the contract, what are you waiting for? Give me one. She believed that Tianyi would not harm her, and neither would her grandmother or Kushina. Become. Tianyi's mind immediately moved, and he condensed a mysterious contract rune from his brows and sent it to Tsunade, and told her the method of the contract. Tsunade decisively completed the contract. Feeling the changes in his sea of consciousness and brain, he looked at Emoshi in surprise and smacked his lips, tisk tisk. This sealing technique is really not simple. It is the most complex and advanced one I have ever seen. You're so lucky to have created it. It's not even human. Tianyan's face suddenly turned dark when he heard this. Seeing this, Tsunade stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. Okay. The contract is done, hurry up and get the benefits. I have something else to go out for. After hearing this, Tianyi didn't say anything more and just raised his hand and touched Tsunade's forehead. A stream of light sank into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and went straight into the contract rune minister. Then, a large amount of information flooded into Tsunade's mind, and she quickly closed her eyes to digest it. The more he digested it, the more shocked he became. After digesting it, she opened her eyes and looked at Tianyi with a look of shock on her face. Are these skills real? What else? Tianyi spread his hands speechlessly and said, just to tease you? Don't forget that I also gave it to Grandma Mito and the others. You think I'm free? Hey, that's right. Tsunade smiled awkwardly, then her face turned serious and she said seriously, you're just giving us such a powerful and important technique? I feel like we can't afford it. Each of these magical skills far surpasses the existing skills in the ninja world and their value is immeasurable. Just keep it in peace and practice well. Tianyi waved his hand and said, I've already given it to you. I naturally have my own considerations. Here, you and Grandma Mito have helped me a lot. Grandma Mito gave me all the inheritance of your Senju clan today. Is there anything I can't accept? From now on, practice hard and cooperate with me in researching potions. That will be the best reward for me. I have a big plan, and I will definitely need your help in the future. As I said before, he is too young and the possibility of him becoming a member of the fourth generation is slim. But he was not going to let the third generation continue to sit on the position of Hokage for too long, so he let Tsunade stand out and become the fourth generation first. Then, helping him run the business for a few years, and then passing the position to him when he grows up, would be the best option. Oh? Can you tell me? Tsunade listened and became interested, and Taguchi asked. It's not convenient for now. You should break through your cage level first. You are too weak now. Tianyi shook his head. Ha! After hearing this, Tsunade raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hands and pinched Tianbian's cheeks, and said viciously, Am I too weak? I am at least a quasi-cage level warrior. How dare you, a kid who is not even a genin, say that? Tenika slapped Tsunade's hand away, leaned back, and said, I just haven't graduated yet. In terms of strength, I'm at the level of Chunin. How come I'm not even scary? What does rank mean to him? Well, there are still some, which should increase his luck. Ha! Elite Chunin? Have you ever fought? Elite Chunin? Such conceited thoughts are unacceptable. Tsunade sneered. I have been sparring with Minato and others and even my father every day to increase my combat experience, okay. I even go hunting in the forest every day to accumulate combat experience. 0, please give me flowers. Oh, with my understanding, even if I'm still not as good as the elite Chunin who have a lot of combat experience, I won't be that far behind. Tianyi retorted with the same sneer. He is not a cocky, arrogant fool. We have always focused on accumulating experience in this area. Oh. Tsunade was a little surprised when she heard this. I didn't expect you to have so many ideas. Keep it up. Oh right. This is the supernatural power technique I practiced. I was planning to give it to you after you mastered the medical ninjutsu, now let this be a small return gift. Although I know it's far from enough, I feel really bad if I don't get any. Tsunade said, pulling out a scroll from her bosom and throwing it to Tianyi Dao. Magic power? Thanks. This is quite useful to me. Combined with Chinese martial arts, I think it will greatly increase my strength. I suggest that you can develop in this direction in the future. Tianyi took the scroll and said happily. Hey? It's true. After hearing this, Tsunade recalled the effects of Chinese martial arts in her mind, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I'll go and try practicing now. Having said that, he stood up and ran to the backyard. Wait. How is the preparation for the construction of the Pharmacy Research Institute going? I'm still waiting to study the pharmacy. Tianyi quickly stopped her and asked. Almost there. Almost there. Give me 10 more days and it will be almost there. This kind of thing can't be rushed. The equipment alone needs to be purchased from outside, how can it be done so quickly? Just wait. Tsunade stopped, turned around and replied, then walked away quickly. Seeing her impatient look, Tianyi shook his head helplessly, you are in such a hurry, you just do whatever you want. Hee. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina, who had been watching the show, smiled when they heard it. Oh, by the way. Grandma Mito, can you teach me your 100 healings mark? Tianyi suddenly noticed the 100 healings mark between Uzumaki Mito's eyebrows, and his mind moved, so he asked. Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded doubtfully and said, "Of course you can. But what do you want this for? Compared to your chakra movement method, this thing is nothing at all, right? This thing can only store chakra. Not only is it extremely difficult to practice, it is also very inconvenient to use. Once opened, the chakra inside will be used up at once. If you want to save it, you can only start from scratch later. A bit tasteless. This is a pretty good secret technique, and it also involves the ancestral A-cup ointment between the eyebrows. I'll study it for reference. Maybe it will help me further upgrade my meditation and chakra practice in the future. Any creative ideas for ninjutsu and secret techniques have their merits," Tianyi said without disdain. He will not be satisfied with the current chakra movement method. In the future, there will definitely be continuous upgrades to develop a true method of immortality. Is that so? Then wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, then immediately stood up and walked into the inner room. A few minutes later, while Tianyi and Kushina were chatting enthusiastically, Uzumaki Mito came back with a scroll. "Here, this is it. It also contains my experience in cultivation. I hope it will be useful to you." Uzumaki Mito said this and handed the scroll in his hand to Tianyi Dao. "Thank you very much." Tianyi took it quickly, but didn't rush to look at it. Instead, he put it in his arms, stood up and said goodbye. "I have finished what I came here for today. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Tianyi, it's getting late. My mom needs to be careful." "Well. Go. Go." Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand. "Let's go. See you tomorrow." Tianyi smiled and waved, then quickly left the Senju residence and returned home as quickly as possible. Enter the bedroom and look at the 100 Healings Mark scroll he just got. More than 10 minutes later, he read it completely and basically understood its principles. He stroked his chin and pondered. This secret technique is actually to use the sealing runes to construct a sealed space in the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, and use the sealing rune to connect the major tendons and veins of the body. It's really not very useful, but that's because this thing is only a half-finished product. It would be different if the Baihao technique was developed, can be used as an explosive secret technique. The 100 technique will accelerate cell division, which is quite life-consuming and not worth it. However, the 100 Healings Mark is not completely worthless, as the knowledge of space sealing involved is quite advanced. It is useful whether it is used to study permanent space storage equipment or to open up acupoints. Keep it for now. I'll study it in depth when I need it later. First, complete the evening's chakra circulation and Sharingan eye-opening practice. Thinking of this, Tianyi immediately put away the scroll, sat cross-legged, and began to practice. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order. Please place your own order and please place your own order. Chapter 56. The next morning, after breakfast, Tianyi sent several shadow clones to different places as usual. I then went to Mikato's house to pick him up, and together they walked towards the secret training base. However, he had an extra shadow clone today, and used the transformation technique to transform himself into an ordinary person. He followed the address given by Narazingza yesterday and walked towards the commercial street. Soon, Tianyi's shadow clone arrived not far from a restaurant called Taste of Fire. DB. Seeing the name of the restaurant, Tianyi couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly, thinking, I'm so stupid, Sister Xingzi should have written the name of this restaurant clearly, just the name. If you say it has nothing to do with third generation, I'll eat the plaque. However, since he was already here, and following the principle that one has no right to speak without investigation, Tianyi first walked into a nearby bookstore and bought a few books. Then, while sitting in the store reading, he quietly opened his spiritual perception and spread it towards the restaurant. As he practiced the Sharingan eye-opening technique, his mental strength continued to improve through meditation, and his control ability also continued to improve. Coupled with the concealment of mental power, Tianyi's mental power covered the Fire Taste restaurant and no one inside discovered it. This is Chnin. His whole body is cold and his tongue has the aura of a sealing technique. No doubt about it, it must be Danzo's people. When Tianyi sensed this, he was basically certain that this was the store opened by Danzo. However, he did not jump to conclusions and continued to monitor for the whole day. From time to time, turn on your spiritual perception and explore. It was not until dusk that he discovered that the root ninja had finally left the restaurant, and he followed him across several hundred meters and 2 streets. It was not until this person entered an abandoned building somewhere in the old city area in the west of the city and disappeared into the building that Tianyi's shadow clone withdrew its perception and directly released itself. At this moment, Tianyi, who was having dinner at Sahai restaurant, paused for a moment while picking up food, and quickly digested the information sent back by shadow clone. He rubbed his brows with his fingers, waved his hand to cast an isolation barrier, and then said to Shikaku and others who were looking at him, "Nothing else, it's just that the shadow clone I sent to monitor the restaurant has terminated itself and sent back a message." Of Liu Ju and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard this. "Have you determined who is behind this?" Tian nodded and said, "It's confirmed, it's Danzo. I found a root ninja in that store, we followed them all the way to a stronghold in the old city in the west of the city, it's definitely not wrong. In fact, after seeing the name of the store, I was basically sure." "Do you know the name of that store? What's your name?" Shikaku and the others asked curiously. "The taste of fire. Heaven, every word represents the truth." Liu Ju and others. "Ah, this name is a reference to the third generation? Isn't it a bit too blatant?" Shikaku and the others were speechless, and Shikaku even complained, "Danzo did this on purpose, right? Obviously." Tianyi spread his hands and said, "This guy probably did this because he was angry that third generation made him take the blame and gave away a portion of the profits for nothing." "Well, this is just Tianyi's guess." But Liu Ju and others felt that Tianyi's guess was most likely the truth. "These two are really shameless." Kushina pouted and complained. Although she doesn't have any shares in Sihai restaurant, Tian does. As one of Tianyi's sweethearts, rounding it off means she also has it. Isn't this just stealing her money? Hateful. Who says it's not? Dingzhou and the others also sighed and nodded. As the Hokage and the Hokage's assistant, they actually did such a thing. It's enough. As expected, it is necessary to overthrow the existing system of the ninja world and propose a unified country. Tianyi, let's make helping you become Hokage our first small goal. Work hard." Liu Ju looked at Tianyi dimly and spoke. "DB." After hearing this, the others looked at Liu Ju in surprise. Then, they all nodded, agree. Seeing that everyone is turning evil because their interests have been stolen by third generation and Danzo, I can't help but smile. Okay. Then let's take this as a small goal. Tianyi also smiled and nodded, I wish I can become the fifth Hokage. At fifth generation? Why not fourth generation? Kushina was slightly stunned after hearing this. Tianyi didn't answer, but looked at Shikaku and Minato and asked, Shikaku and Minato, what do you think? Minato thought for a moment and said, because Tianyi and we are still too young, the fourth generation is too hasty. Is it too difficult to compete for the fourth generation position? That's a reason. Shikaku nodded in agreement and added, it's also because we can't let the third generation stay in this position for too long. Tianyi, do you have any good candidates for the fourth generation? Shikaku looked at Tianyi again. My teacher Tsunade, how is it? Tianyi gave Shikaku an admiring look, Kide. Tsunade-sama? It's indeed a good fit. It will be convenient for you to abdicate when the time comes. Then let's go. I will formulate relevant development plans later. Liu Ju nodded and said seriously. Hey? Shikaku, are you serious? Dingzhou looked at Liu Ju in surprise and asked. Are we kidding? Are you talking about serious matters? Shikaku said seriously, of course I am serious. Have you forgotten that our goal is to unify the ninja world, completely change this corrupt and filthy world, and bring long-term peace to the ninja world? Now that we have a goal, we should start working hard and preparing for it now, and helping Tianyi become the fifth generation, and Master Tsunade become the fourth generation, is just the beginning. How can this be a joke? Without long-term goal planning, nothing will be accomplished. Since he recognized Tianyi's goal, he, who considered himself to be Tianyi's wise assistant and military advisor, naturally had to shoulder the responsibility and start planning and layout from now on. All right. Dingzhou listened and nodded helplessly, I don't understand these things anyway, I will do whatever you ask me to do. If your brain doesn't work well, then just stop using it and let Liu Ju be his brain. Good. Tianyi was also very satisfied with Liu Ju's reaction and gave him a thumbs up. The corners of Liu Ju's mouth curled up slightly. I made a wish, consuming 2 wishes, cursing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and bringing bad luck to them for the whole day. At this time, Tianyi made a wish directly in his heart. This is what he called revenge. He had used it many times in his previous life against his enemies and opponents. Very easy to use. He is looking forward to the big news about third generation and Danzo tomorrow. Tianyi, how are you going to take revenge? At this moment, Minato suddenly remembered this matter and couldn't help asking again. Others also looked over. It has already started. You will know tomorrow. Let's eat first. Haha. Tianyi smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. It made everyone look at him with gloomy eyes. Riddler, get out of Konoha. The next morning, as soon as Tianyi finished breakfast, the main body and Mikoto walked towards the secret training base as usual. I met a lot of people along the way. As a result, I heard many people talking about, did you hear? Last night, when the Hokage was coming home, he got hit in the face with a huge piece of bird shit. Isn't that right? I heard that when the Hokage returned, he fell more than 10 times in a row and ended up with a bruised face. Is this impossible? How could a ninja as powerful as the Hokage be hit in the face by bird droppings? And how could he fall down? This doesn't make sense. It's true. I heard that the chakra in his body suddenly got out of control, so he can't use it temporarily. His body is also weak. If you don't believe me, you can go to the ninja hospital. I heard that the third generation master is still in the hospital. No way. I was just hit by bird droppings and fell a few times. There's no need to be hospitalized, right? Well, if it was just that, of course it wouldn't be that serious. I heard that he was hit by a radio pole. Because he couldn't use chakra and his body was weak, the Hokage was seriously injured and his leg was broken. It's not just Hokage-sama. I heard that Danzo-sama was even worse off. He also fell down many times. The reason was also because of a shortness of breath and chakra disorder. That's not bad. Not only that, because he ended up falling into the septic tank of public toilet number 2. I heard that the cleaner was cleaning the septic tank at the time and had opened the lid. If he hadn't been found in time by the cleaner, he would probably be dead. I know that too. I heard he was soaked in the manure pool for several minutes and choked numerous times. Who is this Danzo-sama you're talking about? Why haven't I heard of him? You don't know this? He is our Hokage Kage-sawa. I've never heard of it. That's normal. I heard that he rarely shows up and doesn't look like a good person. X1. As they walked along, the more they listened, the weirder Mikoto's expression became. I would also steal a glance at Tianyi from time to time. Mikoto waited until he reached a deserted place, looked around, and couldn't help but whispered, "Oh my god." Lie. Before she could continue, Tianyi made a hushing gesture, asking her not to speak for the time being. Mikoto immediately understood and shut up, and continued to follow Tianyi in silence all the way to the secret training base. At this time, Shikaku, Minato, and the others had arrived, only Kushina had not arrived yet. At this time, they were also full of confusion and gloating, but none of them spoke. Because Tianyi told them a while ago that the third generation has a secret technique called telescope technique, which can see everything within the range of Konoha's barrier through a crystal ball. Except for the places that are separated by the isolation barrier. So, considering that what they were going to say today would easily bring huge trouble to Tianyi if discovered by the third generation, Shikaku stopped them immediately and kept waiting for Tianyi to come over. Tianyi. Sister Mikoto. Seeing the two people coming, Luju and others came forward to greet them. At the same time, Luju made a gesture to signal them. Tianyi nodded in understanding, and directly formed a seal to set up a powerful isolation barrier in this base. Then, he said, "Okay. If you have anything you want to say or ask, you can say it now." This barrier is a 5-element barrier that he upgraded and has the ability to isolate the mind. Even White Zetsu couldn't get in through the barrier, let alone eavesdrop. That's what we defend. This thing really is omnipresent. Oh, I'm dying of suffocation. Let me ask. After hearing this, Danzo let out a long sigh and asked Tianyi in a hurry, Tianyi. Was it you who did what happened between third generation and Danzo? How could you ask that? After hearing this, Luju looked at Danzo with a frown on his face, then looked at Tianyi and asked curiously, "What is your method?" Curse. Otherwise there is no way to explain it. With the strength of third generation and Danzo, it would be impossible for Tianyi to accomplish this if he relied on sneak attacks or something. Also, the timing is not right. He heard from his father that the first time the third generation had bad luck was in the Hokage office. The chair he was sitting on suddenly fell apart. The third generation was caught off guard and could have reacted with his strength, but suddenly his leg cramped and he fell flat on his face. There are many similar situations. But it's not just the dozen or so times that are circulated outside, even now, it was the same in the hospital. The strange things were not over at all. Using a small barrier to protect third generation and Danzo is useless. It is said that the barrier suddenly short-circuited and exploded, killing the third generation and Danzo. The main reason was that the chakras in their bodies were as chaotic as an electrocardiogram and they were extremely weak, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily seriously injured. Fortunately, as long as too many protective measures are not taken, those accidents will not be truly fatal. But the more protection there is, the more people try to stop the disaster from happening, and the more terrifying the disaster that follows will be. Therefore, third generation and Danzo are now afraid to ask for help to resist. I might as well just give up and hope this weird thing will pass quickly. Of course, they also instructed Anbu and the root people to secretly investigate the cause and put all suspicious people under surveillance. We must find out who is behind this. Def. After hearing what Shikaku had said, everyone gasped and looked at Tianyi, asking fearfully, Mr. Moshi. Is it really you? I'm not, I don't know. Tianyi denied it 3 times in a row. But seeing the happy smile on his face, no one present believed it. Oh, yes. It's not you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay. This topic ends here. We will probably have people from the Anbu and Root coming to monitor us later, so let's wait for the barrier to be lifted. Don't practice the 0.8 that cannot be leaked today. Just practice some basic bodybuilding techniques, ninjutsu, etc. At this time, Ryuju restrained his smile and warned seriously. At the same time, he nodded to the sky. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and nodded in agreement. Then, Tianyi lifted the isolation barrier here. Then, he separated a shadow clone to teach everyone, while he himself went to the side to practice ninjutsu. Speaking of which, the shadow clone he left at Uzumaki Mito's place yesterday had memorized a lot of ninjutsu from the Senju heritage, which naturally included the Flying Thunder God technique that he was most interested in. However, today is obviously not suitable for practicing this. Even some of the second generation's iconic ninjutsu are not suitable for practice today. So as not to irritate the third generation. Later, Tianyi discovered the traces of Anbu and the roots through spiritual perception. However, they only monitored for more than an hour and then left in a hurry. This has actually been going on for a long time. It is estimated that the third generation and Danzo recalled all the recent things that might have offended people, and gave a list to the Anbu and Root ninjas for them to investigate. But Tianyi and his friends were too young to have such strange and powerful means, so they only monitored them for more than an hour and saw that Tianyi and his friends were just practicing normally. After practicing and finding nothing special, they withdrew. They will have a lot of work to do these days, as there are many people to investigate and monitor. If the real mastermind behind this incident cannot be identified, third generation and Danzo will probably not give up easily. Unfortunately, they were destined to never find the person who did this. It's really that Tianyi's methods are too powerful. Who could have imagined that he had such a talent? P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 57. Tianyi, this is for you. This is the 5th generation plan I made after I went back yesterday. Go back and take a close look at it to see if there is anything you want to modify or add. At noon, Tianyi said that the surveillance personnel had already withdrawn. Ryuju took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Tianyi, whispering. Oh? So fast? I see. I will take a closer look when I get back today. After reading this, I'll take some time to discuss this with you tomorrow. I also have a lot of ideas and plans that I want to share with you. Tianyi put away the scroll, nodded, and said seriously. Good. Ryuju's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded happily. It's good to have ideas. I'm just afraid that Tianyi has no ideas. Go home at night. Tianyi had just arrived home when he heard his father laughing in the living room. What's wrong, Dad? What makes you so happy? Tianyi walked in and asked curiously. Haha. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw Tianyi coming back and couldn't help laughing, don't you know? I heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo have offended some god since yesterday afternoon, and they have been unlucky and unlucky. Guoguano showers and snorkeling in manure pools are just routine operations. These two people have not yet calmed down even after being sent to the hospital. Now no one dares to approach them. Because bad luck tends to be contagious, both of them are now half dead, and there's no telling when this bad luck will end, otherwise, they may not last for 3 days before going to the pure land of the underworld. At this point, Uchiha Nobuhiko suddenly sounded in surprise, stroking his chin and pondering, it seems that this is not bad. Son, what do you think? You. Tianyi heard it and said hesitantly, maybe. He could continue to wish them bad luck. But too few wishes will kill them. In addition, if third generation and Danzo die now, there is no suitable person to take over the position of fourth Hokage. Moreover, if the way the two died were to get out, Konoha would definitely become a target of the ninja world and would never be able to hold its head up again. In addition, other ninja villages will probably not miss this excellent opportunity and will definitely launch a war against Konoha in advance. This doesn't fit Tianyi's plan. He also wants to grow for a few more years, accumulate and improve his strength and power, so that he can protect himself. Ahem. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eat. Eat. Good. Meanwhile, third generation and Danzo. After realizing that they had not encountered any unfortunate accidents for more than 10 minutes, a look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on their faces. Is the bad luck over? Third generation looked at Danzo, who was about 20 meters away, and asked. I don't know. Maybe. Danzo also shook his head in doubt, and said with some fear and caution, wait a little longer. If nothing happens after another hour, then it should be over. Oh, right. Have you found out anything? Have you figured out who is behind this? Speaking of this, Danzo's face was filled with resentment and madness. He was almost driven crazy by this bad luck throughout the whole day. He hated the mastermind so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces. No. How could the third generation not hate it? This incident has made him and Danzo the laughingstock of many people, and it is unknown how long they will be laughed at. Their prestige in the village also dropped a lot, especially among the high-ranking ninja clan members. Could it be possible that there is no one behind this? After all, if this method is controlled by a human, it would be too terrifying. The third generation said with some reluctance to believe. He wished it was just an accident. If there really is someone behind all this, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? If the other party did this to him a few more times, he estimated that he would not be able to bear it. Even if he doesn't lose his life, he will lose his position as Hokage. No one could agree that a person who was unlucky, always faced accidents and could not use his full strength could continue to sit on the position of Hokage. Impossible. Danzo's face turned cold, and a crazy look flashed in his eyes as he asked, how can it be such a coincidence? You and I are both unlucky at the same time. I've had people check it out, and we all started having bad luck at basically the same time. No one else is unlucky either. Do you believe in such a coincidence? The third generation also shook their heads solemnly after hearing this. Indeed, it is impossible for such a coincidence to happen. But I have checked all the Anbu here and found no clues. What about you? Third generation said helplessly. I can't find any clues. Even if I think there is someone behind this, what can I do? You can't just arrest people randomly, right? No one will agree. This kind of opening cannot be opened. Otherwise, who knows if this unfounded incident will happen to you next time? The power of the Hokage is not unlimited. At least, that is not the case with the current third generation Hokage. I don't have any either. They did it very cleanly, leaving no trace at all. It's so hateful. Danzo's face also turned pale. Because of this, he felt even more aggrieved. Those who want revenge can't find their target. Suddenly, the incident with the restaurant and Uchiha Tenika came to his mind, and he said to third generation with a sinister look in his eyes, what do you think, could it be that Uchiha Tenika or Uchiha is behind this? After all, the Uchiha has been passed down for thousands of years, so it's very possible that there are some strange methods that we don't know about, right? The third generation was speechless when they heard Danzo's far-fetched reason, don't talk nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with Uchiha Tenika and Uchiha, right? If you accuse Uchiha with this reason, not only will Uchiha not be convinced and admit it, but other ninja clans will also not be able to recognize and support us, doing this will only reduce our prestige in the village. We can't do it. Hokage also has to follow the rules. If even the Hokage doesn't follow the basic rules, how can you expect the Uchiha and other ninja clans to follow the rules? If everyone stops following the rules, Konoha will be in chaos. The third generation, who viewed Konoha as their own private property, would never allow such a situation to occur. Why is it not related? Danzo was unwilling to accept this and said unconvincedly, I followed your instructions and went to Sahai restaurant only a few days ago. Danzo. Hearing this, before Danzo could continue, third generation angrily interrupted Danzo's words, staring at Danzo with sharp eyes and said, Are you confused? Don't you know what you can say and what you can't say? Don't forget where we are now. There are many Anbu and root ninjas guarding around here. Can this be said openly? Believe it or not, it will be spread soon. Not to mention the roots, Anbu certainly cannot be trusted absolutely. After all, although the people of Anbu are all elites, they are also composed of the major ninja clans and civilian elites. They are not the dead soldiers of the root who have been controlled and brainwashed and have no self. If the ninjas of Konoha really knew that he had ordered Danzo to steal the recipes of the Sekai restaurant, then his and Danzo's dignity would be completely destroyed and they would become a complete laughing stock. You, a Hokage, actually secretly robbed a restaurant run by a few kids. How can you be the Hokage if you are so jealous? Abdicate. Feel sorry. Danzo was also woken up by the third generation in time, and calmed down a little. He cast an apologetic look at the third generation, and then said sharply, in short, I think those little ghosts are the most suspicious, especially Uchiha Tianyi. After all, don't you think it's strange that only the two of us got into trouble? The third generation was speechless when they heard that Danzo was still pestering Uchiha Tianyi. Okay. Danzo, I know you are very dissatisfied with Uchiha Tianyi, but this is not a reason for you to make up. No one will believe this kind of reason no matter where you take it. That is the end of this matter. You can continue to investigate, but don't act recklessly. You can't touch Uchiha Teniki. Uchiha and Mito-sama are standing behind him. Do you understand? This is the key. After hearing what Danzo said, do the third generation really have no doubts about God? Of course not. He himself is a suspicious and conceited person. But he had no evidence at all, and he couldn't afford to offend Uzumaki Mito and the mad Uchiha. The current Uchiha is not the Uchiha that has been constantly consumed in the second and third wars and has seen its strength and numbers greatly reduced. They really dare to fight with you for targeting the youngest son of the head of a family for no reason. All right. Danzo was originally unwilling to accept it, but after hearing the name of Uzumaki Mito, he had to temporarily suppress the idea of attacking Uchiha Tenika for this reason. But he did not completely give up the idea of targeting Uchiha Tianyi. But they are prepared to use more covered means to conduct targeted tests. He always felt that he couldn't continue to let this kid grow up like this. Otherwise, he would definitely be trained by Uzumaki Mito to become their real enemy. Luck plus 30, talent upgrade talent, make a wish, LV2, 28/1000, 3 small wishes per day, wow! Talent breakthrough? Haha. Now I can have 3 wishes every day. The accumulation speed is 3 times faster than before, the future is promising. Tianyi had just finished his meal and returned to his room to practice the Chakra Jotien moving method when he received feedback on his talent. He opened the attribute panel to check it out and thought with delight. But, cursing the third generation and Danzo can also bring luck? Maybe, we can try it more. It's probably because it has damaged their reputation. At the same time, although no one can be sure who did it, the world knows for sure. Tianyi thought eagerly. At this time, third generation and Danzo, who had discovered that their bad luck was indeed over, were washing up when they suddenly felt a chill on their spines and looked around in some confusion. Who? They had been tormented by bad luck all day, their nerves were a little crazy, and their reaction was very strong. But this feeling comes and goes quickly. After a long search, and finding nothing, third generation and Danzo finally felt relieved. Tianyi finally gave up the idea of continuing to make wishes to bring bad luck to the third generation and Danzo. Don't do it too often, otherwise, something unexpected might happen that I don't want to see. The next few years will still be based on stability. I'll wait until I grow up a few years and then slowly play with the third generation. Tianyi thought to himself. Immediately, he continued to practice. The next morning, it was time for breakfast. Uchiha Nobuhiko waved and laid down another. He re-isolated the barrier and said to Tianyi, I have already selected the first batch of Uchiha you can trust. 50 people in total. Tianyi, when will it be convenient for you to come with me to sign a contract with them? And teach them the skills. Oh. Tianyi raised his eyebrows and said, then go and have breakfast later. My dad's efficiency is pretty good. But are these people really reliable? Tianyi thought doubtfully. He's not quite sure. Perhaps, we should come up with an additional means of identification later. Tianyi thought again. That's a good feeling. Uchiha Nobuhiko might not know Tian. He thought so much in an instant, and when he saw Tian agreed, he smiled happily. As long as these people have made a contract with his son, they can be completely trusted. With the teaching of magical skills, the strength of these people will soon be improved. At worst, they will at least be elite Genin level in the future. It is not impossible to look forward to Cage level. Imagine what it would be like to have a loyal team of all elite Genin, some of whom are even Cage level. Anyway, Uchiha Nobuhiko is looking forward to it. I make a wish, consume one wish, and gain the ability to perceive good and evil, and loyalty. The next moment, Tianyi received talent feedback that the number of wishes was not enough and he needed 109 more wishes to realize this wish. Immediately, Tianyi made another wish. I made a wish, and continued to consume 109 wishes, so that I could gain the ability to perceive good and evil, and loyalty. Ong. The next moment, Tianyi felt his mind become clear, and then he found that a mysterious talent rune was hollowed out in his sea of consciousness and took shape rapidly. Finally, a faint light burst out and flew to the center of the sea of consciousness, revolving around an even larger and more mysterious innate rune in the center. And that huge talent rune is exactly the upgraded wish talent rune. In addition to these two runes, there is also a spiritual contract core rune in Tianyi's sea of consciousness that also rotates around the wish talent rune. However, compared to the first two, the spiritual contract rune is much simpler and smaller. At this time, Tianyi discovered that he had gained the ability to perceive a person's goodness and evil, and loyalty to himself. He immediately used his ability to sense his parents and older brother. Uchiha Nobuhiko, like ability 100, full value, Uchiha Mikoto, likable 100 Uchiha Fugaku, like ability, 99, loyalty, 99. Why do my parents have no loyalty points, but my eldest brother does? Tianyi thought with some doubt. Could it be that my parents, because of their status, have no concept of loyalty to me? Tianyi felt that he might have guessed the truth. However, the full value of favorability is enough to explain the problem, so there is no need to care about loyalty or not. After all, it feels a bit strange to talk about the loyalty of your parents to you. I am a little surprised that Big Brother Fugaku has such a high opinion of and loyalty to me. Is it because of tsundere? Insincere? Or because the contract was signed and the money was too much? Tianyi thinks both are possible. What's wrong? Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others noticed that Tianyi was looking at them with strange eyes, and they were immediately puzzled. Ahem. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. Tianyi quickly withdrew his strange look, cleared his throat, smiled, and continued to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Tianyi separated a few shadow clones and sent them out to do their work. Then, he followed his father to an underground square on the Uchiha guard side and waited. More than 10 minutes later, people from Uchiha came in one after another. After all 50 people arrived, Uchiha Nobuhiko was about to say something, but Tianyi beside him pulled him back and used the telepathic technique he had recently developed to telepathically teleport him. Dad. The person you picked is not good enough. Ah. Some of them are very malicious towards me. Obviously there is a problem. That's right. You can communicate with me directly with your mental power. I have already built a telepathic channel. Uchiha Nobuhiko was slightly shocked when he suddenly heard Tianyi's spiritual voice, but he calmed down in an instant. Hearing Tianyi's words, he narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately said in a voice transmission, those few, tell me. Also, when did you acquire the ability to sense the good and evil of others? Isn't this Master Mito, or strictly speaking, Nine Tails ability? How did you learn it? Can this be learned? No wonder he was so surprised. This should be considered Nine Tails' innate ability, right? P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 58. Don't worry about this, old man. Anyway, you just need to know that I can do it. Tianyi replied directly via voice transmission. In his eyes, the favorability and loyalty of these 50 Uchiha towards him are clear at a glance. Loyalty values are generally not high, with the highest being just over 10 points. This is normal. Although Tianyi is the youngest son of the clan leader Uchiha Nobuhiko, he is too young and has no prestige in the clan. The degree of favorability varies. Most of them are maintained between 30 to 80. This is a relatively friendly range. Below 30 means there is neither good nor bad feeling, just a mediocre feeling. This is actually not a big deal, but what does it mean when 4 of you have negative impressions? Hostile to me? How can this be tolerated? Are you sure you are my father's loyal subordinates? Tianyi immediately told his father through telepathy where those people who had a negative impression of him and were full of malice were standing. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko quickly locked onto those people, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He directly activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and the terrifying pressure of his pupils spread to the entire underground square. He scanned the area and said, Uchiha Tai, Uchiha Chien, Uchiha Chiren, Uchiha Fei, the 4 of you can leave first. X. After hearing this, they were all stunned, and then looked at Uchiha Nobuhiko in confusion and asked, Master, why? When working, call me by my title, and call me Minister. Uchiha Nobuhiko scolded sharply, then, he looked at them with a cold look in his eyes and said, as for why, you know it in your heart. Say hello to the people behind you for me. You won't stay here. Go away quickly, don't make me angry. When these people heard this, they didn't realize that they were exposed. Faced with the oppressive Uchiha Nobuhiko, they did not dare to say anything more and could only quickly leave the underground square with curiosity and regret. Of course, not all of them are from the 3rd generation. Uchiha is not so easily infiltrated by outsiders. But 3 of them were from the hostile faction of Uchiha Nobuhiko, which is now the radical faction, the 4 elders, the national elders and the 7 elders. These people believed that Uchiha Nobuhiko's clan were traitors to Uchiha because Uchiha Nobuhiko had taken the lead in cooperating with the village to suppress the rebellion within the clan a few years ago, and they were particularly dissatisfied with Uchiha Nobuhiko's family. It is not surprising that those who have been brainwashed by them have such a favorable impression of Tianyi. It seems that the plan to unify the voices of the tribe is a long and arduous journey. Tianyi couldn't help but sighed and sent a message to his father. Indeed. Uchiha Nobuhiko agrees with this. If it were easy, his progress wouldn't have been so slow in the past few months. Fortunately, Tianyi is going to give him a cheat again this time. After Tianyi had identified his subordinates with his sense of good and evil, he would pass on his magical skills to them through a contract. After practicing for a year or so, he would have the absolute strength and information to eliminate all the noise within the clan. Things will be much simpler once those spies leave. Tianyi asked Uchiha Nobuhiko to persuade these people to sign a contract with him. He leaned over and slapped the ground. Countless sealing spells emerged from his hands and soon surrounded the entire underground square. Buzz! A powerful 5-element isolation barrier was formed, blocking any investigation from the outside. Including White Zetsu. This White Zetsu is really annoying. Maybe we can find a chance to catch a few for experimentation. This thing has a very high research value. Tianyi thought to himself. Tianyi. Everyone is ready. Let's start. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko came over and said to Tianyi. Good. Tianyi nodded in understanding, and immediately his mind moved. 46 mysterious runes condensed from his brows and sent them to these people. These people had been persuaded and explained by Uchiha Nobuhiko, so Tianyi didn't need to say anything more. The next moment, they all opened their Sharingans and used their mental power to integrate into the core of the rune in front of them. The next moment, these runes sank into their sea of consciousness and occupied the center of their sea of consciousness. Then, countless sealing techniques spread to the surface of their brains and quickly disappeared. This feeling. Why do I feel that my mental strength has become more solid and more stable? Me too. I even feel like my control over my mental power has gotten stronger. I feel like my pupil power has also increased. It's not that my pupil power has increased, but that my Sharingan has become more stable. The next moment, these Uchiha elites discovered the huge changes that the contract rune brought to them, and they all exclaimed and discussed in low voices. In response to this, Tianyi looked at his father with confusion and curiosity and asked, Dad, is there such a thing? Indeed. Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled and nodded, maybe it's because your contract rune is too strong, it has the effect of suppressing and stabilizing Jianhai and his mental power. That's a good thing, isn't it? How could he not be aware of the mental problems caused by Sharingan's eye opening? This contract rune is a very good means of stabilization. If combined with the Sharingan eye opening method and the 3-tomo Sharingan practice method of meditation, this mental extremism and instability can be completely eradicated. Why haven't I heard you say that before? Tianyi looked at his father speechlessly and asked. You didn't ask. I thought you knew. Uchiha Nobuhiko spread his hands in a rogue manner. Tianyi rolled his eyes at him, and then his powerful mental power spread directly out of his eyes, overwhelming the entire underground square. This movement immediately caused the Uchiha elites to stop talking and look at Suzuichi. 0147050009 Philo 1033000400. There was curiosity, gratitude, and even admiration in his eyes. Tianyi can clearly feel through his perception of good, evil and loyalty that these people's favorability and loyalty towards him are increasing rapidly. Obviously, the benefits brought by the contract just now, plus the strong energy displayed by Tianyi at this time, made them begin to take Tianyi seriously, instead of treating him as a 5-year-old kid from the patriarch's family. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. The sky opened its mouth, and everyone below became quiet. He then retracted his pressure and said, the benefits brought by the contract rune just now are just insignificant side effects. You are all elites of my Uchiha, there is no need to make a fuss about it. Compared to what I am going to teach you next, this benefit is not worth mentioning. Just accept it calmly. As he spoke, Tianyi raised his hand and pointed at the center of an Uchiha's brow, and a stream of light shot into his brow. The next moment, this person had to close his eyes and start to seriously digest the information that kept emerging in his mind. Tianyi continued to move and passed on his skills to the next person. It took several minutes to teach the technique to the 46 Uchiha elites present. However, unlike his family and Kushina and others, he did not teach them the entire set of skills this time. The Chinese martial arts taught the Mingjin stage of skills, and the Tianyi chakra refining technique was taught completely. The Sharingan eye-opening method was also fully taught. None of the 3-tomo Sharingan meditation methods were taught. The chakra movement method is also not taught. Tianyi discussed with his father that these would be included in the newly built merit pavilion and could be exchanged for clan members who had made sufficient contributions and signed a contract with Tianyi. The new merit pavilion and the corresponding exchange system and merit calculation method will first be popularized among these contractors. It will not spread throughout Uchiha until all the people in Uchiha have been contracted by Tianyi. By then, I believe that Uchiha will be truly unified and only one voice will remain. This is also what Tianyi took into consideration when he considered that Uchiha Nobuhiko's recent reforms had been progressing slowly, almost to the point of being stagnant. This method was devised because every clan meeting was disrupted by radical people, making it impossible to pass. Not only this, Yugzutian and Uchiha Nobuhiko also planned to do this. First, we selected the children of the tribesmen who had made a contract with Tianyi and supported him to form preschool classes, after-school classes, genin training classes, chinin training classes, and jainin exchange classes. At the same time, the mission hall within Uchiha will be officially established. In the future, many clan affairs will be posted in the clan's mission hall in the form of tasks for clan members to accept. Of course, both contractors and non-contractors can access it. However, the contractor can obtain a certain amount of additional contribution value for each task, but the contractor does not have this. Tianyi even discussed with Nobuhiko that in the future, the teachers for the Genin and Chinin advanced training classes will be released in the form of tasks. If the task is completed well, there will be additional rewards. Tianyi even suggested that Uchiha Nobuhiko include his guidance as a cage-level clan leader in the merit exchange table. I believe that it will definitely inspire the enthusiasm of many tribesmen for the mission. This is the personal instruction of the clan leader. Even though Tianyi only taught a part of the magical skills to these Uchiha elites, the more they digested it, the more horrified they were. Then there was ecstasy. If these skills are all true, then they will have a bright future. Soon, these people digested the information about the exercises one after another, opened their eyes, and stared at Tianyi with burning eyes. They had countless questions they wanted to ask Tianyi. Tianyi saw this and smiled. I believe you have already digested the information of these exercises. There are countless questions. I can tell you for sure that these are all true. I even have more powerful skills that can help you become stronger. Even if you activate the Mangekyō Sharingan, it's not impossible to break through and become a cage-level powerhouse. But for the rest, you will need to make enough contributions to the family, and then we will calculate and redeem them through the new merit pavilion and merit system that will be established soon. My father will tell you all about this in detail later. I won't say any more. After saying that, Tianyi didn't say anything more to them. He nodded to Uchiha Nobuhiko beside him and left. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw this and took over the conversation with a smile. Looking at the tribesman below with shining eyes, he began to add to the conversation. As for Tianyi, after leaving the security department, he did not rush to the secret training base, but came to a ninja tool shop on the commercial street closest to Uchiha. Boss! Is my custom-made dagger ready? After entering the store, Tianyi took out the deposit receipt and handed it to the store owner and asked. Is that you, little brother? It's all ready. I'll get it right away. When the boss saw Tianyi, he didn't even go to take the receipt. He turned around and ran into the inner room with a smile. It was obvious that he still remembered Tianyi. After a while, the shop owner ran out holding a wooden box, put it on the counter in front of Tianyi, opened the box, and revealed 10 cold and shining swords inside. An exquisite dagger came. He gestured to Tianyi and said, "It's all here. You can check it out first to see if you are satisfied." Tian nodded, took out a short sword from the box, flicked the sword with a finger of his other hand, and listened to the sound. He then used his mental power to sense the dagger and checked it, and found that it was indeed a fine product. Finally, he tried to inject chakra into the dagger. Ong! The next moment, a faint chakra light appeared on the dagger. The conduction effect is average. Tianyi murmured. The shop owner heard this and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Brother, what you said is wrong. The price is here. If you want to further improve the chakra conduction ability, you need to add chakra conductive metal, that's expensive. One sword will cost at least 500,000 taels, that's it, and that's with at least chakra conducting metal to ensure 60% conductivity. If the price keeps going up, it will increase exponentially. You get what you pay for." 2. Tianyi listened without refutation. He nodded and checked the other 9 daggers in the same way, making sure that the quality was similar. He put the daggers back, closed the lid and said, "They're all good. I'll take them. How much is it?" Hey. The shop owner heard this and rubbed his hands with a smile, saying, "It's a good deal. One is 50,000 taels, so 10 are 500,000 taels in total. After deducting the 100,000 taels deposit, you just need to give me another 400,000 taels. In addition, since you are a big customer of our store, I will give you a ninja tool bag and a set of basic ninja tools. How about including 3 kunao and 10 shurikens?" As he said this, he took out a ninja tool bag that had been prepared long ago. This boss is obviously very good at doing business. After hearing this, Tianyi nodded with satisfaction, took out 400,000 taels from his wallet and handed it to the boss. Then, he picked up the dagger box and the ninja tool bag, and left the ninja tool shop as the shop owner waved goodbye enthusiastically. After Tianyi came out, he looked back at the ninja tool shop and rushed to the secret training base, thinking, sure enough, the production and sale of weapons is the real violence. It's good for the industry. So much money for just this little steel weapon. That's almost half of my restaurant's monthly dividend income. Perhaps, I should give my father some of the gold formulas and steel-making techniques from my previous life to win over the family and set up 10 weapons companies that integrate steel-making, weapon forging, and sales. Minister Tianyi couldn't help but think. Konoha does not have much of its own weapons industry. Basically, it either orders from the country of craftsmen, or some weapon forging families or chambers of commerce run this business. However, I'm afraid we'll need to bring in a few more ninjas to help with this. At the same time, bring in some of the village's weapons dealers. We have overwhelming technology, so we are not afraid that they will not join us. In fact, in order to ensure that there are no problems with sales, it would be safest to bring the village in as well. Tianyi thought carefully. Of course, this village does not belong to the third generation, but they actually invested in it in the name of the village. This part of the shares will always belong to the village, and so will the profits. Not even the Hokage can make it private. Of course, given the third generation's greedy nature, even if this were done, when he was in power, he would probably still embezzle a considerable portion of the money belonging to the village to develop Show Your Family. Used to share profits with Konoha F4. Even so, it is better than letting outsiders make all the money. Anyway, when the third generation steps down, he can settle accounts with them for their corruption and crimes. No matter how much you eat, just vomit it out in multiples. Tianyi will not give up because of choking. Okay. Let's do it. Take some time these few days to come up with the relevant technology, tools. Then, I built a super small steel making blast furnace and supporting equipment at home to produce some suitable alloy steel. We'll consider the follow-up after we create some low-cost, high-quality ninja tools. Tianyi made up his mind and thought. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 59. The family will then begin to implement a new merit system within the scope of the contractors and establish a new merit pavilion and mission hall. All of these require a lot of extra money. I have to add some profitable industries and ways for my father and family, right? He wanted to start with his family, and step by step let Uchiha, and even konoha, have their own money-making industries and abilities. Gradually get rid of the deformed income structure, get rid of excessive economic dependence on daimyo, and prepare for future reforms of the ninja world. Of course, this process will not be too fast. The credit will not be taken away by the third generation. Minami Kaga River, Secret Training Base. Tianyi, you're here. Mr. Tianyi. Good morning. Seeing Tianyi coming, Shikaku, Minato, Kushina and others greeted Tianyi one after another. Then, continue to practice under the guidance of Tianyi's shadow clone. Well. You continue. Tianyi smiled and nodded, then walked to the side, took out 2 daggers, sat cross-legged, and began to draw and engrave the space sealing spell on them. Since he obtained the entire inheritance of Senju, he has not been idle. I have taken the time to gain a basic understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, and ordered in advance the dagger for engraving the Flying Thunder God ritual. Now that he finally got it, he naturally had to officially start practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Because I have experimented with other iron bodies before. At this time, Tianyi quickly completed the engraving of the 2 daggers. At this moment, he could clearly sense the spatial coordinate nodes in the 2 daggers. Then, he stood up and swung the 2 daggers in 2 directions. In the end, the 2 daggers were directly stuck into 2 trees more than 10 meters away. This movement attracted the attention of Minato and others. They all stopped and looked at Tianyi, wanting to see what he was going to do. At this time, Tianyi was sensing the spatial coordinates of the 2 Flying Thunder God daggers with his eyes closed. He discovered that this distance was no different from holding it in his hand, and it was just as clear. Sure enough, it's great to have a high spatial talent. Then give it a try. The next moment, Tianyi opened his eyes and sensed 2 spatial coordinates. Swish! Swish! In a breath, he disappeared from the spot in front of his friend's surprised expressions, and first appeared on the tree on the left with a flash, and pulled out the Flying Thunder God's dagger over there. Then he flashed to the side of the Flying Thunder God dagger and pulled out the Flying Thunder God dagger as well. He tossed it in his hand and swung it towards Minato and the others who were not far away. Bite! The Flying Thunder God's dagger was nailed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Brush! Tianyi teleported again and appeared next to the Flying Thunder God dagger. He leaned over and pulled it out. He stood up and grinned at the stunned Minato and others. Hey! Why are you watching me instead of practicing? Minato and the others finally came to their senses. Hearing what Tianyi said, he immediately glared at him and said, You guy! What do you think? This is the second Hokage's space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, right? You're actually learning this, and you've mastered it. You're awesome! Shikaku gave Tianyi a thumbs up with an amazed look on his face. He had heard that this space-time ninjutsu had been tried to be learned over the years. Even third generation has tried it. No one succeeded. This thing requires too much spatial talent and neural reaction ability. There are also high requirements for the attainment of sealing techniques. But he could sense that Tianyi didn't seem to have simply learned it, but rather seemed to have mastered it for many years. This continuous high-speed teleportation between 2 different coordinates. Later, he teleported over the moment the Flying Thunder God's dagger landed on the ground, which shows how well Tianyi has mastered this time-space ninjutsu. Hee. Not bad. Not bad. As you know, I have always had a good talent. Tianyi smiled somewhat smugly. Everyone likes to show off their power in front of others. This ninjutsu is so cool. Brother Tianyi, is it possible for me to learn it? At this time, Kushina ran over with shining eyes, hugged Tian's arm and asked. She likes this cool ninjutsu. Well, I'm really not sure about this. Take this Flying Thunder God dagger and try to sense the spatial coordinates. If you can sense it clearly within half a day, it means that you have a good talent for space and will definitely be able to learn and master it to a higher level. If you can vaguely sense it within a day, you can learn it, but its value for actual combat may not be high. If you can barely sense it within a week, you still have a chance to learn it, but even if you do, it won't be very practical. Tian, while saying this, he handed the Flying Thunder God dagger to Kushina. Seeing that everyone was looking over curiously and obviously interested, Tianyi smiled and said, "Since everyone is interested, let's all give it a try. Wait a moment, I'll carve a few more Flying Thunder God daggers first." But, at this point, Tian paused and reminded, it's best not to hold out too much hope. People with spatial talent are extremely rare. It is even rarer to have the spatial talent to the standard of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. It's better not to hold on to too much hope, so as not to worry about gains and losses later. In fact, if you have a particularly good spatial talent, you will be very sensitive to spatial fluctuations and spatial nodes under normal circumstances, and you can sense certain spatial fluctuations and spatial nodes without the help of the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Even if you have a second-level talent, you will have a strong sense of space. If you don't have this feeling, your spatial talent will basically not be very high. He himself is a typical example. When Tianyi said this, he glanced at Minato. At this time, Minato heard what Tianyi said, his eyes lit up slightly, and he said excitedly, "Well, Tianyi, I may have the feeling you said. It's the next level kind. Is it possible that I really have a good talent for space and can learn this Flying Thunder God technique? If so, that would be great." During this period of time, Minato has been training with Tian, which is actually quite stressful. Although he could feel that his talent was better than Shikaku and others, and should be much better than Mikoto, it's hard to compare with Kushina. In terms of physique, comprehension, talent in sealing techniques and Chinese martial arts, he is definitely not as good as Kushina's. But there is a world of difference compared to Tianyi. Well, it's mainly because Tianyi has activated the comprehension plugin, and his other talents have also been upgraded to a higher level. With the comprehension plugin, Minato has this illusion. In fact, his physique and talent in ninjutsu are similar to Tianyi's, or even better. He is top-notch in terms of neurological response. He was just a commoner, unlike Shikaku and others who were born into big families and had their own inherited secret techniques, ninjutsu and sufficient resources. Fortunately, Tianyi gave him certain ninjutsu support. As for funds, thanks to the profits from Sahai restaurant, he is now wealthy and has no shortage of money. In short, he has been under a lot of pressure all the time, forcing himself to catch up with Tianyi and at the same time, not letting Liu and others surpass him again. At the same time, I want to get a decisive trump card. Now, he sees hope in Flying Thunder God technique. His subconscious told him that this ninjutsu was very suitable for him. Is this true? Before Tianyi could speak, Shikaku and the others looked at Minato in surprise. "Hey, it shouldn't be wrong. So, can I try it first?" Minato asked, rubbing the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed at being stared at. "Sure. I'll give this one a try first." Tianyi smiled and nodded, and immediately threw the remaining Flying Thunder God dagger in his hand to Minato. Minato quickly caught it and thanked him, "Thank you." Then, he walked to the side, sat cross-legged, held the Flying Thunder God dagger, closed his eyes and began to sense it seriously. Seeing this, Kushina also ran to the other side and sat cross-legged to sense it. She doesn't want to lose to Minato, a sissy. That's right. Minato still couldn't escape the fate of being called a sissy by Kushina. The main reason was that 5-year-old Minato was too pretty and his temperament was too gentle and sunny. It's normal for Kushina to feel this way. Wait a moment. Upon seeing this, Tianyi walked over, took out the remaining daggers, and began to carve at a rapid speed. With previous experience, his engraving speed became faster and faster. In just over 10 minutes, he completed the engraving of the remaining handle of the Flying Thunder God dagger. Then, he handed one to each of Shikaku and the other two, as well as Mikoto. Send them to go and sense. He took the remaining 4 Flying Thunder God daggers and walked further away to continue practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Half an hour later, 39. I succeeded. Haha. Sensing the clear spatial coordinates of the Flying Thunder God dagger in his hand, Minato opened his eyes. Looking at the Flying Thunder God dagger activated by him in his hand, he suddenly jumped up in surprise and danced excitedly. Don't blame him, it means so much to him. What? Minato, you succeeded so quickly? You are worthy of it. Congratulations. Achk, I'm so jealous. Damn it, I don't even have 10 points. Me too. Envy. Minato, remember to treat us. When everyone heard the noise, they all stopped sensing and ran over to congratulate Minato. At the same time, he also expressed his envy and resentment. People are better than others. Why didn't they succeed? It seems that not everyone can learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, if it weren't for this ninjutsu would have been rampant long ago. At this time, in the forest more than 1,000 meters away, Tianyi also sensed that a Flying Thunder God coordinate was activated. The next moment, he forcibly took over this coordinate and teleported back through this coordinate. Seeing Minato beside him, he raised his eyebrows and said, Minato, you succeeded. Congratulations. It only took half an hour to succeed. It seems that you have a high talent for space. It should be easy to learn the Flying Thunder God technique and use it in actual combat in the future. Thank you very much. Minato listened, smiled, and thanked him, then asked, this shouldn't be so easy to learn, right? I sensed an extremely complex sealing technique in this Flying Thunder God Kunao, moreover, the spatial coordinates are formed by the sealing formula. To learn this, don't I have to learn advanced sealing techniques first? This thing is not so easy to learn. It requires a lot of knowledge and understanding. Minato's comprehension is not bad, but his knowledge is far behind. Besides, Tianyi has already taught him so many good things. Isn't it too shameless to ask Tianyi to teach him Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique? Minato was very conflicted when thinking about this. He wanted to learn very much, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Tianyi saw his dilemma, patted his shoulder with a smile and said, when did you become so are you shy? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. I have taught you Chinese martial arts, Chakra Jyotian moving method, and Tianyi meditation method. Is this all you need? I hope you become stronger and stronger, so that you can better help me achieve my first goal in the future, right? Anyway, Minato has this talent, and even if he doesn't teach himself, Jiraiya and the third generation will definitely discover it and teach it in the future. In this case, why not do it myself? Let Minato owe me more, cut off some of his ties with the third generation, and let him help me more wholeheartedly in the future? As for whether or not to let Minato become Jiraiya's apprentice in the future, Tianyi himself hasn't thought about it yet, let's wait and see. Indeed. Shikaku and the others smiled when they heard this. Shikaku advised Minato, Minato, don't think too much. Anyway, we have already paid back what we owed to Tianyi. What's the point of owing more? Relation. Hasn't it been decided that you will work for him for the rest of your life? What's there to hesitate about? If I had this talent, I would have spoken directly. Others followed suit, that's it. That's it. Thank you everyone. Minato listened, nodded to everyone with emotion, then looked at Tianyi, bowed solemnly and said, Tianyi, I want to learn Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique from you. Please teach me. Please. As for how he would devote his whole life to Tianyi in the future, he did not say anything more. Because he felt that there was no need to say more, he would do it for Tianyi to see later. No problem. Tianyi smiled and helped him up, patted Minato's shoulder and said, just like you said, if you want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you must first learn the walking seal technique, so, you have to start by learning the sealing technique. I am still learning about this aspect, it just so happens that Kushina and I are both learning the sealing technique from Lady Mito right now. I'll take you to see Lady Mito and ask her if she's willing to teach you one more thing. This will save a lot of trouble and effort, how about it? If I teach by myself, I will have to create an extra shadow clone, which will make me more tired. Tianyi thinks it is unnecessary. He's only 5 years old. I can do anything. Sorry for bothering you. Minato nodded gratefully. That's Lady Mito. The wife of the first generation, the former princess of the Uzumaki clan, probably the person with the highest attainments in the art of sealing in the ninja world. Being able to learn the sealing technique from her is an opportunity that countless people desire but cannot obtain. Tianyi was really good to him. If he wasn't a man, he would have wanted to marry her. That's settled then. Everyone can continue to try to sense the spatial coordinates in the Flying Thunder God's dagger to see if they have any spatial talent. I'll take Minato to see Master Mito first. Tenuka said something to Shikaku and the others, then called Minato and left quickly. It took me about 10 minutes to get to Uzumaki Mito's yard, knocked on the door and walked in. Xiao Tianyi, why did you come here in person? And you brought a friend with you, is there something going on? Uzumaki Mito saw Tianyi and Minato walk in and asked with some confusion. Kushina and Tianyi's shadow clone were also somewhat curious. However, the shadow clone, who was only 10 years old, looked at Minato and had a rough guess in his mind. 0147050009 Falcon 1033000560 That's right. Tianyi immediately pushed Minato forward, patted his shoulder and said to Uzumaki Mito, I just learned the Flying Thunder God technique, then, my friends all wanted to try and see if they had this talent. It turns out that Minato really has a talent for space, and it's pretty good. It took only half an hour to successfully sense and activate the spatial coordinates in my Flying Thunder God dagger. I promised to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique, but if he wants to learn this he needs to learn certain sealing techniques first, so, I would like to ask you to teach him some sealing techniques as well, is that okay? Oh. Uzumaki Mito listened and looked at Minato. Namikaze Minato meets Mito-sama. Minato immediately bowed deeply to Uzumaki Mito respectfully with a very sincere attitude. This made Uzumaki Mito have a good impression of him. Of course you can. Uzumaki Mito nodded and said, it's rare to meet someone with this talent who can reproduce the Flying Thunder God technique. Okay. I believe Tobirama's spirit in heaven would be happy too. The more geniuses Konoha has, the better. Especially since this person is a companion recognized by Tianyi. P.S. New book is on the shelves. Please place your first order or custom order. Chapter 60. Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank Master Mito. Tianyi heard this and happily pushed Minato. Thank you, Mito-sama. Minato also quickly bowed to express his gratitude again, feeling extremely excited. You're welcome. From today on, you should send one shadow clone to learn the sealing technique from me every day. Uzumaki Mito waved his hand and gave a warning, then looked at Tianyi and said in surprise, you, kid, actually learned the Flying Thunder God technique? And so fast? It seems that your spatial talent is amazing. I'm afraid it's much stronger than Tobirama, but I guess Tobirama wouldn't be too happy if he knew that you, an Uchiha, had learned his signature jutsu. Hehe. She was actually looking forward to seeing this scene. It must be very interesting. There are not many things or people that can make Senju Tobirama feel embarrassed and uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara counts as one, and Tianyi is probably counted as half now. Hey! Second generation. Tianyi heard this, touched the back of his head and smiled, maybe there will be a chance for him to know in the future. Reanimation Jutsu Uzumaki. It is indeed not in the Senju inheritance given by Mito. Apparently, they were all taken into the village by Senju Tobirama, and the family did not keep such dangerous forbidden beds. But let's not talk about whether Orochimaru will steal it in the future. When the third generation is driven out of power in the future, Tianyi can naturally take it and learn some things, or even improve it. He also wanted to use this as a basis, combined with the self-reincarnation technique, to see if he could come up with a true resurrection technique. Uzumaki Mito frowned upon hearing this and looked at Tianyi and said, are you planning to secretly learn reanimation jutsu and revive Tobirama? How can you say it's stealing? When Tianyi heard this, he immediately said with a straight face, after Tsunade-sensei becomes the fourth Hokage, I will learn directly and openly. Why should I steal? Ha! Uzumaki Mito looked at Tianyi in astonishment, not caring about what to say about reanimation jutsu, and asked, what fourth generation? Tsunade is going to be the fourth Hokage? Why haven't I heard her say that? At the same time, she was thinking in her mind, indeed, they have already torn their faces with Sarutobi Hiruzen and have become opponents. Although it was called checks and balances, she also knew that this situation could not continue forever. One day one side will gain the upper hand. With Tianyi's talent, their defeat by Sarutobi and Hiruzen in the future is foreseeable. She had actually considered helping Tianyi become Hokage in the future. After all, everything is suitable, both innate and natural. It's time for Uchiha to have a Hokage. This will help Uchiha to fully integrate into Konoha. It's only good for Konoha. But I didn't expect Tianyi to say that he wanted Tsunade to be the fourth generation? Hey! Because this is what I thought. Tianyi smiled at Kide. You? Why? With your talent and character, it would be the best choice for you to become the fourth generation, right? Uzumaki Mito asked in confusion. The Uchiha must really want to support Tenika to become Hokage, right? No. Tianyi shook his head, I'm too young. Prestige and other things also need enough time to accumulate, but I don't want to stay in the third Hokage position for too long, so it would be most appropriate for Tsunade-sensei to transition to the fourth generation and for me to become the fifth generation. What do you think? In fact, these things should be communicated to Uzumaki Mito to facilitate mutual cooperation later. He believed that Uzumaki Mito would not refuse. There's no way to refuse. After all, she had already signed a contract with Tianyi and was on the pirate ship, so she couldn't do anything to harm Tianyi. The two sides are completely tied up. That's quite true. Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding, but then shook his head and said, but Monkey's power is becoming more and more consolidated, and he has many supporters in the village. It is almost impossible for you to drive him out of office in a short period of time. And, let alone you, Tsunade's strength, prestige and achievements are also far from enough to replace Monkey as the fourth Hokage. Have you considered these? Don't underestimate the third generation. This BD is quite resourceful. He is also good at winning people's hearts. Nature. Tianyi nodded affirmatively and said, in terms of strength, Teacher Tsunade has the magical skills I taught him, and I think he will soon be able to break through to the true Kage level, so, don't worry about that at all. The problem of insufficient prestige of teachers and too high prestige of the third generation can be easily solved. After the Second Ninja World War begins, with our help and planning, the teacher will naturally gain enough merit and prestige. At the same time, given the character of the third generation, the Second Ninja World War will definitely result in the sacrifice of a large number of ninjas. As long as we add fuel to the flames and manipulate public opinion, we will definitely be able to greatly undermine the prestige of the third generation and create sufficient conditions for the teacher to be promoted to the age position. In addition, I have a package of industrial plans that will be gradually implemented in the next few years. This will help us gradually attract enough interest allies and supporters. With the three combined, it should be easy for the teacher to become the fourth Hokage after the Second Ninja World War. What do you think, Grandma Mito? Speaking of manipulating public opinion, Tianyi feels that after making more money, he should start to lay out the newspaper media position, gradually control the mouthpiece of public opinion, and prepare for future momentum and to guard against the public opinion war between third generation and Danzo. The Second Ninja World War. Uzumaki Mito listened, looked at Tianyi with a puzzled look and asked, why do you think the Second Ninja World War will break out next? Minato and Kushina also looked at Tianyi with a look of surprise. I couldn't help but recall what Tianyi said a few days ago about the root cause of the Ninja World War, and I vaguely understood it. Isn't this obvious? Tianyi spread his hands and said, the ninja world has been peaceful for so many years. The major ninja villages are constantly accumulating strength, and there are more and more ninjas in the villages. The resources and money needed to be consumed are increasing. Each ninja will be assigned fewer and fewer tasks. An overly powerful ninja village will also cause the fear of the daimyo of various countries. The only way to solve these problems is to start a new round of Ninja World War. This will reduce the number of ninjas in the major ninja villages, whether it's taking resources from other ninja villages or losing some ninjas to reduce resource demand. Eventually, the supply and demand of the major ninja villages will be restored to balance. At the same time, it can also weaken the major ninja villages, so that the daimyo of each country can feel at ease, kill multiple birds with one stone, even if the major ninja villages are unwilling to start a new ninja world war. The daimyo will push it forward through secret means. Not to mention, can the more ambitious ninja villages really resist starting a war to plunder? Let's not even talk about the aggressive ninja villages like Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. I heard from my family that there is a demigod Hanzo in the Rain Shinobi village in the Rain country. He is very powerful and has great ambitions. Currently, it is encroaching on the surrounding small countries. Even the Iron Country is within its range of aggression. Such a powerful and ambitious person would certainly not be satisfied with just annexing a few small countries. He might want to make the Rain Country the 6th largest country, and the Rain Shinobi village the 6th largest ninja village. If he wants to achieve this, he must embezzle the land resources of the 3 countries around him. From all these factors, we can infer that the Second Ninja World War is not far away. It will probably be within 3 to 5 years. This is a crisis for Konoha and them, but also an opportunity for them. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Hiss. Uzumaki Mito and the others gasped after hearing Tianyi's analysis. Because they think what they say makes sense. Especially Uzumaki Mito, she discovered that Tianyi had such a thorough understanding of the nature of the ninja world, the nature of war, and the nature of daimyo. Some of them she hadn't even considered before. For example, in order to weaken the major ninja villages, the daimyo would deliberately and secretly promote the outbreak of the ninja war. But after Uzumaki Mito thought about it for a while, he felt that it made sense. In this way, she began to realize that the one country, one ninja village model that Tianyi had originally proposed was fundamentally wrong. Unfortunately, I can't think about so much now. Since Tianyi has already deeply understood these problems, let him solve them later. Uzumaki Mito believes that Tianyi can solve it. So, should we get ready? We don't have much time left. Uzumaki Mito pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. Tianyi nodded affirmatively, and then the two had a detailed discussion on the Second Ninja World War. After coming up with a rough plan, Tianyi took Minato and left. This kid is truly a natural-born leader. He is truly suitable to be a member of the fifth generation. Looking at Tianyi's receding back, Mizuto Minamimichi. DB. At this time, Tianyi's shadow clone raised his hand and said, Grandma Mito, I'm actually still here. I feel embarrassed to be praised like this. Forget it, kid. Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned when he heard this, but then he realized what was happening and glared at the sky in anger. How could you be embarrassed when you are so thick-skinned? Forget it. Stop talking nonsense. Let's continue learning the sealing technique. She will also have to think about how to communicate these things to Tsunade, and then find a way to convince her to compete for the fourth Hokage. Based on her understanding of Tsunade, this matter might require some thought. Currently, Tsunade has no intention of becoming Hokage. This girl is so lazy. She is most afraid of trouble. And the Hokage is the biggest trouble. But Noeki always talks about becoming Hokage. But from Uzumaki Mito's point of view, it was a bit of a stretch for this kid to be the Senjo clan leader, let alone the Hokage. He just doesn't have the brains for it. In her opinion, Noeki was even dumber than Hashirama. If Hashirama hadn't had Tobirama to help him handle various matters, he would not have been able to be a good Hokage. This guy has amazing fighting talent and strength, but when it comes to handling government affairs, he doesn't have any talent at all, but he's almost there. When I got home for dinner that night, Tianyi told his father about the time he bought the Flying Thunder God dagger. 0, Dad, I found out that the weapons business is a highly profitable industry. It just so happens that I spent some time today to break through steel making and forging. First, you support me to build a small blast furnace and forging equipment at home. When the experiment is successful, the family will take the lead and win over some weapon dealers and families in the village. It would be best if we can also bring the village together to create a steel manufacturing and sales company. What do you think? It just so happens that you want to gradually expand and implement the merit pavilion, reform the merit system, and reform the clan school and mission hall. Do they all require a lot of money? This is very suitable, absolutely huge profits. Tianyi finished speaking and looked at his father. Steel production? Weapons sales? Uchiha Nobuhiko was also stunned when he heard this, and asked in surprise, you just went to buy a dagger, and you thought of so much. Even the upgraded steel making and forging technology has been researched. However, thinking about the heaven-defying skills that Tianyi taught him and the evil deeds of his youngest son, Xinyan suddenly felt that it seemed quite reasonable. Well, he is almost used to it. Okay. This is a good thing. Your father agrees. Therefore, Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in agreement without much hesitation, and then said, just tell me how much research and experimental funds you need. If you need any equipment or materials, remember to tell me. I hope to complete the verification as soon as possible so that we can put it into production and make money. But do we really need to bring together a part of the weapons and a part of the branch house clan, and even call on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? He was very reluctant. Since my son is so confident, it must be a project that can make a lot of money. 0, it's a pity to give so much to outsiders. It hurts. It's not the third generation, it's konoha. Tianyi shook his head. Only if the village participates in the investment and endorses it, can this project be truly established and will not be truly obstructed and aborted. This part of the shares is held in the name of the village, not given to the third generation personally. When he leaves office, these shares will remain on the village's books and make money for the village. Do you understand what I mean? It means public and private. I understand. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in realization, frowning as he said, but there's not much difference. They made money, but with the greedy nature of the third generation, they will definitely embezzle it for their own benefit. In their hands, to develop their Sarutobi clan. So, he was unwilling. Isn't this aiding the enemy? There's nothing we can do about it. Tianyi shrugged and said, at this stage, this industry cannot do without the support of the village, and the village also needs to resist the pressure from the daimyo. Fortunately, in my plan, I don't plan to let the third generation sit in the position of Hokage for too long, so it won't have much impact when he steps down. Let him spit out what he swallowed in multiples. Then, Tianyi told his father about the fourth generation fifth Hokage plan that he had discussed with Uzumaki Mito. Really? Uchiha Nobuhiko's blood boiled when he heard this. This is really great. Finally we've waited for this day. Uchiha, will finally become Hokage. He was full of confidence at this time. There was no way. Tianyi had already made a detailed plan and even convinced Uzumaki Mito to stand on his side. How could he fail? Does not exist. Immediately, Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at Tianyi seriously and said, let's do as you say regarding the steel industry and weapons production. Let the third generation be proud for a few more years. We will settle accounts with them when the time comes. Humph. Oh right. You speculated that the Second Ninja World War is about to break out? Is that accurate? How many years will it take? After he has found out, he can prepare in advance. If a war breaks out, people will die. Within 3 to 5 years. Tianyi directly cried. Also, something might happen in the Whirlpool country in the near future. Dad would like to trouble you to secretly send 1 or 2 teams of people you can absolutely trust to the Whirlpool country to investigate and see if there is anything unusual there. Often. If there's any change over there, we can immediately provide reinforcements or something. After all, the Senjo can be said to be our staunch ally at the moment, so the Uzumaki clan is also a natural target for us to win over. Tianyi said to his father again. Ha! Now, not only Uchiha Nobuhiko, but also Uchiha Kakamai looked at Tianyi in astonishment. Why do you think something bad is going to happen in the Whirlpool country in the near future? The two were very confused. My son has never left Konoha, so how could he know what's happening in the land of whirlpools thousands of miles away? This doesn't make sense. Tianyi shook his head and patiently explained, actually, it's because of the upcoming Second Ninja World War. Uchiha Nobuhiko said he didn't understand. Is there any connection between the two? It can't be that they are trying to eliminate an ally of Konoha? That's too far-fetched. With the third generation coming to power and the decline of Senju, Kunyi's current relationship and connection with the Whirlpool Kingdom is actually not as close as before. P.S. Please customize it. Chapter 61. Not at all. Tianyi shook his head and said, actually it's about the sealing technique and the Jinkraki. This matter is all Mito-sama's fault. She was the one who sealed the 9 tails into her body with the sealing technique, becoming the tailed beast Jinkraki, controlling the power of the tailed beasts and intimidating other ninja villages. These ninja villages felt threatened by the Jinkraki. At the same time, it also inspired them to realize that the power of the tailed beasts can be controlled and utilized in this way. Then, each of their Jinkraki experiments began, but the sealing techniques of the major ninja villages are very ordinary and far from meeting the requirements for successfully creating Jinkraki, so, the Uzumaki clan, who are isolated overseas, have less contact with Konoha, and master extremely powerful sealing techniques, naturally became their primary target. In addition, the power structure of the Whirlpool country, where the ninja clan controls a country and the daimyo and ninja village are united, is probably also an eyesore in the eyes of the daimyo of the major countries. It's fine if no ninja village is willing to provoke them, so just ignore him. Since there are several ninja villages that want to take action against him, the daimyo of the major countries would probably be very willing to add fuel to the fire and get rid of this annoying target. The only thing is that the destruction of the Whirlpool country has become inevitable. Of course, whether the Uzumaki clan is destroyed or not is not that important. The major ninja villages want the sealing technique, and the daimyos of various countries want to erase the Whirlpool country that is the unity of the ninja villages and countries, that's all. Is that so? Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kakamai both nodded in understanding after hearing this. All the key issues were clarified at once. But how did you know that the major ninja villages were conducting Jinkraki experiments? Uchiha Nobuhiko suddenly had an idea and couldn't help but look at Tianyi suspiciously and asked. Tianyi said calmly, the clan library has a lot of information and miscellaneous books collected in recent years. I saw some from 4-3 inferred from some hearsay, any questions? No. Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and quickly shook his head, I'm just a little curious about how you are so well informed. I will send people to the Whirlpool country to gather information as soon as possible. If there is any change, I will ask them to pass the news back immediately. Is it too late? Tianyi asked suspiciously. You underestimated Uchiha, didn't you? Uchiha Nobuhiko raised his eyebrows proudly and said, we Uchiha have established a summoning contract with the Ninja Cat clan for generations. When the time comes, I will send a few people who have contracted with Ninja Cats to go with us. If there is any abnormality, just pass the message through the Ninja Cat. However, the message can be delivered back in time. On the contrary, even if we receive the message, it may be too late for us to go over and provide support. This is easy to solve. Tianyi smiled after hearing this, and took the box of Flying Thunder God daggers from the table beside him, put it down, opened it, took out 2 daggers, handed them to his father, and said, I have mastered the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. When the time comes, you can give these 2 Flying Thunder God daggers to the 2 teams respectively. When the time comes, I can use the coordinates of this Flying Thunder God dagger to teleport directly there with support. Definitely in time. What? Uchiha Nobuhiko and Kakamai saw the Flying Thunder God dagger and picked up one with a look of horror on their faces. Xinyan looked at the sky and asked, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Where did you get it from? Tianyi raised his eyebrows and said, didn't I tell you? After I signed the contract with Lady Mito that day, she copied all the inheritance of the Senju clan and gave it to me. This naturally includes the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that he has never mentioned this matter to his father. Ha! Uchiha Nobuhiko was also shocked and opened his mouth wide, such an important thing, you didn't tell me before? UBD. What about this inheritance? This is the entire heritage of the Senju clan. This is of great importance considering that the Uchiha tradition is largely controlled by the Uchiha Madara scroll. I didn't bring it back. Tianyi shrugged and said, the seal scroll is 1 or 2 meters long. If I dare to take it out from the Senju tribe, the 3rd generation and Danzo will know about it immediately. When that happens, they will only keep an eye on me more and try to take it away from me. I hate trouble. So, I'll leave it with Master Mito for now. I can go there anytime I want to learn, and it's safe, so there's no need to take it back for now. In addition, at this point, Tianyi glanced at his father and said, you don't want to take it back and send it directly to the clan library for all clan members to exchange or check, right? The spies would also tell the 3rd generation about it immediately, besides, it was given to me, so it's hard to pass it on, right? Once the clan is unified, the merit pavilion and the new merit system are implemented, I will select some ninjutsu inheritances that the clan members can use and put them in the merit pavilion for them to exchange. You should keep more of it on my side. He had taken a cursory look at the inheritance, and found that there were many ninjutsu and secret techniques that were not suitable for too many people to know. There are many ancient secrets in it, which are also not suitable for too many people to know, so they will not be included in the merit pavilion. Is that so? Yes, you are more thoughtful. Let's do as you say. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko calmed down, nodded and agreed. He thought of something and said, but are you planning to teleport a large group of people there? Are you sure your chakra can hold up? Even if your chakra grows very fast, it is only at the level of an ordinary Jainin. You can't carry many people for such a long distance, right? He could guess without even thinking that the Flying Thunder God technique would consume more energy if more people were transported and the distance was farther. Don't worry. Tianyi was slightly stunned after hearing this, then waved his hand and said, I have already considered this, I will solve it. He really has no way to do it at the moment, but he can use cheats to gain sudden enlightenment and comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique to the peak in the shortest time possible, and even surpass the 2nd Hokage and further improve and upgrade it. We will definitely find a way. Okay. Just have confidence in yourself. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and did not ask any further questions. Since Tianyi said he had considered it, he would definitely be able to solve the problem. He is my Uchiha Nobuhiko's evil son. For the steel mill, please give me a list of materials as soon as possible so that I can prepare it for you as soon as possible. the sooner this is verified and the sooner the company is established, the more funds and prestige your father will gain for the reform. Uchiha Nobuhiko warned Tianyi. He was completely absorbed in the matter. Sure. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Tian nodded and agreed. After dinner, he took a shower first. Then, I returned to my bedroom, sat cross-legged, and silently said in my heart, I made a wish. How can I develop a new idea to allow me to create something that can teleport hundreds of people over long distances with my current strength without causing any negative impact on me? Use 18 wishes to increase your comprehension to the maximum for the next 5 minutes, and you can create enlightenment. Oh? 18 times? It's a lot, but it's worth it. Immediately, Tianyi made another wish. I make a wish, consume 18 wishes, and your comprehension in the next 5 minutes will be raised to the highest level. Buzz. The next moment, Tianyi felt that his thinking speed, sensitivity, and inspiration had increased by thousands of times. The whole person directly enters a state of enlightenment. He did not dare to waste time and immediately began to comprehend the Flying Thunder God technique wholeheartedly. Combined with his mastery of sealing techniques and his super cage level spatial aptitude, countless insights emerged. His understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique began to soar. Moreover, during this process, he also discovered many imperfections and made adjustments immediately. Soon, his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique was elevated to the peak of the second-generation theory. Then, in a state of enlightenment, Tianyi broke this theoretical limit effortlessly, and combined his own understanding of space and sealing techniques, and so on, he continued to improve and create. Finally, before the end of 5 minutes, a new version of Flying Thunder God technique was created that can greatly reduce the transmission cost of carrying people or not carrying people over ultra-long distances. At the same time, a teleportation spell array was created that uses other people's chakra to share the cost of teleporting others. Phew! Done. Now, we don't have to worry about not having enough chakra when carrying too many people over long distances. Coming out of his epiphany, he took a long breath, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself. In addition, my understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique is now completely thorough and has even surpassed its peak. As long as I practice it and realize these insights, my Flying Thunder God's difficulties will be greater than I can imagine. Thinking of this, Tianyi tried it immediately. Lift your hands a little on the floor. Suddenly, an olive-sized Flying Thunder God spell took shape and then disappeared. It's done. Now, I can instantly engrave my exclusive Flying Thunder God spell on any object at any time without having to prepare the Flying Thunder God dagger in advance. Moreover, my Flying Thunder God technique is not only extremely stable, but also consumes less chakra and is more concealed. It can't be stolen and borrowed by other ninjas who have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It's perfect. God Lien thought excitedly. On the other hand, he can now use the Flying Thunder God mark stolen from others to teleport. For example, at this moment he could sense the existence of thousands of Flying Thunder God techniques in many places in Konoha and even in the ninja world. These things, the Flying Thunder God seal left by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Tisk tisk. This guy is also a jerk. He actually laid so many Flying Thunder God marks in the ninja world. Not only are they spread across the 5 major ninja villages and 5 major countries, but there are also many in the Uchiha tribe's territory. That's quite impressive. Under such circumstances, how did you die at the hands of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the Lightning Country? Can't you just teleport and escape? Tianyi was very confused. Tianyi could only say that the statement that the chakra was exhausted and the Flying Thunder God technique could not be activated was nonsense. It's just a chakra. If you squeeze it and overdraw it, won't it appear? In the face of life and death crisis, what does it matter if you lose some life? Instead, he thought that the second generation might have been taken away by Jinjiao and Yinjiao in an amber bottle or a red gourd and died. Or, it is possible that he was killed by Jinjiao and Yinjiao who blocked the Flying Thunder God technique with a space barrier. Of course, we have to ask Senju Tobirama himself how he died. I've decided. Next time I revive him with impure world reincarnation, I'll ask him this question. Hee. Tianyi touched his chin, he said with a wicked smile. Then, Tianyi stood up and instantly carved some Flying Thunder God marks on all sides of the bedroom. Then, swish, swish, swish. It began to flicker all over the bedroom like flashes of light. After doing it dozens of times, Tianyi felt a little dizzy and stopped. Then the dizziness quickly returned. Hey! This space has high aptitude, which is great. Dizziness recovers quickly. Also, the Flying Thunder God technique, which is like sublimation, has low consumption indeed. For this kind of ultra-short and intense teleportation, the energy consumption is almost negligible. Tianyi let out a long sigh, rubbed his eyebrows, and soon perked up, thinking with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Of course, he knew that this was not the only reason why he perfected and sublimated the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, it was because he had already practiced the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique to the pinnacle. In this way, the practical value of Flying Thunder God technique is further enhanced. However, there are still obvious weaknesses and flaws. It would be great if I could teleport directly based on my perception without using coordinates. Tianyi imagined with some regret. But this is already a real magical power. He knows without making a wish or asking that it will take a lot of wishes to realize this magical power of teleportation. For the time being, he doesn't have that many wishes to waste. It's enough. You can try to use your mental power to imprint the Flying Thunder God spell remotely, although this is not as convenient as teleporting directly, it is much better than planting the Flying Thunder God spell through physical contact. Thinking of this, Tianyi immediately started trying it. However, his home was not suitable, so he directly locked onto a coordinate left by Senju Tobirama, which was more than 30 kilometers away from Konoha, and teleported there with a swish. When I got here, I found that this was a rocky hill in the forest. No one, even the small animals, were scared away by his sudden appearance. Only then did he feel at ease and start trying. He simply expanded his spiritual perception to a radius of 653 meters. He locked onto a stone on the west side and tried to use his mental power to carve a mark on the stone from a distance. As a result, the process went surprisingly smoothly. He easily controlled his mental power to carve a Flying Thunder God mark across more than 600 meters. Then, swish, he teleported over. It's done. Ha ha ha. Now, my ability to survive and my ability to fight will be greatly increased. Tianyi couldn't help but raised his head and laughed. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. However, considering his high level of understanding of the upgraded version of Flying Thunder God technique and his powerful control over his mental strength, he felt that this was justifiable. He succeeded once, but he did not rush back. Instead, he continued to try counting his breaths. He didn't stop until he had made hundreds and thousands of contacts, and the time required for engraving had changed from several seconds to 1/10 of a second at the very end, when he could instantly engrave the Flying Thunder God mark through the air. Hey! This way of practicing Flying Thunder God technique, the consumption of chakra is indeed not a big deal, but the consumption of mental strength is not small. It seems that I have to work hard to practice the meditation method in the eye-opening method and continuously improve my mental strength. Tianyi rubbed his swollen brows with a tired look on his face, thought for a while, then locked onto a Flying Thunder God mark in his bedroom and teleported home. After taking off his sweaty clothes, he went to the bathroom to take a shower before sitting cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate to restore his mental strength. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, his mental strength was restored and improved a little, so he began to practice the chakra moving method. He didn't go to bed until 10 o'clock in the evening. A few days later, early in the morning, after breakfast. After Tianyi assigned a few shadow clones to do some work, the original body still did not go to the secret training base. Instead, he went straight to Uzumaki Mito's house and met Tsunade. Hey! You're here. Have you had breakfast? Seeing Tianyi walk into the living room, Tsunade smiled and waved hello. Tianyi, would you like to eat something? Uzumaki Mito and Kushina also greeted. Brother Tianyi. Noeki also smiled and waved to Tianyi. No need. I just ate. Tianyi smiled and shook his head, looking at Tsunade and said, Teacher. Yesterday you told me that Shadow Clone had finished the Pharmacy Research Institute, is that true? P.S. Please customize. Chapter 62. Certainly. Tsunade nodded affirmatively, it took me more than half a month, but I finally got it done. Come with me to inspect it later. If you think it's okay, we can start researching it today. I can't wait. Not only to research life potions as soon as possible, but also to research nutritional potions and other things, so as to make money as soon as possible. She is almost dying of poverty. As for why they are in such a hurry to research the life potion? Because, Tsunade feels that the practice of Chinese martial arts and chakra jyotian moving method is still not safe. He was worried that his grandmother would not live to see the point where she could practice these skills to prolong her life, so he passed away directly. Then won't you regret it to death? It's always good to be more prepared. She doesn't want to regret it in the future. Good. Tianyi naturally had no objection, he had been waiting for several days. Soon, after Tsunade and the others finished their breakfast, Tianyi left a shadow clone to continue learning the sealing technique from Uzumaki Mito, and his real body, led by Tsunade, came to a large courtyard next door. Here it is. The above-ground buildings are not very high, so some simple research work can be done here, but for the sake of confidentiality, I have placed most of the research work and instruments in underground spaces. Come with me. After Tsunade showed Tianyi around the ground floor, he took him through a sealed barrier entrance and into the basement. The entire basement is over 1,000 square meters and is about 5 meters high. As soon as Tianyi took a quick look, he found that the edge of this place was sealed with a very strong seal. At the same time, many areas were divided within the space, and water, electricity, and other facilities were installed, making it very bright. Various research instruments are also installed and placed in different areas according to categories, which is quite complete. How is it? Are you satisfied? Is there anything that needs to be adjusted? After taking Tianyi for a walk here, Tsunade crossed her arms and asked with a smile. Satisfied? It's already very good. It seems that you really put a lot of thought into this. Tianyi smiled and nodded, and couldn't help asking, the barrier here doesn't look simple, it shouldn't be something you can figure out, teacher? Judging from the style, it's the work of Master Mito, 09 you can see that. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said, it seems that you have really learned the essence from Grandma. Yes, this is the barrier that I asked Grandma to set up personally. I believe that no one in the ninja world can easily break this barrier, no one can sneak in here without us. The barrier here is called the 5 elements sealing barrier. I heard that it was you who created it and taught it to Grandma. Since his disciple is already able to create such an advanced sealing technique, one can imagine how much he has improved in the sealing technique during this period of time. However, considering that he was able to create such magical skills as Chinese martial arts, chakra moving method, etc., this doesn't seem to be a big deal. Now Tsunade is glad that he chose to take Tianyi as his apprentice. This is really the right step. I made a lot of money. Speaking of this, she should actually thank the 3rd generation. But considering that the 3rd generation had recently fallen out with her grandmother and wanted to target Tianyi, and considering that she knew that the reason why Senjo's elite were wiped out in a few years ago was because of the conspiracy and harm by the 3rd generation and Danzo, Tsunade no longer needs to say that she is grateful to the 3rd generation. Now she both respects and hates the 3rd generation. Moreover, the little respect that is left is constantly being eroded, and no one knows when it will be completely gone. That's right. Tianyi nodded affirmatively. There are still some strange creatures in the ninja world that can ignore most of the existing barriers and come and go freely, so for safety reasons, I created this sealing barrier technique. As long as it belongs to the 5 elements, this thing will not be able to ignore the existence of the barrier and sneak in. Yes. I'm talking about white Zetsu. But Tsunade obviously didn't know about the existence of white Zetsu. After hearing what Tianyi said, she immediately wondered, there is such a thing? Is it true? Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? Tianyi shook his head speechlessly. I call that thing white Zetsu. When there is a chance in the future, I can catch a few and study them with you. This thing has great research value. Maybe we can develop a product that will amaze you and me. Whether it is the fact that white Zetsu can transform into the appearance of a corresponding ninja almost flawlessly by absorbing chakra and can simulate the opponent's abilities, or its super stealth ability, wood style ability and flesh and blood compatibility, they are all very worth studying. White Zetsu. Then I'll be looking forward to it. I hope it comes soon. Tsunade nodded, then asked, shall we start researching today? Which potion shall we start with? Tianyi nodded affirmatively and said, okay, let's start today. How about studying nutritional medicine first? This is the simplest, and you can refer to the Bing Liang pills and many conditioning medicine formulas to a certain extent. The key is that the market for this is huge. As long as we develop it, we will make money. There shouldn't be much money left at the institute, right? The instruments here alone are worth nearly 20 million, not to mention the site construction. Tsunade probably used the remaining Senju personnel, and didn't calculate how much money it cost. That's right. Then let's start with the research on nutritional medicine. Tsunade nodded in agreement and immediately started to act with Tianyi. Because it was the first day, Tianyi did not use shadow clone, but used the original body. After a day of research, with Tianyi's terrifying comprehension, plus his accumulation of Chinese medicine in 2 lifetimes, as well as some references to drug formulas from the heritage of the Uchiha and Senju clans, and the assistance of Tsunade, the top medical ninja. The results are remarkable. Hey! Let's stop here for today. As expected, with complete, advanced instruments and sufficient materials, plus your help, the research progress has skyrocketed. At this rate, we should be able to complete the development of nutritional medicines and nutritional pills in half a month. There are even several levels of nutritional potions available. Seeing that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, Tianyi stopped and said to Tsunade with emotion. Your understanding and hands-on ability are too strong. Tsunade did not take credit for it. She just shook her head and looked at Tianyi with amazement. You are so smart that everything you do seems to be assisted by God. I can't imagine how great your achievements will be in the future. She is looking forward to it. Haha. Then just take your time and watch. Tianyi blinked mischievously, then tidied up the laboratory and left the underground laboratory with Tsunade. As a result, when I came out, I saw Kushina sitting in the lobby on the first floor, swinging her legs and looking around, waiting. Brother Tianyi, Sister Tsunade, you finally came out. Grandma asked me to call you to eat. Let's go. By now, Grandma must have prepared dinner. Seeing the 2 people appear, Kushina jumped up from her seat happily, and while speaking, she quickly ran to Tianyi, hugged him and spoke affectionately. Oh! Tsunade listened, waved her hand and said, then let's go. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Uzumaki Mito's house next door. Sure enough, Uzumaki Mito and Naoki were already sitting in the restaurant waiting. Are you back? Come over to eat. If you don't come, I will go and call you myself. In the future, you should pay attention to your time and health when doing research. Don't work too hard. When Uzumaki Mito saw the 2 people appear, he quickly stood up, asked them to sit down, and gave them instructions. Yes. Tianyi and the others naturally did not refute, they just nodded obediently, and then started to eat at Uzumaki Mito's invitation. How is it going? Is the research going well? What are you researching now? During the meal, Uzumaki Mito also asked curiously. It went very smoothly. Tianyi nodded affirmatively and said, we are currently researching nutritional medicines and nutritional pills. It is estimated that we will be able to successfully develop them in half a month. Then, Tianyi also roughly described the final effect of the nutritional pill. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up when he heard this. You said that this nutrient point can not only quickly replenish the nutrients needed by the human body and replenish the energy consumption of cells, but also has no side effects, and can even replace food to a certain extent. Isn't this a flawless version of Bing Liangwan? If this is true, then the effect will be huge. You should know that the nutrition of Bing Liang pills is relatively simple and there are side effects. They cannot be taken as meals, otherwise the body will suffer irreversible damage. The key point is that ordinary Bing Liang pills taste very bad. If Tianyi's nutritional pills really have no side effects, then they can greatly increase the ninja's endurance and ability to continue fighting and completing missions. This is much better than Bing Liang pills. Tsunade listened and continued with some pride, because this thing is very easy to digest and absorb. According to our calculations, the speed of the finished product to restore and replenish cell nutrition will be more than 10 times that of the Bing Liang pills. Def. Uzumaki Mito gasped after hearing this, the recovery speed of the Bing Liang pill is 10 times faster? Doesn't that mean that after taking it, it will take only a few minutes to restore a lot of cell energy? This has great strategic significance. It can be predicted that this nutritional pill will be sought after by ninjas in the future. It was even listed as a strategic material by major ninja villages. Of course, it is unrealistic to rely on nutritional pills to restore chakra infinitely. Because this thing mainly restores cell energy and physical strength, its effect on restoring mental strength is very low. At most, when the body is recovering, the spirit can be restored a little through the body's feedback to the spirit. But extremely limited. However, Tianyi's plan also includes developing a spiritual medicine, or a spirit-restoring pill. When combined with nutritional pills, it can really help people continuously restore their chakras and greatly extend their endurance. As long as the mind can hold on. What is the cost? Uzumaki Mito asked in a deep voice. This is very important. We can't be sure yet. We have to wait for half a month and study it thoroughly before we can find out. Tianyi shook his head. There are too many variables involved. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito listened, nodded in understanding, and said seriously, then don't leak any information about this nutritional pill before you succeed in developing it. When the research is successful, tell me as soon as possible so that I can make a specific judgment based on the situation. If you don't handle this kind of strategic thing that can affect the direction of the ninja world well, you will definitely not be able to keep it. Do you understand? Especially if the cost of the highly effective nutritional pill is very low, it will definitely drive the entire ninja world crazy about it. Konoha might not even be able to be saved, let alone Teniki and Tsunade alone. Is that so? I see. We'll pay attention. Tianyi and Tsunade listened and nodded in understanding. Uzumaki Mito was relieved some, then looked at Noeki and Kushina expressionlessly. Don't worry, Grandma, we won't tell anyone. The two of them hurriedly raised their hands to send the pipe. 347 Not enough, especially since you are not reliable with your words, Noeki, you should plant a seal on him. What do you think, Tianyi? Uzumaki Mito said, looking towards Tianyi Dao. DB. When Tianyi saw this, he was a little amused and said, if you want me to sign a contract with Noeki and teach him martial arts, just tell me directly. Given our relationship, I wouldn't refuse, right? There's no need to beat around the bush. Maybe Uzumaki Mito did keep it a secret, but he also wanted Noeki to make a contract with Tianyi as soon as possible, learn Chinese martial arts, and become stronger as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. According to Tianyi's calculations, the Second Ninja World War will probably be in a few years. She must prepare for the future and let Noeki have the ability to protect himself as soon as possible. After all, now that she has made her cards clear to the third generation and the others, they may have some reservations, but secretly, they will definitely find ways to trick Noeki and the others to death. Have to be on guard. After all, she had experienced the Sengoku era and would not naively pin her hopes on the enemy's fear and concerns. People. You still have to rely on yourself. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito listened, smiled apologetically and said, no way. This thing is too precious. I really feel ashamed to mention it, but Noeki does need this help, because his talent is not good enough, but his position makes him very dangerous. I can only shamelessly beg you for one day. May I? She didn't even know what to say in return to Tianyi. Because they have basically given everything they can, and she and Senju will fully support Tianyi in the future. No matter how much more, she didn't know what to give. Of course. I am also planning to sign a contract with Noeki brother soon. Tianyi did not refuse, as this was a way to further improve the relationship between the two parties. Anyway, I've already given Uzumaki and Mito to them, so one more Noeki doesn't matter. Immediately, he condensed a contract rune from his brow and sent it to Noeki, explaining the effect of the contract and the method of the contract. Under the guidance of Uzumaki Mito and the others, Noeki completed the contract immediately. Then, Tianyi directly taught Noeki the national martial arts, Tianyi chakra refining technique, chakra circulation method and meditation method. Thank you very much. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade met and thanked him again. 0147050009 Philo 1033104450. They believed that with these magical skills, Noeki would finally be able to perform better and quickly acquire the ability to protect himself. We are all family, no need to be so polite. You have helped me a lot. Tianyi smiled and waved his hand. After the meal, Noeki had initially digested this information. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 63. That's amazing. Tianyi, did you create all of these? You must be more powerful than my great-grandfather and second-grandfather, right? Noeki opened his eyes and praised Tianyi with a look of amazement. No, no. I'm still far away. I think it's good. You should practice hard in the future. Tianyi smiled and shook his head. This guy always speaks with the clarity of a college student. No wonder his original future was so easily ruined. Too naive and impulsive. Hey. I will. Noeki smiled and touched the back of his head, looked at Tianyi and swore, don't worry, I have received so much kindness from you today, from now on you will be my boss, and I will follow your lead. When Tianyi heard this, his forehead was filled with black lines. Do you want to hear what you are saying? Move. Sure enough, the next moment, Tsunade slapped Nawaki on the back of the head and scolded, "Be steady. Don't talk nonsense. What big brother? Tianyi is several years younger than Nawaki. Sis. You hit me again." Nawaki covered the back of his head and looked at his sister with resentment. Hee. When Tianyi and others saw it, they were all ichiraku. After dinner, Tianyi said goodbye and went home. In the next half-month, in addition to his daily practice, Tianyi had 2 more things to do, which were researching nutritional pills and tinkering with blast furnace steel making and mechanical hydraulic forging equipment in the underground space barrier he had opened up in his backyard. While his cultivation was improving steadily, the nutritional pills were the first to produce results. On this day, the underground laboratory of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was brightly lit. "Teacher, let's try to make it and verify it again. If we are sure there is no problem, we can finalize it, and then prepare for the construction of a factory company to start production and sales." "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get started. I can't wait to make a lot of money." Hee. After Tianyi and Tsunade completed the final re-verification and confirmed that the elixir was indeed fine, they could not help but cheer excitedly. "Ah! Finally got it done. It was not easy. Really." After half a month of research, even with the presence of Tianyi, the evildoer, they were still in a very bad situation. Especially when the 2 of them are just shadow clones and the original ones have to take care of other things. "We have successfully developed the formula for mass production of 3 types of nutritional pills. Let's go. Let's go find Grandma Mito. It's time to move on to the next step. If we want to build a pharmaceutical company, we can't do it with just the 2 of us. We can't handle it, and we can't handle it." Tianyi sorted out the information and sealed most of it into a space storage scroll. Only a compiled report on the nutritional pill product information was left. Then, with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the sealing scroll in his hand disappeared immediately. He teleported the things to an underground sealed space set up in his home. Tianyi had set up hundreds of extremely complex and interconnected seals in that sealed space, to ensure that no one can crack it in a short time. Even those who are not very grandmaster of sealing techniques cannot detect the existence of that space, let alone enter it. You've even used the Flying Thunder God technique to its full potential. When Tsunade saw Tianyi's move, although he had seen it more than once, he still couldn't help but show surprise and envy. She had also tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, this is a space-time ninjutsu, it's very powerful and useful, okay? It actually goes well with her super powerful punch. But unfortunately, she had no talent in this area and had to give up in the end. Not only her, Jiraiya and Orochimaru also tried and failed. Not bad. This thing is not difficult. Tianyi saw it and replied with a smile, but Tsunade sounded like he deserved a beating. Having talent means being willful. Tisk tisk. Tsunade said in a sour tone. Hey. All right. Let's go. Tianyi just smiled cheerfully after hearing that, picked up the nutritional pill product information report with one hand, and put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. The next moment, the 2 of them disappeared in the underground laboratory and appeared next to the pavilion in Uzumaki Mito's yard. It is worth mentioning that today they all went to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute that I went to. After all, when it comes to the most critical moment, I feel more at ease. You're here? It seems your nutritional pills were successful. Uzumaki Mito and the others were not surprised to see Tianyi and his companions appear. Uzumaki Mito asked directly. Yes. Success. Tianyi and Tsunade looked at each other and smiled. Tianyi stepped forward and released the shadow clone who stayed here to learn the sealing technique, then sat opposite Uzumaki Mito and handed the nutritional pill product information report in his hand to Uzumaki Mito and said, I have sorted out the product information about this nutritional pill, it's all in it. My teacher and I have divided the pills into 3 levels, low level, medium level, and high level, based on demand. Each of them can restore 80% of the cellular energy and physical strength of Genin, Chnin, and Janin at a time. Among them, the high-level nutritional pills are also very effective in restoring cage levels, and can restore 10% of the cellular energy of ordinary cage-level warriors. The corresponding manufacturing costs, the required basic medicinal materials, the conditions required to build a mass production factory, and the equipment and so on have all been calculated and listed. You can take a closer look. Apparently, Tianyi and Tsunade were well prepared this time. But it's not just about successfully researching the elixir. Oh! Even Uzumaki Mito was surprised when he heard this. He looked up at the sky, took the product information report and looked through it carefully. She knew without thinking that this thing must have been prepared by Moshi. My own granddaughter Tsunade is not as careful and thoughtful. A few minutes later, Uzumaki Mito finished reading the product information report in his hand, raised his head and handed it back to Tianyi. You have considered it very carefully, I have nothing to say. Originally, I asked you to come to me for discussion after you succeeded in your research. I was worried that the cost of the elixir was too low, and the benefits and strategic significance were too great for you to grasp. I wanted to help you check it out. Now it seems that my worries are not completely unnecessary. I've looked at it. The cost of these nutrient pills, especially the low-level and mid-level ones, is indeed not high. The profit margin is very large. Even the profit margins for advanced nutritional pills are huge, so, what are you going to do with this technology next? Tianyi listened and nodded in understanding. He took the document and said, I have thought about this a long time ago and discussed it with the teacher. We are going to set up a pharmaceutical company that integrates drug production and sales. My teacher and I invested in the company in the name of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute and held 40% of the company's shares by using our technology. Senjo and Uchiha will invest in the new company with capital or space, each holding 10% of the shares. The remaining 4 parts are divided into 8 parts and the major ninja villages are allowed to bid for distribution. Among them, it would be best to introduce 1 or 2 suppliers of medicinal materials. What do you think? Oh! Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows and looked at Tianyi in surprise. You are very thoughtful. Sure enough, you know how to balance all parties, then let's do as you say. With the Senjo and Uchiha, plus 8 ninja clans as shareholders, there will be no obstacles to establishing this company in Konoha. So, when are you going to hold a shareholder bidding meeting to finalize the hourly wage agreement? Besides, before that, you'd better prepare a batch of samples and send them together with the invitation letter to the ninja tribes or forces participating in the bidding, so that they can realize the value of this nutrient pill. That's right. At this point, Uzumaki Mito suddenly turned around and asked, have you done a good job of keeping the technology of this elixir confidential? If someone gets this medicine, how long will it take for them to research the specific formula and technology? This is very important. She was worried that Tianyi and Tsunade were too young and ignored this. Don't let the time come when you send the sample over and someone else immediately analyzes the formula and production technology from it, otherwise you'll be doomed. Don't worry about that. We have already considered this problem and solved it. Unless someone has a higher level of sealing skills than me, it will be possible to crack it. Even if you crack my seal, you still need strong knowledge of herbal medicine and medicine making, and it will take a lot of time to research these things. Tianyi and Tsunade looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Sealing technique. Uzumaki Mito was confused and said, we are not talking about nutritional pills? What does this have to do with sealing techniques? You're not going to put a seal on every pill, are you? Not to mention the difficulty and complexity of success, the cost alone must have skyrocketed, right? Almost. Tianyi smiled mysteriously, took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms, opened it, poured out a low-level nutrient pill, handed it to Uzumaki Mito, and said, Grandma Mito, use your mental power to carefully explore this pill. With your attainments in sealing techniques, you should be able to understand it. Then I'll have to take a closer look. Uzumaki Mito also became interested, and immediately took the pill, extended his mental power to cover the pill, and began to examine and analyze it. Soon, she discovered that there was a thin layer of sealing spell on the surface of the pill that covered the entire pill and was also connected to the 10 core sealing spell runes inside the pill. After a brief study, with her attainments in sealing techniques, she easily figured out the function of the sealing technique on the pill. Actually, the level and strength of this sealing technique is not high, it can even be said to be very low and very simple. But it is almost impossible to crack it. This is because once the sealing technique on the surface of the elixir is broken, the entire body will be affected and the sealing technique at the core of the elixir will automatically explode. This caused the elixir to self-destruct, and all the celebrations were over. Naturally, there is no way to study and analyze the ingredients of the elixir. In addition, she also discovered a peculiar feature of this technique, that is, when covered by saliva and stomach acid, this layer of sealing technique will automatically dissolve. But don't think you can use this method to crack the seal and get the elixir inside to analyze its medicinal properties. This is because, in the process of the sealing technique automatically dissolving, the medicinal properties of the elixir inside will also be quickly released. They disappeared almost instantly, leaving only energy that could be easily absorbed by humans. Hiss. Uzumaki Mito understood all this clearly, withdrew his mental power, raised his head, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, looking at Tianyi with a complicated expression. You really have mastered the sealing technique to its full potential, and you have also understood the greed of human nature to the ultimate level. Although this sealing technique is very simple, anyone who knows a certain amount of sealing techniques can understand it, but it is impossible to forcibly crack it and obtain the complete elixir. Tianyi took all aspects into consideration and blocked them. The key is that this sealing technique is very simple to brand. You can even make corresponding ninja tools to continuously brand and set this sealing technique, saving the trouble of manual labor. Trouble. Also, the mass production of your pills should require very little manpower. The key steps of refining the pills require special machines to be used with the ninja tools of the branding and sealing technique to complete them, right? Uzumaki Mito also asked questions. Because, this sealing technique needs to be formed synchronously with the elixir. This was probably what Tianyi did on purpose, in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of loopholes in the production process and stealing pills without branding and sealing techniques. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito felt a little numb. Too thin. Hey. That's right. You see it very clearly. Tianyi smiled and gave Uzumaki Mito a thumbs up. As you said, the level and complexity of this sealing technique are actually not high, and it can be easily replaced with a special sealing tool. Artificial branding, to put it bluntly, this thing is a special sealing technique I created specifically as an anti-theft lock. It has no other uses, but it is very useful and perfect for protecting your intellectual property rights. Now, you shouldn't worry about our prescription being analyzed and stolen, right? Having lived 2 lives, how could Tianyi not know the importance of protecting his technology from being analyzed and stolen? Therefore, in addition to various studies and researches in the past half-month, he also mastered this unique sealing technique. Even a corresponding sealing and branding ninja tool was made, which is very useful. Don't worry. Uzumaki Mito shook his head in amusement. Now I am worried about those who want to analyze the stolen technology and vomit blood. That's none of my business. Hehe. Tianyi smiled and asked, so, what do you think about setting the bidding meeting in 5 days? By then, I will have another technology and industry plan to announce and open to bid. It's just right to do it together. What he was talking about was naturally the new blast furnace steel making technology and mechanical forging technology. At present, he has completed the technical reproduction experiment, and the corresponding mechanical technology and samples have also been developed. A number of alloy steel weapons that can be regarded as magical weapons were also produced. Ha! Before Uzumaki Mito could speak, Tsunade looked at Tianyi in astonishment and said, in addition to practicing and researching nutritional pills, you have also developed other technologies and industries. Plan. Hey. Yes. Tianyi smiled and nodded, and then gave a brief introduction to his blast furnace steel making technology, mechanical forging technology, and the characteristics of alloy steel technologies with different properties. Tsunade et.al. You are not a human being. After a long silence, Tsunade couldn't help but complain. The others also nodded. Especially Minato and Kushina. They thought Tianyi was already very successful with the profitable Sahai restaurant some time ago, but they didn't expect that it would now create 2 more businesses that sounded very promising. In addition to his great ninja talent and extraordinary comprehension, his talent for making money is no less than the first 2. I'm convinced. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 64. Tianyi heard Tsunade's words and rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. Teacher, why are you swearing? Boom. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito also reached out and tapped Tsunade on the head, scolding her softly, girls, don't say dirty words. Even if Tianyi is indeed a bit inhumane. As she spoke, she looked at Tianyi with a complicated expression. Tsunade, you are strong and you are right. Then, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tianyi seriously and asked, not only will your steel-making technology increase production dramatically, but it will also greatly improve quality. This will have a huge impact on the existing weapons industry. Besides, when it comes to weapons, especially weapons of such high quality, the village cannot ignore it. This is more important than nutritional pills. it's impossible for the monkeys not to intervene. Have you thought about how to arrange it? Have you thought about how to bid? She believed that Tianyi had considered the nutritional pill issues so carefully before, and the steel industry should be the same. Of the Tianyi listened and nodded affirmatively, saying, for the steel industry, I plan to use Uchiha as the leader, unite some of the village's weapon dealers, and recruit a few ninja clans to join in the establishment. If Senju is interested, he can also participate in the investment. The most important thing is, as you said, this matter cannot be separated from the village, so, I plan to invite the village to invest. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were both stunned when they heard this. Invite the village? Are you willing to let the old man share such a huge profit? Tsunade said in astonishment. She knew very well that Tianyi hated the third generation. This doesn't seem like Tianyi's behavior. The key point is the word village, right? You want the monkey to invest in the name of the village. This part of the shares and profits also belongs to the village itself, right? Uzumaki Mito saw the hidden meaning behind Tianyi and spoke. Great. Grandma Mito is still very insightful. Tianyi counted his thumbs towards Uzumaki Mito and said, that's what I mean. To get the village to join, we must first emphasize to the third generation that this portion of shares can only belong to the village, and not the Hokage's private property. Even after the third generation leaves office, they cannot embezzle public property for personal use. Of course, I know very well that as long as the third generation is in power, this part of the profit will definitely be secretly embezzled by him and used to develop the Sarutobi 530 clan behind him. Even, some of it will be taken away by those bastards like Danzo, Yudatan Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, but there is nothing we can do about it. They are in power now, but when the teacher takes over as the fourth Hokage in the future, we will oust him and slowly settle accounts with him, making them return the public funds they embezzled many times over. Hearing what Tianyi said, Uzumaki Mito and the others nodded repeatedly, thinking that this was Tianyi's style. Ha! But Tsunade grasped the key information, stretched out his hand and grabbed one of Tianyi's ears, looked at Tianyi with astonishment and asked, what do you mean by waiting for me to take over as the fourth Hokage? When did I say I wanted to be the fourth Hokage? When did you discuss this with me? Can't you decide on this matter without even asking her, the person involved? You, as a disciple, can still be the master's boss. This is simply going against the will of heaven. No. Teacher, please let go. It hurts, okay. Tianyi struggled to pry Tsunade's hand away, leaned back a little away from Tsunade, and explained with a smile, this matter was not decided by me alone. Mito's grandmother, Kushina, Shikaku, Minato, and others all agreed unanimously. Then, Tianyi told Tsunade in detail about his and others' fourth generation, fifth Hokage plan. Then, he said earnestly, teacher. For the sake of Senju, for me, your disciple, and for Konoha, you have to take on this matter and stand firm. This is something that only you can do. No one else can do it. Besides, I don't want you to be the fourth Hokage forever. Once I come of age, I will take over. How about that? Tsunade himself must be convinced of this matter, otherwise, it will definitely not proceed. Fortunately, Tsunade herself also has concerns. She also hopes to restore the glory of Senju. Besides, as for the martial arts technique, their family owed Tianyi a great favor, so it was difficult to refuse Tianyi's request. You're right. All right. I agree to this. Tsunade was silent for a while, then sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. But then he raised a finger to Tianyi and said, we agreed that I will be the successor until you come of age and then I will give up my position to you. I won't be the successor for even one more day. Hokage and the like are too troublesome and tiring. If she were to become the Hokage, given her responsible personality, it would be impossible for her to just give up. When the time comes, you will definitely have to shoulder the responsibility. Wouldn't that make you tired to death? If you don't hold power, you naturally don't have to take responsibility, and you will feel relaxed. Okay. It's settled. Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and nodded with a smile. Hey? That's not right. Suddenly, Tsunade looked up at Tianyi and frowned, you are less than 6 years old, won't it take another 10 years for you to become an adult? According to your plan, you will find a way to get me to the top position in the next few years. Doesn't that mean I will have to be the Hokage for nearly 10 years? That's absolutely not possible. It's taking too long. 3 years is the limit for me. You should find someone else then. Are you kidding? 10 years? How many decades are there in a lifetime? Being the Hokage for so long, she would go crazy. Don't think she doesn't know how busy the Hokage is. Just look at the old man and you will understand. He sits in the office every day with endless documents to review and is busy as a dog. She absolutely doesn't want this kind of desperate life. It won't take 10 years. It'll be 6 or 7 years at most. I can't help you get promoted until at least after the Second Ninja World War, right? Tianyi quickly comforted him. Besides, we can reform the power structure at that time, by separating the authority to handle the trivial and unimportant matters that make up the majority of the Hokage's affairs, and setting up a special government department to handle these matters. The Hokage's affairs will be reduced by 90%. If you still feel busy, you can set up a Hokage secretariat to further help you handle and organize the remaining affairs. When the time comes, you just need to deal with the important matters that have been sorted out. It won't be tiring. Don't talk about you. I'm actually a person who is afraid of trouble. I won't be sure. As the boss, you must learn to divide authority and responsibilities. If you do everything yourself, you will only tire yourself out, and it will still not be perfect. Look at Naruto in the future. Isn't he exhausted as a dog and can't handle those Hokage affairs? Real. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this. If that was the case, it was not unacceptable. But I see that the old man is very tired every day, and he has endless things to do every day. Tianyi heard this and curled his lips speechlessly, saying, it's not because the third generation is ambitious and power-hungry, and wants to take all power into their own hands and control everything. I have to take care of villagers' lost cats and dogs myself. How can I not be tired and have too much work? In other words, this is an extraordinary world, supported by chakra. Otherwise, with such high standards, the third generation would be exhausted sooner or later. Even if you are not dying from exhaustion now, working like this for a long time without proper rest will shorten your life. Let's see how the third generation will look like after 20 or 30 years. Madara has an old face and people would believe he is in his 80s or 90s. Danzo, Uchiha Koharu and others who are the same age are much younger than the third generation. In fact, Onoki, who is older than the third generation and often participates in battles, looks much younger than the third generation. They are all tired. However, Tianyi had no sympathy for his tiredness. He only looked down on him and thought he deserved it. You asked for it, didn't you? Well, that's true. Tsunade couldn't refute what Tenika said. Because, that's the truth. Since coming to power, the third generation has been continuously seizing and centralizing power. That's it for now. You have to help me set up this government affairs department and secretariat, and make it easy for me, then I will be the Hokage. When you become an adult, that will be the time for me to pass on the blame, hehe. Tsunade reminded. It seems as if the position of Hokage is a hot potato or a big trouble. Tianyi looked at this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the other Uchiha and even many ninja clan members knew that the position of Hokage they desire is despised by you, they would probably cry, right? Tsunade shrugged and said, then cry. What does it have to do with me? Okay. Let's get down to business. At this time, Uzumaki Mito interrupted their conversation and looked at Tianyi and said, your idea about the steel industry is also very good, let's do as you say. You can leave this matter to your father. I, Senju, will also take part in it. We will provide the capital and the land, and we can take 10% of the shares. I don't want more. Besides making some money and preparing for the future development of Senju, I can also be considered as supporting you. So that you Uchiha won't be isolated and targeted, okay? According to Uzumaki Mito's current new plan, the Senju clan will definitely start to change, and the clan members will be integrated into Konoha, and the plan to remove the Senju surname will be terminated. Although, there aren't many direct descendants of Senju left who haven't yet integrated into the civilian population. Even in the future, we will have to find and integrate the tribesmen who are willing to come back into the civilian population, re-establish the name of the Senju tribe, and even revive it. I guess the following plans will have to be handed over to Noeki and Tsunade step by step. Especially Noeki, as the young patriarch, he has to stand up. Take on the responsibility of family revival. Okay. That's it. I will explain this to my father when I get back and ask him to come over tomorrow to discuss the matters concerning the two industries and the bidding conference with you. Tianyi nodded with satisfaction. This is what he wants. Why do both industries want Senju to invest? The purpose is to get Senju to help support the cause, and use Senju's prestige and reputation in the village to attract many konoha shinobi to actively participate. Otherwise, with Uchiha alone, even if it has advanced technology and ways to make money, others may not be willing to get involved. The greater possibility is that you will be isolated and unable to accomplish your goal. Then, the third generation secretly tried to steal and seize this technology and industry. There was no way around it. Uchiha's reputation in Konoha was already so bad at that time. Who made Uchiha rebel a few years ago? With the Uzumaki Mito platform and Senju joining, everything is completely different. Good. Uzumaki Mito nodded and agreed, leave the follow-up matters to us. Your current priority is to work hard to become stronger. The key is to master enough power as soon as possible. You can continue to do research, but don't let it interfere with your ability improvement. Do you understand? It is important to prioritize. Yes. I understand. Tianyi nodded, somewhat touched. This kind of concern and sincere reminder is very good. Oh, right. I have to tell you that I have already broken through the dark power. At this time, Uzumaki Mito turned to Tianyi and said. Ha! Tianyi was stunned when he heard this. Dark power? So fast? It's only been more than half a month. Even he himself hasn't re-entered the dark energy yet. It's not that I haven't understood enough, but my physical strength, muscle and bone strength, chi and blood strength, etc. haven't caught up yet. There's no way. I'm too young and there's a limit to the time I can spend exercising every day. If it is excessive, it will not only affect future potential, but may also cause premature closure of bones, skipping the development period, and not growing tall in the future. He is only a little over 1 meter tall, and he doesn't want to become a dwarf in the future. I can only control the time of practicing Chinese martial arts every day, and use medicinal baths as much as possible to speed up the improvement of body strength, muscle and bone strength, and chi and blood. Fortunately, a single Ming Jin can be continuously practiced and improved. It doesn't mean that you have to rush to break through the dark energy. The 5 realms of Chinese martial arts are both independent of each other and interdependent and unified in a step-by-step manner. Haha. Maybe it's because I have a strong physique. Although my vitality is seriously depleted, compared to many ninjas, I am still quite strong. Your control over your body and mental strength are both good, which is why you can cultivate at such a fast speed. When you reach the later stages, you will definitely slow down. In addition, after breaking through the Ming Jin and An Jin, I found that my body has improved a lot. Not only has the loss of vitality decreased, but the chakra and vitality required to suppress 9 tails has also decreased. Chi, blood, and vitality are also beginning to recover during the practice. Although, the amount recovered every day is still very limited and cannot make up for the past Sikong, but I have reversed the loss, and my vitality is no longer further reduced due to the passage of time. Well, the normal decrease in vitality due to the passing of life is unavoidable. Chinese martial arts are not so heaven-defying. If all these can be avoided, then Chinese martial arts will become a method of longevity. But even so, that's good enough for Uzumaki Mito. It could give her several more years of life. Not to mention, if you continue to practice, your vitality recovery speed will continue to increase. Even, once one reaches Danjin, his lifespan can be directly extended. In the short term, the crisis of exhaustion of vitality and the end of life has been temporarily resolved. Really? That's great. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. Tianyi, Tsunade, and others all widened their eyes and looked surprised when they heard it. Uzumaki Mito is everyone's pillar and strong supporter, she cannot fall down. Haha. I have to thank you for this. Uzumaki Mito also smiled knowingly. Chinese martial arts is really amazing. I really don't know what's wrong with Tianyi's brain. He could actually create such a heaven-defying technique. She felt that Sage of 6 Paths was not as good as Tianyi. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 65. Next, Tianyi chatted with Uzumaki Mito for a while and then said goodbye and left. Return home, Tianyi found out that his father was not at home, so he immediately used his spiritual perception to scan and found Uchiha Zenmei who was practicing hard in the training ground in the backyard. He walked over and asked, "Mom. Dad is not home." "Hey? Tianyi, why are you back at this time? What do you want from your father? He should be in the security department right now, right?" Seeing Tianyi, Uchiha Zenmei stopped practicing, asked in confusion, and then cried. Nothing else. Just continue practicing. It's just about the nutrition pill and the steel company. I'll call him first, just come back. Tianyi waved his hand and directly transmitted a spiritual message through the mark of Flying Thunder God left on his father. At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko, who was teaching the contracted ninjas to practice martial arts in a secret training base underground in the security department, suddenly received a spiritual message and was stunned. When did this kid come up with this trick? He can transmit information here from home? It's interesting. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately said hello to Uchiha 7th generation beside him, asking him to continue supervising everyone's training, and he rushed back home as quickly as possible. Seeing Tianyi sitting in the living room, he waved his hand to open the 5 elements ceiling boundary in the living room, walked to sit opposite Tianyi and asked, "Is there something urgent that made you want to find me back? And what's up with your telepathic communication method? If I'm not mistaken, you delivered it directly at home, right? How did you do that?" Tianyi heard this and smiled. "I left the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God on you, and then sent a spiritual message to you through this spatial coordinate. As long as I have the mark of the Flying Thunder God, no matter how far apart you and I are, as long as there is no space barrier, I can directly communicate with you." So powerful! Uchiha Nobuhiko's eyes lit up when he heard this. But considering that he had no talent for space and could not learn this trick at all, he calmed down immediately. No matter how good you are, what's the point if you can't learn? Also, when did your Flying Thunder God technique become so powerful? When did you leave the mark of the Flying Thunder God on me? How come I didn't know? Uchiha Nobuhiko's suspicious path. How long did it take you to learn this? Is this kind of operation something Tianyi should be able to master at this time? Tianyi shrugged and said, "I have a high talent for space, and I learned it easily and practiced it to a high level. At my level, branding the Flying Thunder God mark is not that difficult. It can be done instantly with just a touch, so, it's normal that you didn't notice that I left the mark of Flying Thunder God on you." Uchiha Nobuhiko in the end, he is just too bad? Okay. Let's talk about what you want from me, shall we? Uchiha Nobuhiko didn't want to discuss this topic with Tianyi for the time being, so he used the topic change technique and asked. "Here, look at this. The research on the nutritional pill is complete. Next, we need to set up a company, open a pharmaceutical factory and a pharmacy, and start allocating shares and attracting investment. Besides, we can also start work on the steel company at the same time. The technical equipment and everything have been verified, there's no need to delay any further." As he spoke, Tianyi placed the product information report of the nutritional pill and 3 bottles of nutritional pill samples of different grades in front of Uchiha Nobuhiko. "Oh? Is it finished? Let me take a look first." Uchiha Nobuhiko was delighted when he heard this, and immediately picked up the document and started to look through it. A few minutes later. "You're awesome, kid." Uchiha Nobuhiko put down the documents in his hand, picked up 3 porcelain bottles one by one and opened them to look at them. With Tianyi's consent, he also took a high-level nutritional pill to experience it for himself. He felt that the cellular energy and physical strength that he had consumed in his previous practice were recovering at an extremely terrifying speed. But after a few minutes, the cell energy and physical strength were restored to 80%. Uchiha Zenyan's eyes showed a gleam of brilliance, and he looked at Tianyi excitedly. "What a powerful nutritional pill! The recovery speed and effect are too strong. The key is that I haven't felt any discomfort yet, so there are obviously no side effects. Bring a few of these on a mission, and your ability to survive and complete missions will be greatly improved. Is there a limit to the number of times you can take it within a certain period of time? This is very important." "No." Tianyi shook his head, but reminded, "But it is unrealistic to use this to extract chakra infinitely, because it has little effect on the recovery of mental strength. In addition, within a limited time, the endurance of the mind, cells and tendons has its limits. It's impossible for you to replenish and extract energy infinitely, and to operate energy infinitely. But this is not a side effect of nutritional pills." "That's right. I was just thinking about it." Uchiha Nobuhiko calmed down after hearing this and said, "Even so, the strategic value and significance of this nutrient pill is extremely strong. Especially for people like us who have practiced efficient meditation methods and can quickly restore our mental strength, our endurance will be greatly improved. But is it really okay not to involve the village and the third generation in such an important thing? He was a little worried. I am worried that the third generation will cause trouble because they didn't join. I didn't say that they couldn't join, did I? Tianyi Wula spread his hands and said, except for the shares of me, Teacher Tsunade, and our two families, there are still 40% left for them to bid, right? There are 8 full spots. If the third generation can't grab them, you can't blame me, right? Anyway, with Teacher Tsunade behind this, and with the reputation of Master Mito and the Senju clan, the third generation won't dare to mess around. The steel company needs to get the village involved. Then, Tianyi explained his thoughts and the things he had discussed with Uzumaki Mito to him, and finally said, in short, the follow-up matters are left to you to talk to Lord Mito and the family members, and the other family members to handle it in a friendly manner. Just ensure the interests of us and Senju. Any questions? Uchiha Nobuhiko shook his head after hearing this and gave Tianyi a thumbs up. You are really amazing. You thought of involving Mito-sama and the Senju clan early on. With their names, things will be much easier. Leave it to me. I will definitely do it beautifully. Without further delay, I will go find the master in the water now. 0147050009 Philo 1033203070. As he said that, Uchiha Nobuhiko hurriedly took the product information report and the remaining 2 bottles of samples. He even asked Tianyi for a few more bottles of elixir samples and a steel company plan, and then left in a hurry. Well, these 2 things have finally come to an end. I can relax for the next 2 days. Tianyi waited until his father left before he stretched and stood up to walk towards the secret training base. Relaxing does not mean stopping practicing. It's just that there's no need to separate shadow clone to research potions and verify steel technology. Uchiha Nobuhiko quickly discussed all the details with Uzumaki Mito. He returned to the family and held a clan meeting, telling the elders about the nutritional pills and the steel company. I didn't argue with them and just quickly finalized the matter. And let the family start to mobilize funds, manpower, etc., and start to connect with the people from Senju, select sites, contact raw material distributors, etc. In this regard, all the family elders, whether they were from the faction supporting Uchiha Nobuhiko, the radical faction, or the neutral faction, did not raise any substantial objections. At most, some people complained that there was no need to share the profits, or that Tianyi was too close to Senju. I was retorted by others, who said they were short-sighted. Finally, they dared not say anything about it. In the final analysis, it is because these 2 things can bring huge benefits to the family and them. Uchiha Nobuhiko also took this opportunity to show off at the clan meeting and improve the family reputation for himself and Tianyi. He even took the opportunity to talk about the merit pavilion and the new merit welfare contribution system that he was currently implementing on a small scale. For a time, his and Tianyi's reputation among the tribe members soared. Many young people began to move towards them. After taking care of the family side, Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately selected the venue for the bidding meeting and sent people to send bidding invitation letters for nutritional pills to the major ninja clans in Konoha, and attached 3 nutritional pills of different grades. At the same time, another invitation to visit the bidding was also sent to these ninja clans and the weapons manufacturers and sellers in the village. These people were invited to come to Uchiha 5 days later to observe the new steel-making and forging technology and to finalize the bidding matters. But within 1 day, all the prominent figures and ninjas in Konoha knew about the nutritional pills and the new steel-making technology. For a moment, these people were in an uproar. Obviously, no one expected that Uchiha Tenkei, Tsunade, and Uchiha would suddenly cause such a big thing, and it is not known when they joined forces with Senju. Narashikakia, after receiving their respective invitations, Akamichi Heishi and Yamanaka Hidemitsu immediately went to Luming's house together. Luming, you have received the invitation from Uchiha, right? What do you think about this? Akamichi Heishi and Yamanaka Hidemitsu both looked at Nara Luming and asked. Haha. I'll sit and watch. Nara Luming poured a cup of tea for each of them, and then said with emotion, I didn't expect that Uchiha Tianyi would quietly make such a big fuss again. 0, please give me flowers. Besides, this time the incident is much bigger than the last one at Sahai restaurant. No wonder none of the kids from our 3 families talked about this. Obviously, this is a big deal. It's not like Sahai restaurant where a few kids can eat there with a little money. What is involved this time is too important. It's impossible to get too much benefit from it. But for the nutritional pill business, it shouldn't be a problem for the 3 of us to invest together and share in the profits. After all, I have also seen that this nutritional pill requires a lot of herbs and even meat as raw materials, and our three companies happen to have the largest medicinal herb planting and meat breeding acquisition channels in Konoha. This is a great entry point. It will be the steel company, and we may not be able to intervene. Firstly, none of our three family businesses involve this aspect. Secondly, if we have already taken a bite of meat from the nutritional pills, and then want to take a bite from the steel company, we will definitely be excluded and targeted. So, I think we just make every effort to bid for the share of the nutrition pill. What do you think? Don't be too greedy, otherwise your path will be narrowed. Okay. Just do as you say. Akamichi, Pingshi, and Yamanaka Hidemitsu all nodded in agreement. In that case, to be on the safe side, I will ask Shikaku to contact Uchiha Tianyi tomorrow to see if he can meet with him privately to ask for a favor and secure a copy. Share. Zero Naraluming made the decision immediately. What? Fair play? What a joke, this kind of thing involves the major development interests of the family. If you don't use it even if you have connections, wouldn't that be stupid? In other words, he had never had any contact or dealings with Tianyi before, otherwise, he would not have let his son Liu Ju act as a middleman. Thinking of this, Liu Ming sighed again. I didn't expect Uchiha Tianyi to grow so fast, and even get in touch with Mito-sama, and let her lead and support him. It seems that we have to hang out with him and even Uchiha more often in the future. These words stunned Akamichi Hishi and Yamanaka Hidemitsu. Yamanaka frowned slightly, and said with some concern, is this really okay? We have always been staunch allies with the Sarutobi clan, and we are also a staunch Hokage faction. If I interact with Uchiha more, it will cause dissatisfaction and suspicion from the second generation, right? This is not a good thing. Third generation is such a BD. What else? Naraluming listened and chuckled, if we don't do anything now, won't the third generation be dissatisfied with us? Won't they target and suppress us? Danzo has been getting more and more aggressive in recent years in forcing outstanding new generation talents from our three tribes. Doesn't that prove something is wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer the same Sarutobi Hiruzen as before. As his power as the Hokage has become more and more consolidated, he probably no longer looks down on our three tribes, no longer sees us as equals, no longer sees us as allies, but as for subordinates and younger brothers. This is still the case with Uchiha still in the front attracting the most firepower. Mito-sama is here too. The afterglow of Senju has not yet dissipated, suppressing him and making him dare not go too far. When Master Mito is gone, Tade will definitely decline completely or even disappear. If Uchiha enters the palace and does not make changes, he will also be suppressed, weakened, and marginalized. What good will happen to us then? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has long regarded Konoha as his own private property, as Sarutobi village. As he spoke of this, veins popped out on Liu Ming's forehead. It was obvious that what he had experienced in the past few years had made him furious, frustrated and angry. Akamichi Hishi and Yamanaka Hidemitsu's faces didn't look much better either. Call. After a while, Naraluming took a long breath, drank a sip of tea, and calmed down. Then, he chuckled and said, if Uchiha Tianyi, the evildoer, had not appeared in Uchiha, I would naturally not have made myself uncomfortable by contacting Uchiha, but he showed up, and everything was completely different. I have a feeling that the little devil's purpose is not simple. This can be seen from the fact that he used the restaurant as a way to win over the three guys from our three families, and that he became a disciple of Princess Tsunade and successfully received the sealing technique from Lord Mito, as well as this time. One can see something from both things. He has a plan. I guess this is just the beginning. Now, while Shikaku and the others have a very good relationship with the evil Uchiha Tianyi, if we don't establish a thorough relationship with them, we will miss the real opportunity in the future. So, what's your decision? Do you want to take a gamble? P.S. Please customize it. Chapter 66. Akamichi Hishi and Yamanaka Hidemitsu looked at each other and laughed together. Why not? We believe in you, Liu Ming. Why have the three tribes come together to where they are today? After all, their three clans are not considered very strong in the ninja world. This is especially true during the Sengoku era. That's because they always follow the opinions of the Nara clan as their think tank, and they stand together through thick and thin. Good. After hearing this, Naraluming smiled knowingly. When Liu came back that night, he asked him to help contact Tianyi, wanting to meet with Tianyi for a talk. Is that so? I'll ask Tianyi tomorrow. After hearing this, Luju nodded in understanding and agreed. He also knew something about what Tianyi was researching recently, and he roughly understood why his father wanted to meet Tianyi. He doesn't reject this. What he wanted to see was to have closer ties between the Inoshika CH clans and Tenkei. Hokage's office. Fit. Danzo, Yuditen Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura suddenly arrived. Hiruzen, did you receive the invitation from the Uchiha and Senju? Yuditen Koharu couldn't help but ask third generation as soon as he entered the door. Got it. Both copies are here. Third generation was smoking a cigarette at this time, and was troubled by this matter. He felt that this matter was completely beyond his control and expectations. He didn't expect Tianyi to be so talented. Not only did he work with Tsunade to come up with good things like nutrient pills, but he also came up with more advanced steel-making and forging technology on his own. Although, he had never seen the steel-making and forging technology with his own eyes. But the other party dared to send the invitation letters everywhere, which must mean they were absolutely confident. The point is, Uchiha has completely tied himself to Senju through this, which he had not expected. It is also what he least wants to see. He somewhat regretted having a falling out with Uzumaki Mito because of the matter between Tenkei and Kushina. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned out like this. So passive. He couldn't even find Mito Uzumaki to stop what was happening. What a headache. So you're just going to sit there? Shouldn't we do something? Yuditen Koharu couldn't help but question. It's already this time and you're still in the mood to smoke here? Whether it's nutritional pills or new steel making and forging technology, the interests involved are too great, she. In addition, seeing that the Uchiha had actually begun to unite with the Senju, and even more ninja clans would inevitably be linked together if they were not stopped, how could they sit still? What else can I do if I don't sit? What else can I do? The third generation looked at Yuditen Koharu helplessly and asked back, if you want to stop this, you have to face Tsunade and Mito-sama. Because of the incident with Uchiha Tenkei and Uzumaki Kushina, I have basically become an enemy of Mito-sama. Do you think she will listen to me now? If we can't stop Master Mito, then we can't do anything to the Uchiha either. Don't forget, they have always been very hostile to us. This was Uchiha's open conspiracy. They have clearly formed an alliance with Senju, so many of our tactics are simply useless. Moreover, with the Senju joining, he could foresee that the subsequent bidding would be very lively, and many ninja clans would participate and join in the competition. It is no longer possible to unite these ninja clans to continue to encourage and exclude the Uchiha and mess things up. X. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were stunned after hearing this, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, there is not much they can do about this matter. Are we just going to watch Uchiha get out of control and win over people? Yuditen Koharu asked again. You know, Uchiha has never given up the desire to compete for the position of Hokage. In the past, they were able to isolate and exclude Uchiha from becoming Hokage. But if things continue like this now, that may not be the case. What else? Do you have any good ideas? Tell me, as long as they are feasible enough, I can adopt them. The third generation said irritably. He knew full well that Yuditen Koharu didn't really care about the Uchiha being out of control or anything. She simply cares about her own interests and doesn't want them to be damaged. She even wants to gain more benefits. Mito Kato Homura's mentality is actually similar. Although these two are quite hostile to Uchiha, they are not proactive in doing anything against Uchiha. Not everyone is Danzo. After hearing what the third generation said, Yuditen Koharu was completely speechless. She has no idea. If there really was one, I would have spoken out long ago. At this time, Danzo, who had been silent and had a stern face, looked at the third generation with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, Hiruzen. We can secretly send people to snatch the nutrient pills and steel-making forging technology before the bidding begins, and Uchiha has not really won over enough families. As long as they don't have this technology, their plan will naturally fail. Moreover, both the nutritional pill and the new steel-making and forging technology are extremely important to us in Konoha. This is something that can greatly enhance Konoha's strength and at the same time, allow Konoha to gain two pillar industries. We must not let this thing fall into the hands of Uchiha. Danzo is also very excited about these two things. It can not only greatly enhance the strength of your subordinates, but also continuously earn you a huge amount of money. Who wouldn't be jealous? The third generation was also jealous, but they still had reason. When they heard Danzo's bad idea, they shook their heads and said, some rules can't be broken. If we really rob it, how will the other ninjas in the village look at us? Are they worried that we will use the same reason to rob them of their good things in the future? Once we start this, our reputation in the village will plummet to the bottom, it may even affect our status and shake our foundations, not to mention, Lord Mito and Uchiha are behind this. Even if we dare to do this, we have to consider how to face the combined anger of Lord Mito and Uchiha. Are you sure we can handle it? Yes. They have been targeting and suppressing Uchiha over the years. But that's also because Uchiha is strong enough to pose a huge threat to them. They never denied how powerful the Uchiha was. Although Danzo was very happy with what the third generation said, he had to admit that they were right. In this matter, they cannot actively break the rules and snatch things by force, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. The crazy Uchiha and Uzumaki Mito were not something they could handle right now. The reason why they have been able to continuously suppress Uchiha over the years is that they hold power, stand on the moral high ground, and unite most of the ninja clans and civilians in Konoha, so that Uchiha dare not turn against them by force, and the team has been successful. Once they themselves fail to abide by the rules they set, they will inevitably become disunited, and then they will have to face the Uchiha who have been released from the cage of rules alone. As far as I know, that nutritional pill was developed by some kid named Uchiha Tenika together with your apprentice Tsunade. Do you have a way to convince Tsunade, or get the recipe or technique from her? As long as it succeeds, this thing will no longer be theirs alone. When the time comes, we can also attract a group of ninjas to open a pharmaceutical factory to compete with them, squeeze them out, and take most of the profits. It can also ruin Uchiha's plan to win over people. Kill two birds with one stone. What do you think? Hiruzen. Danzo suggested, taking a step back. Since we can't stop Uchiha's actions, let's get the formula first. As long as he gets the formula, he has plenty of ways to attack Uchiha and prevent them from accomplishing their goals. I can try, but it's unlikely. The third generation listened, sighed, and shook his head and said, "You don't know, ever since I had a falling out with Master Mito, Tsunade's attitude towards me has become even more distant and bad." Obviously, it was something that Master Mito said to her. And this nutritional pill is something that Tsunade also values. It involves her own interests, and there is also the influence of Mito-sama. I don't think she will agree to it. You can't force it, right? Do you believe that Uzumaki Mito will just blow their heads off? Try it. First. Yudin Koharu also spoke at this time. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? What if Miss Tsunade and you have a master-disciple relationship? You can definitely play the emotional card with her more, also, play more leaf cards after all, this is actually for Konoha, right? The nutritional pills are so effective. They are definitely strategic materials for the village. How can they be in the hands of others? Yudin Koharu added. These words sound high-sounding, but they are actually all for their own interests. Okay. Then I'll give it a try. But don't hold out too much hope. Tsunade is no longer the same Tsunade as before. I don't think this kind of thing can fool her. Third generation nodded, then shook his head. Yudin Koharu and the others were delighted when they heard this. As long as the third generation is willing to try, there is always a chance of success, right? Even if they fail, the third generation will just lose face in front of Tsunade. If they succeed, they will make a lot of money. And that new steel forging technology. At this time, Danzo said, if what they said in the invitation letter is true, then this technology is also an indispensable pillar industry for the village. It can only be done if it is in the hands of the village. This is different from the nutritional pill. It is a weapon and must not be held in the hands of Uchiha, otherwise, we will probably be restricted to a certain extent by them in terms of weapons in the future. This involves the fundamental interests and safety of the village. There is no room for compromise. They must hand over their technology, and at most we can give them some benefits to get rid of them. The third generation shook their heads speechlessly after hearing this. I do want to, but it's still unrealistic. They sent invitations to us and so many other ninja clans. Isn't it to avoid criticism and to use this technology to attract a group of ninja clans to join the business? The reason you gave is unconvincing. However, with the release of Uchiha steel technology, the ones who will suffer the most are the weapon forging families and merchants in Konoha. We may be able to unite with these people to target and suppress Uchiha. We can even restrict them from mineral raw materials and make them hand over the technology and company dominance. This is what third generation thinks is the best way. Direct robbery is always the lowest and worst method. Oh. Danzo and the other two's eyes lit up when they heard this. This is a good idea. Hiruzen, you have an idea. Don't you have a good idea? Then why did you look so sad before? Oh, right. Can we also force the existing pharmacies and raw materials to hand over the technology and company control to the nutrition pill? After hearing this, the third generation shook their heads and said, this method can only be tried once, but it is still unknown whether it will be successful or not. The other party is not stupid. I have asked Anbu's people to find out secretly. They not only invited the ninjas or merchants who control the channels of medicinal materials and meat, but also invited all the weapons manufacturers, suppliers, mineral suppliers, etc. of Konoha. Obviously, they are worried that we will take control of this aspect, so they are doing this. The most urgent task is to contact those weapons manufacturers and mineral suppliers and persuade them to stand on our side and put pressure on Uchiha. As for medicinal materials and meat, this method may not be effective. Speaking of this, the third generation narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then, he glanced at Danzo with dissatisfaction. Why? Danzo was puzzled. What do you think? Hearing Danzo's question, the third generation couldn't help but scold him. If you hadn't been forcing the Inoshika tribes to hand over some talented new generations for you to recruit into the route, how could they be increasingly dissatisfied with us? How could they sit back and watch their new generation of descendants get in touch with Uchiha Tianyi, and even have a better relationship with him? You have to know that the Inoshika clans were originally my staunch supporters and iron-blooded allies of my Sarutobi clan. As a result, because of your actions, a huge gap has arisen between them and me, and they are showing a tendency to become disloyal. 5.5 The key is that they control Konoha's largest medicinal material acquisition and production channels and meat production and sales channels. Now, seeing that the Senju and Uchiha have formed an alliance, and their relationship with the Uchiha has become good, what do you think they will choose at this time? Continue to follow the same path to the end, and stand by his side as always? What sweet dream are you having? People tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. Knowing that continuing to stand by his side would not only bring little benefit, but would lead to being suppressed and harmed, only a fool would continue to make this choice. Anyway, Uchiha still has Senju and Uzumaki Mito, so even if the relationship with the third generation deteriorates, the third generation cannot suppress them too much. In this matter, Danzo is simply a pig teammate. Especially the third generation also knew that Danzo forcibly took away those talented new generations from Inoshika and many other ninja clans in order to train his own assassins, who would eventually be used to fight against him as the Hokage and snatch the position of Hokage from him. However, third generation is confident that they can suppress Danzo and use him for their own purposes. But I still feel cheated. What? How dare they? Don't they just want a few talented new generation people? Isn't this all a contribution to Konoha? Not only are they not grateful, but they are also resentful. This is simply unreasonable. Danzo heard this and became angry. It is an honor for these talented new generations of families to join his clan. Yudin Koharu and the other three members of the third generation looked at Danzo speechlessly when they heard his heaven-defying speech. I really want to ask, do you want to hear what you are saying? You forcibly seize the talented new generation of the other family to train them as assassins. Shouldn't they resent you or be grateful to you? Just because you said it was for Konoha? Who believes it? Why don't you go to heaven? P.S. Please customize. Chapter 67. Okay. That's it. I'll ask Tsunade to figure out the nutritional pills and see if they work. Don't worry about it. Just focus on winning over the weapons manufacturers and sellers, as well as the mineral suppliers. The third generation did not give Danzo a chance to continue speaking and made the decision directly. And said to Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato Homura, Koharu, Yan, you also go with Danzo. He was still a little worried about Danzo. This guy is not good at dealing with those businessmen and ninjas. He's better at threats. It is easy to mess things up, so it is better to have two more people to assist, one to play the bad guy and two to play the good guy. The chance of success will be greater. All right. No problem. After hearing this, Danzo and the other two didn't say anything more. They immediately agreed and started to act. The third generation also immediately asked Anbu to call Tsunade over. Move. After Tsunade came over, she kicked open the door of the Hokage's office as usual, crossed her arms and looked at the third generation and asked, "Old man, why did you call me here at this time? Don't you know that I'm very busy recently? Tell me what you want to say." She doesn't have time to talk nonsense with the third generation. Moreover, she felt that the third generation had called her over at this time to fix a good thing. When the third generation saw this, their eyes twitched slightly, and they said helplessly, "Teacher, can't I just chat with you?" "Oh." Tsunade sneered after hearing this, "Forget it. When did you feel like this? Hurry up, or I'll leave. Who has the mood to chat with an old man like you? She is free." "Okay, okay." The third generation was even more helpless. After a pause, they said, "I just received 2 invitations to bid from Uchiha." Tsunade raised her eyebrows without any surprise. "So? Since I invited you, why don't you just go and attend? Why are you looking for me?" "Tsunade." The third generation listened and said solemnly, "I won't talk about steel-making technology or anything like that. You should know that the nutritional pills you and Uchiha Tianyi developed are very important to Konoha. It can be said that O9 is a strategic resource. This thing should not be in the hands of one individual or a few ninja clans, but should be in the hands of the village, so that it can play the greatest role. It is the most beneficial to the village, so I hope you can hand over the formula and production process of the nutrient pill to the village. The village will then unify the production. Of course, the village will also benefit from you and Uchiha Tianyi." "Wait a minute." However, after hearing this, Tsunade felt that he could no longer listen, and directly raised his hand to interrupt the third generation's words, looking at the third generation with a sneer on his face and said, "Are you talking nonsense, old man?" "What?" The third generation was slightly stunned when they heard this, and they couldn't believe that Tsunade would scold them directly, and they were unable to react for a while. But Tsunade didn't care about that. The next moment, he frowned and pointed at the third generation and yelled, "What on earth are you planning, old man? Do you think I really don't know? What do you mean this thing should be in the hands of the village? What do you mean by the benefits of me and Tianyi are indispensable? Why should we give you what we have researched ourselves? Do we need you to give us benefits? Where do you get such a big face?" Tsunade felt disgusted. My rare good mood was ruined by this old guy. Unlucky. He actually wanted to take over the formula and process of the nutrient pill that he and Tianyi had worked so hard to research with just a few words. "Why don't you just grab it? See if my grandma and the Uchiha people will beat you to death?" She had originally underestimated the third generation's bottom line because she had heard from her grandmother how the third generation had killed their own people a few years ago. Unexpectedly, I still overestimated third generation. R. The third generation was also furious when they heard what Tsunade said. They looked at Tsunade with a livid face and said, "Is this how you talk to me, your teacher, your Hokage?" He thought again that if he told Tsunade about this, Tsunade would resist. But I didn't expect it to be so drastic. What he didn't expect was that Tsunade didn't care about his face at all and directly scolded him. "Oh." Tsunade sneered after hearing this, "You still know that you are my teacher and the Hokage? Look at what you're doing. Is that what a teacher or a Hokage should do? If you want to be respected, you must at least be a human being." The third generation is no longer considered human in Tsunade's eyes. This is a greedy monster with no bottom line. "I do this for Konoha." The third generation loudly retorted. It seemed that if he spoke louder, he would be more confident and could better prove the authority of his words. Haha. But this sounded particularly ridiculous to Tsunade. For Konoha? What a dirty fig leaf that can be used in any way. Whether it's for Konoha or for yourself, for the Sarutobi clan behind you, you know it in your heart, I'll tell you clearly. Don't say that this thing was researched by Tianyi. Even if I was the one in charge, I can't give it to you for free. Stop dreaming. Want it? Then just wait 5 days and go to the bidding meeting to bid with real money. Don't daydream here. No one is stupid. At this point, Tsunade ignored the third generation's flushed face and warned, "Also, don't think of using any insidious means to rob or target this matter, targeting me. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Humph. After saying that, Tsunade turned around angrily and walked away quickly. She couldn't stay in this damn place for even a moment. She felt sick when she saw the ugly faces of the third generation. Third generation. He had never expected Tsunade to react so violently to this matter. He could sense that Tsunade's expression was filled with disappointment and disgust towards him. Why? After a long silence, third generation sighed and thought, did I do something wrong? No. The next moment, he fixed his gaze, shook his head and said, I am not wrong. I did this all for Konoha. It's Tsunade and the others who are too selfish and narrow-minded. After the private consultation with hypnosis, third generation quickly resolved their confusion and strengthened their faith. He also felt dissatisfied with Tsunade and Uchiha Tianyi. In his opinion, these two people are simply the epitome of selfishness. After researching this good thing, he didn't want to hand it over to the village, but instead wanted to use it to win people's hearts and seek personal gain. Hateful. Damn you, old man. I thought you could say something. But you turned out to be so shameless. Thank goodness I still cared about the relationship between master and apprentice, but now it seems that I was naive and stupid. Never again. Tsunade stormed back home, cursing. These words were heard by Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, Tenuki, and Minato's shadow clone in the yard. They all looked at Tsunade. Hey? What's wrong? Did the monkey offend you again? What makes you so angry? Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but ask. What else can I do? That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen just asked me to go to White Fang and asked me to hand over the formula and production process of the nutrient pill, he even said that he was doing it for Konoha. He was so shameless. I turned against him and scolded him. As he spoke, Tsunade described the entire incident to the others. Tisk tisk. This old guy is really shameless. Tianyi was amazed when he heard it. He was not too surprised about this. Minato, on the other hand, felt that his past perceptions and cognitions of the third generation were shattered. This completely shattered the filter he had in his mind that was not kind to the third generation, and he began to dislike them. It is so sad that such a person actually became the Hokage of Konoha. No wonder Tenuki and Shikaku were planning on creating the fourth generation fifth Hokage, aiming to oust the third generation after the Second Ninja World War. He was actually a little bit against this before. Now it seems that he was too naive. Tianyi and Liu were right. This kind of person is not worthy of continuing to sit on the position of Hokage. Otherwise, it will only become a cancer and a disaster for the development of leaves. He really has no bottom line anymore. Uzumaki Mito also frowned and said, Xiao Gang, you did the right thing. You can't give in to this kind of thing, otherwise, he will only get more and more aggressive. It's better to break up with him. Otherwise, you will have to fight with him in the future. You still need the master-disciple relationship between you two. There is no harm in cutting it off cleanly. Yet. I thought so too. Tsunade nodded in agreement, then looked at Tianyi. However, he probably won't let it go after such a quarrel. You should ask your father and others to pay more attention to the upcoming bidding conference and the subsequent establishment of the company, so as to prevent the third generation from taking advantage of the situation or causing sabotage. She is actually not good at this kind of thing, so she can only give a reminder. Well. Teacher, don't worry. Tianyi smiled and nodded, I have already made the worst-case scenario plan and considered all the possibilities. It'll be fine. This time, whether it's a pharmaceutical company or a steel company, we are ready to bring in a group of people to share the profits. This is no longer a matter of one or two people or one or two families. Third generation may seem powerful, but facing this alliance of interests, there is not much they can do. Why would he want to split off part of the profits? Isn't it just for the sake of points? In his plan, money is actually the least important. When his plan succeeds, he will bring the entire ninja world under his control. By then, everything will belong to you, including money. As long as the goal can be achieved, some benefits will be shared, there is no end to the money to be made. Okay. As long as you have a plan and confidence, I won't care. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. This is the good thing about being with Tianyi. She doesn't have to worry about many things. Oh right. What kind of potion or medicine should we research first? Or should we start researching the life potion right away? Tsunade couldn't help but ask again. Obviously, she still wanted to develop the life potion as soon as possible. Let's research healing potions, bodybuilding potions, and mental recovery potions first. With previous research experience, this time it should be much faster. Also, the healing potion also involves Yang Dun, which is related to vitality, and should play a positive role in the subsequent research of life potions. However, this time we won't be doing the whole research together. Divided into there are two groups. You will focus on the research of the medicine for curing the disease. I will also help you from time to time. I mainly make bodybuilding and mental recovery potions. Sometimes I will ask you to come over to help or discuss. How about that? Apparently, Tianyi is preparing to speed up the research progress of various medicines. That's fine. Let's do as you say. After hearing this, Tsunade thought this was a good idea and naturally agreed. Then he asked, when does it start? Let's wait until we've settled the issues with the two companies. Tianyi considered kind. I'll be busy recently. You can't differentiate into too many shadow clone at the same time, it's bad for your health. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to the hospital first. Tsunade said and turned and left again. Obviously, she came back just to complain to a few people and vent her dissatisfaction and frustration, and at the same time finalize new research. At the same time, all the ninjas and even individuals in Konoha who had received the invitation letters began to pay attention to the matter of the nutritional pills and the steel company, and most of them were ready to participate. Danzo and his team also contacted all the weapons manufacturers and sellers and even mineral suppliers in Konoha one by one, stating their purpose and ideas. In the end, these families and chambers of commerce naturally agreed on the surface, but secretly made preparations for both scenarios. If they can gain enough benefits from the new steel company in Uchiha, they will naturally be willing to put aside their prejudices and choose to invest in Uchiha. After all, Uchiha is now allied with Senju to run this business together. They were not sure whether the Uchiha was trustworthy or not, but the Senju was trustworthy. They are willing to give this face. If he can't get what he wants from Uchiha, then it won't be too late to stand with third generation and Dandang to fight against Lee Uchiha. However, if given a choice, they would still prefer to side with the Uchiha and Senju, because they also understand the greed and tyranny of third generation and Danzo. If this steel technology was really taken away by the third generation and the group, then they will be truly doomed. There will be no more benefits in Konoha. If so, Zi Liubo and others are willing to give up part of their shares to win over these original weapons producers, sellers, and mineral suppliers. If this technology falls into the hands of third generation and Danzo, they will definitely not share the profits and benefits with them. By then, even mineral suppliers, facing the monopoly of the third generation and Danzo, will probably be forced to cut prices and give up more profits in order to survive in Konoha. Go. We are all old foxes, who can't understand it. Only Danzo and his people were so naive as to think that these businessmen were easy to fool and manipulate. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 68. 5 days passed in a flash. This day, it was finally time for the bidding meetings for Tianyi Pharmaceutical Company and Steel Company. On that day, representatives of the various ninja clans of Konoha and some representatives of the Chamber of Commerce gathered in the conference hall of a 3-story building that Uchiha had cleaned and decorated in the past few days. Even Uzumaki Mito was invited by Tianyi to come and keep things under control to prevent the third generation from causing trouble. Sure enough, when they saw Uzumaki Mito coming, the third generation and Danzo, who were about to cause trouble, immediately became obedient. Especially Danzo, he lowered his head and hunched over, not daring to look at Uzumaki Mito's power. Because he was afraid that Uzumaki Mito would not be able to control himself and kill him. When everyone arrived, the people from Uchiha first took everyone to visit the steel-making and forging equipment that had been moved to the factory building behind the building. Let them confirm the authenticity of this new technology. Afterwards, Tuan called everyone to the conference room. Uchiha Nobuhiko stepped onto the stage, looked around and said, I think everyone who can come here today knows the purpose of our Uchiha and Senju jointly holding this bidding meeting, so, I won't say any more. The first is the bidding for 40% of the shares of the pharmaceutical company established by Nutrition Pills. I think you have already verified the effect of the nutrient pill when I sent out the invitation letter a few days ago. I want to make it clear that these will not be the only drugs and pills that the pharmaceutical company is authorized to produce in the future. My son Uchiha Tianyi and his teacher Tsunade will continue to develop new potions and elixirs. We have even established 3 new medicine and pill research projects, and have made some progress. So, the value of this company's shares will be much higher than you think. The 40% stake is divided into 8 shares, each half a share, and a faction can only bid for 1 share at most. This time we will recruit 8 forces to join the pharmaceutical company. I declare that the bidding has begun. This bidding is a blind bid. Please write down your price and conditions on the paper on the table. Ultimately, we will select the 8 most suitable shareholders. The next moment, representatives of various forces in the meeting hall began to lower their heads and think. After a few minutes of waiting, everyone wrote down the conditions they had given. Then, the person who bid for the single Uchiha collected it and took it to a room in the back. The selection was made by Tianyi, Uchiha Zinyan, Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, and others. In the end, there were 8 shareholders: the Inoshika CH clans, the Hyuga clan, the Inyazuka clan, the Abarame clan, the Maida Chamber of Commerce, and the Daimyo of the Land of Fire, 8 families or forces. Among them, the Maida Chamber of Commerce is a well-known herbal medicine cultivation and sales chamber of commerce in the ninja world, which will be of great help to the future development of pharmaceutical companies. Although Nara's family also grows and sells herbal medicines, the scale is far smaller than that of Maida Chamber of Commerce. The addition of Maida Chamber of Commerce this time is obviously a good supplement. As for why the Fire Country Daimyo was brought in? On the one hand, they wanted to use its name to intimidate the third generation and prevent them from easily doing anything to damage the pharmaceutical company. At the same time, it is also to borrow the commercial sales channels of Daming Prefecture to sell the nutritional pills to other major countries in the future. Of course, this would also allow them to establish a relationship with the daimyo, making it easier to use the daimyo's name to further check and balance the third generation, and to help push Tsunade to the top of the fourth generation in the future. The daimyo does not have the power to decide the Hokage, but his influence is still not low. With the daimyo joining, they dared not say anything even if they excluded Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. When Uchiha Nobuhiko announced the list of successful bidders, the faces of the third generation members were livid, and many ninja clans and powerful representatives also looked regretful. The 8 selected forces were all smiling with joy. Then, Uchiha Nobuhiko came on stage again and announced, "Okay. The next one is the Steel Company's tender. In this company, my son holds 30% of the shares with technology, and Uchiha and Senju hold 10% with funds and territory. Of the remaining 50%, we, Uchiha and Senju, have unanimously decided to divide 20% for the village to subscribe. As for the price, it is calculated based on the average price of the remaining 30%, I wonder what you think, third generation? Do you agree? I need to remind you that these 20% shares belong to the village and will always be the public property of Konoha Shinobi Village, not the private property of the Hokage. Even if you step down from the third generation in the future, you cannot take these shares with you. They will still belong to Konoha, the share of profits also belongs to Konoha." After hearing this, everyone present looked towards third generation, looking forward to his answer. Uchiha Nobuhiko did this because he was clearly worried that the third generation would embezzle the village's shares and dividends. Of course, some of the Konoha ninja representatives are well aware that even if they tell it, it will probably be of no use for the time being. The third generation will still be greedy and will still embezzle money. Of course, there are also representatives of the Konoha shinobi who are not clear about the nature of the third generation and think that Uchiha Nobuhiko's move is unnecessary and that he is judging others by his own standards. But these were basically small ninjas who had been won over and brainwashed by the third generation, so they didn't dare to speak up at this time to save Uchiha Nobuhiko's face. After hearing this, the third generation, Danzo, and others all turned pale. I was very upset about Uchiha Nobuhiko's obvious distrust. But it is impossible to ask them to give up their 20% stake. Oh. I'll let you take advantage verbally and nominally, but it's useless in reality. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. Even if I choose the next generation of Hokage in the future, I won't have most of the power and benefits, With this thought in mind, the third generation quickly adjusted their mentality, showed a slightly stiff smile and said, "On behalf of Konoha, I agree. Please inform us in time as the bidding funds needed for the subsequent bidding are completed." Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, nodded without comment, then looked at the others and said, "In that case, let's bid for the remaining 30% of the shares, it's also half finished, 6 in total. Anyone interested, please write down your bid on the paper in front of you." A few minutes later, these people wrote down their bids, and the papers were taken away by Uchiha's people. Uchiha Nobuhiko and others came to the back room again to count and select. The final selections include, Fire Country Daimyo, Zhu Family Weapon Shop, Future Tianyi Family, Kusanagi Clan, Hitaki Clan, Ironwood Minerals, Hyuga Clan, and other 6 forces. It is worth mentioning that this time there is a daimyo in the Hyuga clan. Son. I understand that you brought in daimyo in both companies, but why did you bring in all of the Hyuga clan? You should know that our 2 tribes haven't gotten along well in recent years, right? Uchiha Nobuhiko asked, somewhat puzzled. I know. Tianyi heard this, smiled and shrugged, saying, it is precisely because I knew this that I deliberately chose all the Hyuga clan. This way, we can tie them more deeply to Uchiha, making it impossible for them to stay out of it. It makes them more visible and they can't keep a low profile. If this happens, they will definitely be feared by the third generation in the future, and will be subjected to even more severe suppression and targeting. This can help to share the pressure of repression we face. At the same time, we can also push them step by step to completely fall into our side. The Hyuga clan is the top bloodline ninja clan in Konoha after all. It would be great if we could win them over. Want to make a fortune quietly? Don't even think about it. Def. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others all took a deep breath after hearing this and looked at Tianyi. Is it really okay for you to scheme against the Hyuga clan like this? What's wrong with that? Tianyi shrugged nonchalantly and said, it's all a matter of mutual consent. If the Hyuga clan hadn't been so greedy, and both companies had bid high, I wouldn't have had a chance to choose them, right? All I can say is that it's all the Hyuga clan's own fault. He was just going with the flow. Okay. You're awesome. That's it. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in understanding, and then confirmed the list with Uzumaki Mito and others. He came to the conference hall with everyone and announced on stage, the list of 6 semi-shareholders who successfully bid for the steel company has been announced. They are the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Zhu family weapon shop, future Tiantian family, the Kusanagi clan, the Hitaki clan, the Ironwood Minerals clan, the Hyuga clan, and other 6 forces. Congratulations! Please join the 8 shareholders of the pharmaceutical company to discuss the follow-up details and the issue of capital subscription. As he said this, Uchiha Nobuhiko asked someone to call the shareholders and take them out of the meeting hall. A group of people stood up and walked out with a look of regret on their faces, while they were still talking in groups. Both companies actually have Hyuga members this time. It looks like they are the biggest winners this time. Of course. The Hyuga clan is really rich. I just don't know how much it cost. No matter how much more, we can earn it back soon. These 2 companies are obviously fat meat, and the future financial prospects are limitless. It's a pity that we, the Kurama clan, didn't get to take pictures this time. Who says it's not true? Most of the people who made profits this time are big ninja clans or big chambers of commerce. We small ninja clans can only sigh in despair. What a genius has emerged from Uchiha. He has been able to create 2 lucrative industries in such a short period of time. Uchiha is going to truly rise in the future. Indeed, especially since the Uchiha have joined forces with the Senju and have the daimyo connections involved. The third generation's plan to target Uchiha has been ruined. Uchiha will not be able to control them from now on. Who knows? As long as the Uchiha guards the security department, their reputation in the village will not be good. Indeed. The security department is an offensive job. Uchiha has been tricked and doesn't even know it. It's not that they don't know, it's just that they didn't have a choice in the past. Now, it depends on whether they have the courage to change. Most of these discussions were heard and recorded by the Uchiha elite hiding nearby. Half a day later, the 2 companies signed the bidding funds and channel subscription contracts. After the funds were in place, these people were sent to the reception hall to rest. Uchiha Nobuhiko just ordered a new clan meeting and came to Minami Kaga Shrine early, sitting and waiting. Soon, everyone arrived. Uchiha Nobuhiko looked at the elders, senior executives, and Uchiha elites, all of whom had rosy faces and excited looks, and didn't say much. He just waved his hand to the Uchiha standing by and said, "Send the opinions of the representatives that you have collected to the elders and senior officials." Immediately, several Uchiha elites next to Uchiha Nobuhiko each took a stack of sorted and printed documents on words and deeds and distributed them to the elders and senior leaders. Although these people are somewhat doubtful, still read it patiently and carefully. Soon, their expressions kept changing and began to look a little ugly. After most of the people had finished watching, Uchiha Nobuhiko clapped his hands, suppressed the discussion of the crowd, attracted their attention and said, "I think you all saw it. Perhaps you think most of what they say is just bullshit, but what I want to say is that these remarks, which I ordered to be recorded and compiled, are very sharp and hit the nail on the head for me, Uchiha, everyone. It has been several months since I last wanted to fully implement the clan studies, merit welfare system, clan tasks, and most importantly, the reform of the security department. But progress has been slow. You have obstructed us with various reasons. The most important reason, from Zhao, is that these reforms require a large amount of new funding sources to support them, and we cannot do it recklessly, but today, with the help of my son Tianyi, my Uchiha has 2 more pillar industries that can provide us with a lot of financial income, then the funding problem you mentioned will obviously not be a problem soon. So, I hope to officially implement various reforms. Do you have any comments? At this time, Uchiha Nobuhiko was full of energy and wanted to immediately promote comprehensive reforms within the clan and accomplish something big. To clear the way for Tianyi to become Hokage. After hearing this, the Uchiha elders and senior officials looked at each other and exchanged a few words with their heads down. Then, Yin Lao spoke first, I support the clan leader's decision to reform. Second elder, me too. Third elder, me too. These 3 people had been convinced by Uchiha's letter before, but they did not fully agree with the reforms. Now, they feel that the time is ripe and they can start. Seeing this, the 4 elders and others discussed in a low voice, and finally said, we agree too. You can't disagree. Now, Uchiha Shin is pushing this forward with great momentum. Apart from the reform of the security department, other reforms, whether it is the clan school, the merit welfare system or the mission hall, will surely bring huge benefits to the clan members. Previously, they blocked it with insufficient funds. Now that the funding problem has been solved, they can no longer stop it. 0147050009 follow 1033302260 otherwise, they will soon stand against their fellow tribesmen and become the target of attack. In the face of greater interests, factional disputes are nonsense to most tribesmen. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 69. Very good. Then the reform will be carried out. Next, let's discuss and finalize the details of the reform. Uchiha Nobuhiko was very satisfied with their timely understanding and immediately began to discuss the details of the reform with the elders and senior leaders. Moreover, each of them was assigned a reform task to prevent anyone from being idle. He is very busy now. In addition to the reform within the clan, he will also have to oversee a series of issues including the establishment, production, and sales of 2 companies. Fortunately, almost all the reform terms had been discussed and improved with Tianyi before, and some of them had already been implemented among Tianyi's contractors. Now there are fewer things that require him to be super excited. He directly handed over the planning and construction of the merit hall and the implementation of the reform of the merit welfare system to the 1st and 2nd elders. The reform of clan studies was handed over to the 3rd and 6th elders. The reform of the mission hall was handed over to the 4th and 5th elders. The reform of the security department was led by him personally, and he was assisted by the 7th elder and the 8th elder. The first step was to restructure the structure of the security department and set up 4 battalions, the Uchiha Elite Security Team, the Public Security Team, the Trial Team, and the Prison Team. Young and strong elite soldiers are selected from the security team to join the elite security team. Select fair, strict, and upright tribesmen to join the trial team. Select tribesmen who are good at socializing to join the security brigade. A group of people are being selected to join the prison brigade. In this way, within just a few days, the Uchiha security department was completely transformed and the situation changed dramatically. Most of the elite members of the security team joined the security garrison, resulting in a serious shortage of staff in the public security brigade. For a time, it was even more unable to take care of the public security issues in various parts of the village. This has led to a surge in conflicts and disputes among villagers, and no one is trying to resolve them. For a time, the chaos in the village began to grow rapidly, and public security was at a standstill. Soon, this situation was discovered by Anbu and some people who were interested, and reported to the 3rd generation. The public security has deteriorated a lot. There are fewer people managing public security in Uchiha. Many disputes are no longer handled by anyone. What the hell is Uchiha doing? After reading it, the 3rd generation frowned, then looked at Minister Anbu in front of them and asked, has something happened to the Uchiha guard recently? Or has something happened to Uchiha? Minister Anbu said, there has indeed been a big change in the Uchiha security department, and the same is true within Uchiha a few days ago. After the bidding ended, Uchiha Nobuhiko held a clan meeting and confirmed the Uchiha internal reform matters that he had been wanting to implement for some time. Then, Minister Anbu told the 3rd generation about the 4 major reforms within Uchiha that he had learned about. After hearing this, the 3rd generation frowned and asked, how could Uchiha Nobuhiko be so courageous? But what does it mean that he is involved in the missions of the elite guard, clan studies, and Uchiha? Are you trying to create a village within a village? The third generation was unhappy about this. Isn't this the task department that targets Anbu, ninja school, and the village respectively? Does he think Uchiha Nobuhiko is drifting? Do you think you can compete with him by setting up two profitable industries and winning over a group of people? It's totally incomprehensible. So the security problems are caused by the reform of the police department? The third generation asked again. Yes. Minister Anbu nodded affirmatively and said, the reformed Uchiha security department has been restructured to establish 4 battalions. They are the Uchiha Elite Guard, the Public Security Squad, the Trial Squad, and the Incarceration Squad. A large number of elite troops and personnel were transferred to the other 3 brigades, resulting in a serious shortage of personnel in the security brigade responsible for managing internal security disputes in the village. There are only a few people left. That's why there's no one to take care of the security in the village, and the public security has dropped significantly. As for these things, Uchiha Nobuhiko and Tianyi themselves did not intend to be able to keep third generation busy during the reform stage. They can easily investigate it. The third generation frowned and said, go call Uchiha Nobuhiko here. Let's see what he is thinking and whether he has anything to explain. If Uchiha Nobuhiko's explanation does not satisfy him, then he does not mind cutting the budget and authority of the Uchiha Security Department. He would not miss such a good opportunity. I suffered a setback from Uchiha a few days ago, although I still got 20% of the steel company's shares. But that was for the village, and he was just occupying it now. In name, he couldn't directly swallow it up and give it to the Sarutobi clan. So, the third generation is unhappy with Uchiha. Yes. Minister Anbu immediately left the Hokage's office and found Uchiha Nobuhiko as quickly as possible and said, Chief Nobuhiko, the third Hokage wants you to come over and explain the decline in village security these days and the failure of the security department to fulfill its duties. Please come with me now. Oh. Uchiha Nobuhiko was just talking about this with Tianyi. Now that he had received the summons from the third generation, he immediately smiled knowingly at Tianyi, and stood up and said to Minister Anbu, no problem. Let's go now. With that, Uchiha Nobuhiko left the Uchiha territory together with Minister Anbu. A few minutes later, we arrived at the Hokage's office. Nobuhiko, you're here? Sit down. When the third generation saw Uchiha Nobuhiko coming, they didn't rush to show their displeasure, but instead invited Uchiha Nobuhiko to sit on the sofa nearby. Then, he also stood up and sat down opposite Nobuhiko. He said, I think you know why I asked you to come here this time. I heard that your security department is undergoing internal reforms, which is not a problem at all. But the village has entrusted the public security issues to you, so you have the obligation to maintain the public security of the village and handle the disputes among the villagers, right? Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, nodded, and said helplessly, that's right. Actually, if you hadn't asked me to come, Hokage-sama, I would have come to see you in the next 2 days. I wanted to talk to you about the security department. Oh. The third generation was somewhat surprised to hear Uchiha Nobuhiko's words. This was different from what he had imagined and it greatly disrupted the rhythm of his speech. But he was really curious about what Uchiha Nobuhiko wanted to say to him, so he immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, why don't you tell me? Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded, took out a document that he had prepared long ago and handed it to the third generation, saying, I wonder if you have noticed, Hokage-sama, that as the ninjas have settled down over the years the population of Konoha has been growing rapidly, the village is also expanding, with many more streets and houses. This also means that the police department needs to manage and patrol more and more streets and more personnel, but the number of ninjas in my Uchiha has not increased very fast in recent years, because the Ring Reserve Department has a serious staff shortage problem. That's why the reform of the security department came about. This is the reform plan and layout of the security team. Please review it, Hokage. Diet. After listening to this, third generation frowned slightly. He had never noticed before the vacancy in the demand for security personnel caused by the population growth and village expansion. He took the document, quickly flipped through it, and said, but this is not something that happened overnight. Wasn't the security department managing it well before, and there weren't any major problems? Obviously, this is not the key to the recent security problems in the village. The key is your reform of the security team. Look, I won't talk about the trial brigade and the imprisonment brigade, but you set up an elite guard team. Not only are they numerous, but they are all elite and they don't participate in public security management. No wonder there are not enough people for public security. Isn't this nonsense? No. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, shook his head and said, the elite guard team is an elite force formed to strengthen the security of the village. However, their future tasks will mainly focus on 3 aspects: targeting spies within the village, fighting against powerful ninjas, and clearing out dangers around the village. This seems to me to be very necessary. As for the problem of the large number of missing members of the Public Security Brigade, Ajeb, I actually have a detailed plan, which is what I came to see you today to talk about. Third generation raised his eyebrows and said, you say? I'd like to see what you can come up with. Today, if Uchiha Nobuhiko cannot reasonably convince him to solve the problems of the Public Security Brigade and the village's public security problems, he will make Uchiha Nobuhiko suffer the consequences and take the opportunity to reduce the authority of the security department. In his opinion, the power of the security department at this time was too great. It could control almost everything and had its own judicial authority and prisons. Now they have an elite guard team. Isn't this just a smaller version of the Hokage power structure? How is this possible? Uchiha Nobuhiko immediately said, in view of the growing population and area of Konoha, more and more security personnel will be needed in the future and the number of ninjas in my Uchiha is far from keeping up with this growth, and it is becoming increasingly stretched. After discussing with many high-ranking officials in the tribe, we have reached an agreement to open the Public Security Brigade under the Security Department to the entire village. From now on, the Security Brigade will have a captain, who will still be from Uchiha. Under the captain, there will be 3 deputy captains, who will select a single genin from the civilian ninjas and the ninja clans in Konoha, and the remaining deputy captain will be an Uchiha. Each deputy captain is in charge of 3 squadrons and a small team. These members are also selected and recruited from civilian ninjas, clan ninjas, and Uchiha ninjas. In short, from now on, the security brigade under the security department will no longer be exclusive to my Uchiha clan, but will recruit ninjas from all over Konoha. It is believed that the capable are promoted and the incompetent are demoted, and that the public security issues of Konoha can be managed as well as possible. What do you think, Hokage? The bait has been cast, now it depends on whether third generation will take the bait. He knew very well that the third generation would surely be able to see that Uchiha's move was actually to get rid of most of the burden of offending people in the security department without losing most of its authority. This will help improve Uchiha's external environment and improve Uchiha's reputation among villagers. This is definitely not what third generation and Danzo want to see. But he didn't believe that the third generation could hold back when it came to interfering with and eroding the authority of the security department. If you give, you gain, right? If the third generation is self-confident enough, it will certainly choose to agree with this reform. Then, send your own trustworthy people to participate in the recruitment of the Public Security Brigade. As a result, the authority of the security department was eroded step by step, and finally the goal of taking over the security department's authority was achieved. Sure enough, after listening to it, the third generation also fell into a dilemma. After thinking for a long time, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded in agreement. I understand. Nobuhiko Patriarch, you are very thoughtful. Indeed, as Konoha continued to expand and its population grew, it was clear that the Uchiha alone could not fully shoulder the burden of managing the village's security. It's great that you thought of reforming the security department and even boldly opened up positions in the security brigade to the entire village. I agree with your reform proposal. Just follow your plan. However, due to the lack of security management personnel, the village's public security has declined rapidly. I hope you can complete the recruitment of members of the Public Security Brigade as soon as possible, arrange them to manage the village's security as soon as possible. Is there any problem in making the village stable again? The third generation only wanted to make Uchiha Zinyi lose more than he gained, and finally hand over the power of the security department. He wanted to see how Uchiha would survive under his suppression after losing the authority of the security department. No problem. I will post the recruitment notice for the security brigade on the newly erected notice board at the entrance of the security department and on the notice board in front of the Hokage building later. In addition, in order to let more people know as soon as possible and recruit enough people as soon as possible, I also hope that the Hokage can help people spread the word. Uchiha nodded with a smile and requested. Can. The third generation agreed without hesitation. I will have someone announce it to the whole village later. Is there anything else? Have. Zi Liubo nodded affirmatively and said, well, the number of security personnel will definitely increase significantly this time, so the salary expenditure will naturally increase a lot. I wonder if the Hokage can't we increase the budget for some security forces? Of course, we just need to increase the excess budget of the public security brigade. How do you think? Anyway, those outsiders in the security brigade would not be grateful to Uchiha. He would not be a sucker and would support them with his own money. This is true even if Uchiha won't be short of money next time. The third generation listened and pondered for a moment, knowing that if they did not agree to this condition, Uchiha Nobuhiko would probably reduce the number of places in the security brigade. We may even stop offering vacancies for the public security brigade. So, he thought about it and nodded and agreed, okay. I agree to this. But it is only limited to the wages of the public security brigade personnel. The wages of the other 3 brigade members are still it will be allocated according to the previous allocation standards, and there will be no increase. Is that okay? Anyway, this time he planned to arrange a group of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura clan, and civilian ninjas loyal to him to join the security team. This kind of safe and stable job is perfect for them, especially for the Sarutobi clan. 0147050009 Philo 1033304110. In other words, the money was mainly distributed to his own people. It's still a legitimate name, and there's no need to do extra accounting or embezzlement. It's a win-win situation. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 70. No problem. That's it. I'll go prepare the recruitment notice first. Please help spread this news as soon as possible, Hokage-sama. Goodbye. With that, Uchiha Nobuhiko stood up, said goodbye to the third generation, and left quickly. The third generation thought about it and asked Anbu's people to immediately call Danzo, Udaten Koharu, and Mito Homura. He felt it necessary to inform them and explain this matter. More than 10 minutes later, Danzo and the other 2 hurried here. Hiruzen. What's the matter that requires us to come so urgently? As soon as Danzo came in, he asked hurriedly. He's been busy lately. He has not given up his desire for the formula of the nutritional pill and the new steel-making technology. I was thinking of sending someone to steal a copy from the 2 companies. Even if you can't produce and sell it to others openly to make money, at least you can easily meet the needs of your own roots. Can save a lot of money for future roots. Moreover, if he really had the technology, couldn't he buy it openly or sell it secretly? Even if Uchiha Tianyi and the others knew about it, what would happen? At most, he will bear more infamy and be hated by more people. These are all irrelevant things to Danzo. He never cared about external fame or anything like that, he valued practical benefits more. That's right. The third generation nodded affirmatively, and immediately told the 3 about the recent security issues in the village, Uchiha's reforms to the security department, and what he had previously agreed upon with Uchiha Nobuhiko. What? Uchiha actually reformed the security department and even planned to open it to outsiders. Is Uchiha Nobuhiko mentally retarded? How could Uchiha agree to such a thing? Udaten Koharu couldn't help but exclaimed. Not completely open. The third generation shook their heads and said, only 2 squadrons of the public security brigade will be opened. Even the captain of the public security brigade and the deputy captain of the other squadron will still be Uchiha people. Tis. Danzo listened, narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it seems that the people of Uchiha have also realized that managing public security and village disputes is very offensive, so they deliberately stripped away this part of the responsibility and authority, let more ninjas in the village participate, so that Uchiha won't have to bear the stigma and be hated by the villagers in the future. Hehe. At this point, Danzo sneered, how naive. Do you think you can get rid of this offending matter like this? As long as we carry out some propaganda in secret, Uchiha will never be able to escape the bad reputation. Humph. When it comes to manipulating and guiding public opinion, Konoha is second, and no one dares to claim to be first, right? He would not allow Uchiha to get rid of this bad reputation. If the Uchiha no longer had this bad reputation and was no longer hated and rejected by the villagers, wouldn't they have a legitimate basis for competing for the position of Hokage? This is something Danzo cannot allow. What? You said his reputation is also bad, but why is he still coveting the Hokage? Haha. In Danzo's opinion, as long as other conditions are met and it is just a matter of reputation, he can completely reverse it by manipulating public opinion. Yes. I thought so too. The third generation listened and nodded with a smile, public opinion can be manipulated. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others obviously haven't realized this yet, that's right. They never paid attention to or understood this aspect in the past. It's normal that they don't understand it. But I think this is actually a good opportunity for us to interfere with the security department and erode its authority, so I agreed to his request directly. Swallow the benefits first, and find a way to throw the disadvantages back later. You're doing the right thing. Danzo smiled and nodded, this kind of opportunity can't be missed. I am looking forward to the regretful look on the Uchiha's face when they see the security department being controlled by us in the future, that will surely be very interesting. I want one position as deputy captain of the security brigade, and 3 positions in the squadron. Is that okay? Hiruzen. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to expand his power. Indeed, he is in agreement with the 3rd generation regarding the matter of dealing with Uchiha. But at the same time, he also hopes to continue to expand his authority and prepare to seize the position of Hokage from the 3rd generation in the future. He will not sit idly by and watch the 3rd generation swallow all the benefits this time. I'm not greedy. I just want 2 spots on the team. Me too. Seeing this, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura also started to share the benefits. The position in the security department is good. The salary is high, the work is easy, and it's safe. You can easily earn money without leaving the village. Very suitable for people in their respective families. Koharu and Yan can each have 2 teams. But Danzo, isn't it too much for you to have a vice captain and 2 squadrons? I can't agree without you telling me. Even if you agree, do you have that many people? According to Uchiha Nobuhiko's plan, the security brigade only has 3 squadrons in total. They have occupied 1 squadron, so there are only 2 squadrons left. If you take all of them, what should we do? What about other ninja clans and civilian ninjas? According to the Uchiha plan, there is only 1 quota for the ninja clan. In addition, the organization of this squadron and even squadron is completely different from the organization of Anbu's squadron and squadron. A squadron has at least 6 squads under its command, and there is almost no upper limit, it depends on how much the assigned area needs. With the current population and area of Konoha, even if you put all the ninjas from the route in there, you still can't fill 2 squadrons. Don't think too much. I'll also give you 2 spots on the team. For the rest, the Anbu clan, will contribute some, the Sarutobi clan will contribute some, the ninja clans that support us will contribute some, and in addition, the civilian ninjas that support me will also contribute some, and that will be enough. Also, we allocate it like this, but in reality, the final list of names is still determined by Uchiha. We can only get more people to sign up and secretly restrict some people from signing up. How many people will be selected in the end depends on luck and whether Uchiha Nobuhiko understands the situation. However, 3rd generation estimated that since Uchiha Nobuhiko had done this, he would definitely deliberately select a group of their people and recruit them into the security brigade. Probably with the intention of affecting his reputation as well as the Danzo and Sarutobi clans. But as Danzo said before, public opinion can be manipulated. He was not worried about the damage to his reputation or that of the Sarutobi clan. Besides, in the 3rd generation's view, the people of the Uchiha Guard were hated and despised by the villagers in the past. In fact, it is because they are too arrogant and tough, and they handle public security and dispute issues too roughly. The people of his Sarutobi clan, as well as the Anbu, other ninja clans and civilian ninjas are not like Uchiha. It will surely be able to easily resolve public security and dispute issues, and make the civilians involved in the disputes convinced. Even more, by taking advantage of this opportunity to get in touch with the grassroots, he could build good relationships with the vast majority of the grassroots civilians, further strengthen the relationship, and ultimately enhance his prestige. Is the arrangement so strange? Danzo frowned after hearing this. It was indeed impossible for him to put all the ninjas from the route into the traditional Chinese medicine department of the security brigade. It's not just a personnel issue, it's not worth it. The people under his command are the elite among the elite, and they should help him do more important things. It seems that it is not so easy to quickly seize the power of the security department by relying on numbers. Danzo thought of this and immediately said to the 3rd generation, I was mistaken. In this case, I will just take the 4 spots on the 4-person team. 2 of them will be given to the Shimura clan, and you can handle the rest. In recent years, because he has been drawing blood from the Shimura clan to nourish his roots, the Shimura clan has secretly had a lot of opinions about him. 0, please give me flowers. This time he felt that it was just right to give the 2 security team spots to the Shimura clan, which could be considered some compensation. I believe they will eliminate the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Moreover, even if the Shimura clan members joined the security brigade, wouldn't they still be under his control? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 4 teams? All right. That's it. Go get the personnel ready and give me a list when the time comes. I thought about it and decided to give the list to Uchiha Nobuhiko and let him know so that he can add these people in. It also saves me from having to participate in the recruitment process and then not being selected. 3rd generation thought about it and decided. He believed that Uchiha Shinshoin would definitely give him some face. Oh. Danzo and the other 2's eyes lit up when they heard this. That's great, let's get ready now. Immediately, the 3 of them left in a hurry. It took more than an hour to finish the list and handed it over to the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation also went to the Uchiha security department in person, handed the list to Uchiha Nobuhiko, and explained their purpose. No problem. Uchiha Nobuhiko agreed readily. I believe that the person chosen by the Hokage is definitely an elite and will definitely become the backbone of the security team, that I will include everyone on this list. Oh, right. The day after tomorrow there will be a recruitment meeting for the public security brigade. Would you like to attend it in person, Master Ying? I believe that once the ninjas in the village know about this, their enthusiasm will definitely increase. Are you kidding? 3rd generation came to him on their own initiative and Nobuhiko was stupid enough to refuse. Of course he knew what the 3rd generation was planning. He had already deduced and estimated it with Tianyi before. I wish they would send someone in. At that time, all disputes involving offending people will be handled by the 3rd generation people. At the same time, Uchiha Nobuhiko is also preparing to set up a news company in the near future. Specifically used to control and guide public opinion. This company will establish newspapers and magazines, and even recruit reporters to collect all kinds of important and unimportant information circulating in the village and even in the ninja world, and publish them. Danzo, are they trying to use public opinion to shift the blame of the public security brigade back to Uchiha? Dream. Tianyi and Uchiha Nobuhiko had been prepared for this move. That's not possible. I'm always busy and don't have time. After hearing this, the 3rd generation narrowed their eyes slightly, and for a moment they were not sure whether Uchiha Nobuhiko was sincere or not. If he was sincere, what was his intention? Thinking of this, the 3rd generation was a little confused about what Uchiha Nobuhiko was thinking and could only refuse directly. If you rush in without knowing the enemy's purpose, you will most likely fall into their trap. This is the experience that 3rd generation has summed up over the years, and they will naturally not be fooled. Is that so? What a pity. Uchiha Nobuhiko looked very sorry after hearing this. The 3rd generation's eyelids jumped when he saw this, and he suddenly didn't want to continue talking to Uchiha Nobuhiko. He immediately stood up and said goodbye, quickly leaving the security department. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Nobuhiko watched the 3rd generation go away, his eyes far away, and thought with disdain in his heart, as expected by Tianyi, they want to use this opportunity to erode the authority of the security department. Unfortunately, no matter how much you think, it's useless. It's not that Uchiha Nobuhiko won't give them this opportunity. He felt that the 3rd generation did not have the time to wait until the plan was successful. Because this is destined not to succeed in 2 or 3 years. And in 2 or 3 years, the 3rd generation might even be driven out of office. By then, the 3rd generation's erosion plan would naturally become useless. Time is on his Uchiha's side. P.S. Please order your own death. Chapter 71. Soon after the 3rd generation left, Uchiha Nobuhiko had the announcement of the security brigade recruitment posted on the bulletin board in front of the Hokage building and on the huge new notice board erected in front of the gate of the Uchiha security department. At the same time, people were asked to carry out publicity in the village. After the 3rd generation returned, they also started to make efforts to get people to help spread the news. In just half a day, the news was known to countless ninjas in the village. These people had mixed reactions. Wow! Uchiha actually made such a big reform to the security department, and even opened up the positions in the public security brigade for everyone to apply? It's really strange. Indeed. The security department has always been Uchiha's private domain and has never been open to the public. Are you going to participate in the recruitment? No. The people in Uchiha are not easy to get along with, especially the people in the security department. They have a bad reputation, and I don't want to be scolded. If you don't go, I will. What's wrong with a bad reputation? But he has good treatment, less work, and is safe. I saw that the average genin team member makes 100,000 taels a month, which is much more than I can earn by doing missions myself. You know, the tasks of the Kunyi mission department are not supplied in unlimited quantities. Especially for those low-level tasks, not only are the commissions low, but they are also limited. Don't think that in the original novel, Naruto and his friends in the future are so tired of doing D-level missions that they feel sick and are very reluctant to do so that everyone can take such missions and can take them unlimitedly. That's just because they are all young elites trained by the village, and their tasks are all special milk pigs with unlimited supply. What? So many? Isn't this much better than taking on dangerous missions? Of course. Also, people who are familiar with Uchiha know that most of them are not difficult to get along with. On the contrary, they are very reliable because of their strong strength. It's just that most of them are a bit arrogant and don't talk much, which makes people feel that they are difficult to get along with. Indeed. I've been on missions with Uchiha before, and they're very reliable. So, I can go to the security department's recruitment? Where are you, Jingshan? Damn. Don't run. Wait for me, I'll go and sign up too. Similar situations occurred in many places in Konoha. The ninjas of the ninja clan were fine, but most of the civilian ninjas were interested in the work of the security department, and some of them took action directly and ran to sign up. Some are still waiting and watching. Of course, there are also people who look down on such a low salary and such a comfortable job. But these people are basically ninjas with relatively strong strength and talent. It is true that doing village tasks is relatively dangerous, but they can earn more this way. Moreover, such people generally have a greater demand for cultivation resources. In order to support their own cultivation, they cannot choose such a comfortable job. At the same time, many ninjas also paid attention to this news and had different reactions. Naruto Ming's home, at this time, Liu Ming and Liu Ju were entertaining Tianyi. Liu Ming invited Tianyi over this time in order to get to know Tianyi, build a good relationship with him, and thank Tianyi at the same time. After all, the people from the Inoshika clans were able to compete for a share in the pharmaceutical company a few days ago, which was definitely a favor from heaven. Otherwise, the prices they offer are not that advantageous. At most, you can get 1 or 2. 3. When the results came out, many ninjas were envious and jealous. I heard that after the incident, many ninja clan representatives returned and began to summon their family children who were in school, asking them to find ways to get close to Tianyi and establish a good relationship with him. In their opinion, the reason why Inoshika could receive such preferential treatment was because the young patriarch of their 3 tribes was not only a classmate of Tianyi, but also a good friend. They usually skipped classes to practice together, right? Well, Tianyi and the others did not deliberately cover up the news that Shadow Clone skipped classes to practice, so it naturally could not be hidden from the ninjas who were interested in investigating. Even Tianyi and his classmates' class teacher already knew the news. But in the end he didn't dare to intervene and just reported the situation to the 3rd generation. After comprehensive consideration, 3rd generation decided not to worry about it and just continue as usual. Because the 3rd generation knows that it is useless to circle them. Better to keep the status quo. We have strayed off topic. As they were chatting, Liu Ming also remembered the news he heard today regarding the reform of the security department and the external recruitment of staff. Liu Ming couldn't help but ask Tianyi curiously, Tianyi, I heard that your Uchiha guard has undergone a major reform and is still recruiting security personnel. Yes. Tianyi listened and nodded affirmatively, Uncle Liu Ming, you are so smart and you should know that the security department, especially the public security work, is the most thankless and offensive job. Because of this, Uchiha's reputation has been getting worse over the years. In order to change this, my father, at my suggestion, used the incident between the 2 companies to convince the family members and began to reform the security department. Of course, this is actually related to the fact that Konoha is getting bigger and bigger, the population is increasing, and the Uchiha security department is becoming increasingly short of manpower. Naruto Ming nodded in understanding. This is not bad, it can not only get rid of the bad reputation, but also continue to control the power of the security department, but you still have to be careful. 3rd generation and Danzo will definitely not give up. They have actually been trying to weaken or even take back the authority of the security department over the years. It is true that the security department is an offensive department, but its full strength is really great. We have all the powers of policing, patrolling, judging, and imprisonment. It would be strange if the third generation didn't want to weaken and control this power. This time, the third generation will definitely send people to infiltrate the security department. You must be careful. This is a friendly reminder. Haha. I appreciate your kindness. Tianyi smiled knowingly after hearing this and said, we actually anticipated this a long time ago. We already have countermeasures. That's good. Naruto listened, and nodded in surprise and understanding. Yes, with you here, there will be no problem. Afterwards, they chatted for a while and had dinner at Luju's house before Tianyi said goodbye and left. Luju, remember to exchange ideas with Tianyi more often in the future. You can learn a lot from him. This child is truly a monster. Not only is his strength and talent extraordinary, but his mind is also outstanding. Uchiha really found a treasure this time. In the future, the rise of Uchiha will be unstoppable. I have a feeling that in the future, the third generation will not be a match for Tianyi and Uchiha. Naruto waited until Tianyi walked away before turning around and giving instructions to his son. That's for sure. Tianyi can't be contained by konoha alone, let alone the Lord. After hearing this, Luju said with confidence. He is very clear about Tianyi's ambition and strength. He even worked with Tian to develop the 4th generation 5th Hokage plan. However, there is no need to tell this to my father. Otherwise, he was afraid of getting beaten. Oh. Naruto looked at his confident son with some surprise, and said with a meaningful smile, haha. It seems that you have great confidence in him, what else are you hiding from me? They. After hearing this, Luju felt his scalp tingling and wanted to explain something. No need to explain. But he was interrupted by Naruto. To Luju's surprise, he was not beaten this time. On the contrary, Luming reached out and touched his head, saying earnestly, since you have such confidence in him, just follow him and do things well. You, your father, the Nara family, and even the Inoshika CH families are all solid supporters for you, Choza, and Hai. Since they have chosen to befriend Uchiha and lean towards Uchiha and Senju, Naruto and the others are naturally not stupid and will not do anything to waver. I had already made up my mind to change my stance. It's not that they wanted to betray the third generation and the Sarutobi clan, but that the third generation and Sarutobi Hiruzen forgot their roots first and betrayed their alliance and friendship first. Yes. I will. Luju understood what his father meant, and felt as if a heavy pressure appeared on his shoulders. He restrained his smile and nodded seriously. And he secretly swore in his heart that he would never let his father and family down, and would lead his family to follow Tianyi's footsteps and lead the Nara clan to new heights. 2 days later, the security department was packed with people, with thousands of ninjas coming, all of them coming to attend the recruitment conference. Genin, Chnin, and even Jainin. There are ninjas of all levels. Of course, most of the Chnin and Jainin are older or physically disabled. Basically, they have exhausted their potential and do not want to continue doing dangerous tasks. They want a stable job with decent income. The Public Security Brigade is a perfect example. The matter of recruiting personnel is naturally none of Tianyi's business. The recruitment was completed on the same day. Tianyi only learned the details from his father when he was having dinner at home that evening. This time, the security brigade recruited a total of 300 ninjas, most of whom are mid-level genin, and there are relatively few jainin. Among them, the third generation sent 64 people. As for the remaining, civilian ninjas and ninjas from various ninja clans will each take up half of the quota under our deliberate control. Now, the public security problem can finally be solved. He also got rid of the blame. I, as a father, feel refreshed. Haha. Uchiha Nobuhiko said with a smug look on his face. There are only 64 people in the third generation? Maybe there are more. Tianyi raised his eyebrows after hearing this and said, this is just what is shown on the surface. In secret, there must be many people recruited from the ninja clan and civilians who are theirs. In addition, if we want to completely get rid of the bad reputation in terms of public security, public opinion guidance is very important, so, how is the magazine I asked you to open going? It is not advisable to get carried away by success. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded and said, we're ready. We've recruited everyone. However, the first newspaper will not be officially available for sale until 3 days later, the first magazine will probably be out in a month. In addition, I have also contacted some writers and have signed contracts with them. There should be no shortage of articles and novels in the future. Oh, by the way. Among them is Jiraiya, a disciple of the third generation. 1.2 This guy is quite interesting. He actually likes to write novels. I've read his works and they're pretty good. He's a talented person. By the way, the third generation apprentice is also a genius. Among the 3 disciples, none of them is normal. Tsunade might already be the most normal one among them. Oh? Jiraiya has also signed a contract with our magazine. Tianyi was also a little surprised to hear the news, then nodded and said, he knows this is our Uchiha magazine. Maybe you don't know. Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and said hesitantly, because, there are no Uchiha people in the magazine. You mean it? For a company like this, it's better not to attract attention in the early stages and let people know that we are the ones behind the scenes, otherwise, it will easily attract the attention of the third generation and Danzo, and we will be suppressed. Only when the magazine's newspapers and magazines are doing well, sales are up, and the scale and influence are increased, will the group be exposed. Of course, if you can avoid exposing yourself, it's best not to do so for the time being. Well, that's good. Tianyi listened and nodded with satisfaction. When Jiraiya and the third generation know that we are the ones behind this company, I think their faces will be very interesting. Haha. Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and laughed out loud. That's exactly what we're aiming for. He was looking forward to seeing the third generation being humiliated and upset. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 72. After dinner, Tianyi washed up and went straight back to his room, where he practiced the chakra jotyen moving method for more than an hour. Feeling that his chakra had increased significantly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he continued to practice the Sharingan eye-opening method. After 2 times, suddenly he felt his eyes getting hot and itchy, making him want to rub them. But he still held back and continued to practice the eye-opening technique, developing his bloodline and tempering his spirit. Because he felt that his eyes were about to officially evolve and awaken the Sharingan. He could already sense the birth of pupil power inside his eyes. Moreover, the power of his pupils was constantly accumulating and strengthening, transforming his eyes. Buzz. After a few breaths, Tianyi suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils suddenly changed from black to red. In addition, a black and gold megatama quickly appeared in each eye, spinning rapidly around the center of the pupil, and then gradually stabilized and stopped. Have you finally opened your eyes? The speed is pretty good too. Tianyi felt the changes in his eyes, stood up and walked to the bathroom mirror to look at his eyes. Feeling the pupil power in his eyes constantly transforming and improving, he touched his eye sockets and murmured, sure enough, the Sharingan opened by the eye-opening method did not show any extreme changes in mental power, there is no evil or chaotic air in the eyes, however, the coldness still exists. This is not surprising. After all, Sharingan's pupil power is the product of Yandun, a special spiritual power born from the combination of spiritual power and chakra. It's the ultimate Yandun. But his Sharingan is not evil. Proved that his previous inferences were correct. At the same time, from the moment he opened his eyes, Tianyi felt that his mental strength and even his soul had undergone a small transformation, directly increasing by 1/10. This is actually quite astonishing. After all, Tianyi's mental strength at this time has reached cage level. Not the beginner kind yet. Tianyi thought happily, is this a pleasant surprise? I didn't expect that this method of opening my eyes could greatly improve my mental strength. If you want to increase your mental strength by this much through meditation, it will probably take more than a year, not to mention that opening the eyes also improves soul power. In addition, my body has also been strengthened to a certain extent. It's just not a big deal, only about 1%. My life essence has also been improved by that much, which is not bad. In addition, the bloodline development degree has directly reached 15%, soaring by about 5%, which is a small gain. On the contrary, the bloodline has been purified and refined. This effect, this feeling, it is worth making a wish to master it and turn it into a practice method to purify your bloodline. Just do it if you want to. Tianyi said silently in his heart, I made a wish. How can I transform the blood refining effect and feeling when I opened my eyes into a method to purify my blood? Consume 100 wishes to make a wish, and within 5 minutes, you can improve your comprehension to the maximum extent, and you can suddenly realize and create a blood purification method. You actually need 100 wishes. When Tianyi received this information, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he immediately opened the property panel to check and found that he had accumulated more than 200 wishes. He immediately decided to consume 100 wishes to achieve enlightenment. I made a wish, consuming 100 wishes, and within 5 minutes, I could improve my comprehension to the maximum extent possible, and suddenly realize the creation of a blood purification method. Buzz. The next moment, Tianyi felt as if his thinking senses were magnified tens of thousands of times, and his brain became extremely obedient. He immediately concentrated on trying to recall and comprehend the blood tempering and transformation brought about by his previous eye-opening. At that moment, countless insights flooded into his mind. Combined with the method of marrow refining in traditional Chinese martial arts, a method of blood tempering began to take shape rapidly in his mind. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Tianyi successfully created a blood tempering method that was perfectly suitable for his current Uchiha bloodline. Moreover, at the last moment, based on this, he created a universal blood tempering method. Phew! Finally it's done. After coming out of the epiphany, I felt very tired and had a slight headache. But it still couldn't hide Tianyi's joy. Try the effect. Thinking of this, Tianyi immediately tried to use the perfect blood tempering method to begin tempering the Uchiha blood in his body. At the beginning he was still a little unfamiliar, and the tempering speed was very slow. But with a complete understanding, he quickly became proficient. The tempering process is not painful, but it does make you feel tingling all over. In addition, tempering blood requires consumption of chakra and mental strength. There is a limit every day. Therefore, Tianyi stopped after practicing it 10 times. Because he felt that his mental strength was almost exhausted. Hiss! Is the mental energy consumption so terrible? No. Chakra consumption is just as terrible. It's just that my chakra volume is increasing, so it doesn't feel that obvious. And this tempering method actually consumes more mental energy? That's a bit strange. Is it because it was created mainly through the enlightenment gained when the eyes were opened? Tianyi pondered as he felt the chakra in his body being consumed by more than half and his mental strength almost running out. This is the only explanation. After all, his chakra amount is only at Jainin level, far inferior to his cage level spirit. In comparison, it is obvious that more mental energy is consumed. Of course, the consumption is high and the quenching effect is also obvious. After practicing 10 times, Tianyi could feel through comparison that his bloodline had improved by about 1% compared to before practicing. In other words, if he continues at this speed, after 100 days of practice, his bloodline will undergo further transformation. By then, both the upper limit of potential and the origin of life will be greatly improved. This blood tempering method can be taught to my parents, Mikoto, Kushina, and others later. Tianyi thought again. Next, it's time to perfect the 3-tomo Sharingan training method, further develop the Uchiha bloodline, and improve the power of the pupil. Just do it when you want to. Immediately, Tianyi returned to the bedroom again, sat cross-legged, and began to practice the perfect 3-tomo Sharingan practice method. Because this technique was created by his own sudden enlightenment, and the enlightenment itself was already the state of great perfection, he completed the first round of practice easily. But, I was not very skilled at the beginning. But after practicing several times, Tianyi made rapid progress and soon mastered the perfect 3-magatama practice method. He estimated that if he was given a few more days, he should be able to synchronize his perception with actual practice and reach the state of great perfection. While mental strength is recovering rapidly, it is also improving rapidly. The improvement effect is about 10 times that of the eye-opening technique. At this rate, it will take about half a year to open the second hook pressure technique. 3-magatama estimated 1 year. That's it. My body can still keep up with my growth. Tianyi inferred according to his own feelings. Of course, he is not worried about his physical growth. With Chinese martial arts, his physical condition is improving rapidly every day. At present, his martial arts has reached the middle stage of Mingjin, but there is still a long way to go before reaching Injin. It's all because of my young age. If he is 15 years old now, he can surely master the bright force in 1 hour, the dark force in 3 days, and reach the ultimate state in 1 month. Unfortunately, the body is still too young to be forced to grow. In addition, this perfect 3-tomo Sharingan training method shortens my mental power recovery time to less than 5 minutes. If I combine it with the nutrition pill, my chakra recovery and endurance will be greatly improved. Hehe. Tianyi thought happily. Next, Tianyi did not continue to practice, but lay down with a tired mind and fell asleep quickly. Wait until you wake up early the next morning. He stretched and felt refreshed. He immediately got up, washed up, went downstairs to the training ground in the backyard, said hello to his father and elder brother Hogyoku, and began to practice martial arts on his own. 1 hour, the martial arts training was almost over, and Uchiha Zenmei started calling everyone to have breakfast. Let's go. Let's go have breakfast first. I'm busy lately. Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this, replied, and then invited Kamatenaki and Uchiha Fugaku to come to the restaurant, sit down, and start eating breakfast. While eating, he couldn't help but look at Tianyi and asked in confusion, "Son, why do I feel that you are a little different today? Have you made another breakthrough?" Although Tianyi concealed his aura and most of his chakra, Uchiha Nobuhiko was very experienced and a veteran cage-level warrior, so he still noticed it. Is there? Uchiha Zenmei and Fugaku couldn't help but look at Tianyi curiously after hearing this. I didn't notice anything different. Hehe. I still can't hide it from you, Dad. Tianyi smiled after hearing this, and directly opened his Sharingan and said, "Hey, I successfully opened a Megatama Sharingan last night. My mental strength, life essence and bloodline have all been greatly improved." You. Uchiha Nobuhiko and others were all shocked when they saw Tianyi's Sharingan. Then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. You actually opened your eyes? Congratulations! Oh my god! Uchiha Zenmei spoke to Tianyi first with a loving face. Brother! Congratulations! You opened your eyes at the age of 5. I am not as good as you. Fugaku also congratulated. He didn't have any jealous thoughts. He felt that considering how evil his brother was, this seemed normal. It would be strange if Tianyi opened his eyes too late. You really gave us a surprise. You opened your eyes so early. It seems that the effect of the eye-opening method is very good, and your blood concentration is not low. Haha. You didn't feel any burden on your body after opening your eyes, did you? Uchiha Nobuhiko also had a look of emotion on his face, and couldn't help but ask with concern. If you feel a burden, it means that your body is being oppressed by Sharingan and cannot keep up with the evolution of Sharingan. At this time, you need to pay special attention to quickly improving your body and vitality. Otherwise, it is easy to overdraw potential and affect future growth. Even severe cases may lead to blood diseases. Of course, generally speaking, the feedback after opening Sharingan can eliminate this problem. It was because Tianyi was too young when he opened his eyes that Uchiha Nobuhiko was worried about this and asked a question specifically. No. Tianyi felt warm in his heart after hearing this, and shook his head and said, I am at least in the middle stage of Mingjin, and my physique and vitality are much stronger than those of my peers. It's just a Megatama, and it won't cause any burden. That's good. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko, Kakamai and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Richu looked puzzled and asked, would this kind of problem still occur if you open your eyes early? Isn't it better to open your eyes to love earlier? What if I feel a burden after opening my eyes? He really doesn't understand this aspect. You are so ignorant that you don't even know how to read the books on this subject in the clan library. They all have records in them. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened, glared at Fugaku, and reprimanded him, remember this from now on. It is not the earlier the better to open your eyes. You need a strong physique and vitality to keep up. Only on, otherwise, it will only overdraw a person's potential and even vitality. In serious cases, they may develop a blood disease and eventually die. Do you understand? Deuterium. Fugaku gasped when he heard this and said, is that so? I'll make a note of it. So, the Sharingan method is not suitable for young tribesmen to practice, right? After all, this technique is very effective in developing blood and meditation, and can definitely greatly increase the speed and probability of eye-opening. He has not yet mastered this technique to perfection, but he feels that his mental strength is improving very quickly. This made him even more curious about the effects of the 3-Tomo Sharingan training method. You know, he is currently 2-Tomo Sharingan. If it wasn't for the need to make up for the shortcoming of forcibly opening his eyes, he would have definitely practiced the 3-Tomo Sharingan cultivation method directly. Good. Tianyi nodded affirmatively, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. As he said this, he looked at his father and reminded him, Dad. Subsequent exchange of the eye-opening technique must also be restricted, the bloodline development part of it needs to wait until the children of the tribe are over 5 years old and have practiced the national martial arts to the Mingjin level before they can exchange them for the bloodline development part of the eye-opening method. So as not to force the issue and damage the potential of the tribe members or even cause them to suffer from blood-related diseases. On the contrary, the meditation method in the eye-opening method can be practiced after the age of 4, and there is no problem. Remember to add this to the exchange requirements and reminders of the Merit Pavilion, and warn the tribesmen to pay special attention to this, so that no one may be unaware and try to force things to happen. He really hadn't considered this before. If Hogyoku hadn't reminded me, something terrible might have happened. Yet, I understand. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded seriously at this time. Fortunately, the Merit Pavilion is still undergoing reforms, and I am not ready to put the eye-opening method and other magical skills on the shelves. I will only do this after all the tribesmen have signed a contract with you. 0147050009 Fila 1033403110. So, after this busy period, when the reform is implemented, I plan to let him continue to contract tribe members in batches, and at the same time completely eliminate other voices in the tribe. Is that okay? P.S. Please customize. Chapter 73. Of course, no problem. Just let me know when the time comes. Tianyi smiled and nodded. He couldn't wait to complete this step. It would also be a good idea to let the tribesmen practice the magical skills they created as soon as possible and quickly improve the strength of Uchiha. Uchiha Nobuhiko nodded in satisfaction, and praised Hogyoku. Hogyoku, you did a great job today. Keep up this attentive attitude. Hey! I got it. Hogyoku heard the rare praise from his father in recent times, and Ichiraku immediately laughed and touched the back of Kaida's head. Ever since his younger brother came to his senses and showed various heaven-defying performances, he hasn't heard his father praise him for a long time. Listening to it now, I still feel excited. There was nothing he could do. His father's threshold had been raised too high by his younger brother, making his usually excellent performance seem mediocre. Hey! Tianyi-chan. Is this mom's illusion? Why do I feel that your Sharingan gives me a different feeling than ours? It seems that the Megatama is not pure black, but black and gold. In addition, the pupil power is also very stable and pure, without any trace of evil. Is this the effect you get after opening your eyes naturally through the eye-opening method from the beginning? At this time, Uchiha Zenmei, who had been observing the Sharingan, couldn't help but ask curiously. Although she was also practicing the eye-opening technique, she could feel the violent and extreme aura in her mental power being eliminated every day, and her mental power was becoming more and more solid and stable. As a result, his Sharingan's pupil power became more and more stable. But there has never been a situation like Tianyi. Oh! As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Uchiha Shin and Hogyoku were attracted. Both of them carefully observed and felt Tianyi's Sharingan, and immediately found that what Uchiha Zenmei said was right. It's really different. After checking it out, Uchiha Nobuhiko couldn't help but ask Tianyi, "Son, do you feel any different?" Tianyi saw this and immediately shook his head and said, "Except for the fact that his mental power did not become unstable, weak, irritable, or extreme due to opening his eyes, apart from the fact that my pupil power is stable and the control is easier and smoother, there is no other different feeling for the time being. Perhaps, we can only truly feel the difference after opening the 3 Megatama or even the Mangekyō Sharingan. In fact, as long as you practice the eye-opening method to perfection, and then continue to practice the 3 Tomo Sharingan method, the problem of mental strength will be eliminated sooner or later, your pupil power will become more stable and easier to control, your evil nature will be eliminated, and your Sharingan will become more perfect. Of course, Dad, you should have activated the Mangekyō Sharingan, right? If you want to eliminate all the problems with your mental power, pupil power, and Sharingan, you have to wait until I create the meditation training method and bloodline development method for the Mangekyō Sharingan stage. Only by improving your cultivation can these problems be completely eliminated." Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others nodded in understanding after hearing this. Is that so? It seems that we have to practice meditation more diligently in the future. However, with the contract rune suppressing his sea of consciousness, Uchiha Nobuhiko had long felt that the negative mental impact of activating Wang Hating's Sharingan had been suppressed. Soon, the meal was finished. Etc. Just as Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others were about to get up and leave, Tianyi called out to them and first used his mental power to sense the area around his home to confirm that there was no white zetsu. He then waved his hand and set up another barrier and said to his family, when I opened the Sharingan yesterday, I had another epiphany. Combined with the effect of blood refining when the eyes were opened, I created a new blood refining method. Practicing this can continuously refine and purify the blood, allowing the purity and level of the practitioner's blood to continuously improve. You should all learn this first. Remember to practice this more often. It will be of great benefit to purifying your blood and improving your aptitude. As he spoke, Tianyi ignored the shocked expressions of the others and directly raised his hand to touch their foreheads. Several streams of light instantly sank into their sea of consciousness and entered the contract rune. The next moment, a lot of information about the practice of blood tempering method emerged in their minds. Several people were immediately attracted and completely immersed in it. After a while, they woke up one after another, with deep shock and joy still in their eyes. Uchiha Hogyoku looked at Tianyi, excitedly gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother! You are really awesome. With this, won't I be able to activate the Mangekyō Sharingan 100% in the future?" "That's Mangekyō Sharingan. Super strong." "That's about right." Tianyi listened, smiled, and nodded. "It's not just the Mangekyō Sharingan, blood affects our talents. As your bloodline is purified, your various cultivation talents will continue to improve. So, big brother, remember to practice this technique more in the future. Of course, this technique is very difficult and requires a lot of energy to practice. You must be mentally prepared. This technique consumes chakra and mental energy in a terrifying way." "I will." Hogyoku didn't care about these and nodded repeatedly. "As long as I can become more talented, stronger, a little more difficult, or more consuming, what's there to be afraid of? You really gave me another big surprise. With this technique, won't everyone in our Uchiha clan be a genius in the future? Will everyone have the opportunity to easily open the qualifications of the Mangekyō Sharingan?" Uchiha Nobuhiko also looked at Tianyi Ideo with excitement at this time. The effect of this technique is more obvious for ninjas with stronger bloodline limits. On the contrary, it is not that effective against civilian ninjas or ninjas from mystic families. "That's about right." Tianyi nodded affirmatively. The opening of Mangekyō does have certain requirements for the purity and perfection of bloodline. The middle bloodline quenching method can solve this problem. "Dad, please gather the tribesmen who made the contract with me last time in the evening. When the time comes, I will teach them this technique so that they can become stronger faster and at the same time, improve their foundation." If Uchiha could produce 10 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, then there would be no need to be so cautious. They could directly sweep across Konoha, forcibly suppress the third generation and other discontents, and directly grab the position of Hokage. Anyway, these people have signed a contract with me. The stronger they are, the better it will be for Tianyi. "Okay. I'll arrange it. How about 5 p.m? In addition, I will also arrange for a second group of tribesmen to sign contracts at that time." Uchiha Zinyan understood Tianyi's idea and immediately cried, "Okay. Let's arrange it this way." Tianyi naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement immediately. "Move." However, at this moment, a puff of smoke appeared in the restaurant, and the next moment, a ninja cat appeared in the restaurant, immediately attracting the attention of Tianyi. Uchiha Nobuhiko saw the ninja cat and frowned. "Reijiro, why did you come here by yourself at this time? Is there an emergency in the land of whirlpools?" Of course he knew this ninja cat. It was the ninja cat with the Uchiha Sharingan contract that he sent to the whirlpool country to hide and check the situation. "Yes." Adult Nobuhiko. After hearing this, Ninja Cat Reiji took the scroll from his mouth, threw it to Uchiha Nobuhiko and said, "All the information is in here. Lord Xianqing looks anxious, you should take a look as soon as possible and make a response." "Good." Uchiha Nobuhiko heard this and quickly opened the intelligence scroll and read it through. His expression became more serious and he said, "Sure enough, something went wrong. Tianyi, you should also take a look. As you expected, there have been major changes in the whirlpool country. A few minutes ago, elite troops from different ninja villages invaded from 3 directions. They are Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi respectively. They have probably already invaded the interior of the whirlpool country. What are you going to do next? It would be best to inform Mito-sama and the third generation about this matter." As he spoke, he handed the intelligence scroll in his hand to Tianyi. Tianyi took the scroll and quickly checked it. His expression darkened slightly and he said, "Notify Master Mito and the third generation. They are sure. Especially from Mito-sama's side, we are now staunch allies after all. We cannot sit idly by and watch the Uzumaki clan be exterminated. The living Uzumaki clan is more beneficial to us. Well, I'll go find Lady Mito right away and ask her to rush for help. Dad, you are also worried. Some members of the Uchiha Elite Guard team are gathering at the gate of the clan. Wait for me to bring people over to join you. Also, send someone to tell the third generation about this news. At this point, Tianyi paused and said, although, I feel that the third generation may not be unaware of this matter. After all, this is a joint action of the ninja villages. If they say there's no alliance between the three great powers behind them, I won't believe it at all. Since the daimyo of the other three major countries are involved, it is very likely that the daimyo of the remaining two major countries also know about it. With so many elite troops dispatched by the three major ninja villages, it's impossible for Konoha's spies in their villages to not notice anything. All these things make me feel that perhaps the Fire Country daimyo knows about this matter, and is even involved in it, secretly informing the third generation and others not to let Konoha send troops to help the Whirlpool Country. After all, the Whirlpool Country, where the ninja village and the country are integrated, is seen as an alien by other daimyo and is an object that should be eliminated. Uchiha Nobuhiko frowned and said, if that's the case, then we shouldn't notify the third generation, okay? Otherwise, he might organize us to go to the rescue, right? Won't. Tianyi listened, sneered and shook his head, saying, even if what I speculated is true, and the third generation really did secretly communicate with the daimyo, he at most deliberately concealed and suppressed the news, just sit back and watch the Whirlpool Country being destroyed by the other three major ninja villages. Because he can't afford to offend the furious Mito-sama. Now that we know the news, we have told Lord Mito. Not only does he not dare to stop us, he may even have to make excuses saying he doesn't know the news yet, then send some people to go with us to rescue. Otherwise, wouldn't it be obvious to Master Mito that they already knew the news but concealed it on purpose, hoping to sit back and watch the Whirlpool Country be destroyed? A mad Uzumaki Mito is definitely not what the third generation wants to see or can bear. That's true. Uchiha Nobuhiko listened and nodded in realization. Then he thought of the daimyo and frowned again and asked, according to your inference, this matter was pushed behind by the daimyo of several major countries. Then if we bring people to rescue them, wouldn't that ruin the plans of these daimyo, especially the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Will the Fire Country daimyo hate us afterward? Very unacceptable. Ye used the pharmaceutical and steel companies to establish a relationship with the Fire Country daimyo and made friends with him, but it was ruined and they even turned against each other. Uchiha Nobuhiko was still a little unwilling to accept it. No. Not at all. Tianyi smiled and said, Dad, you have to understand that the daimyo of all the major countries, including the daimyo of our Fire Country, is really only trying to destroy the Whirlpool Country, a unified ninja village. And our rescue is only to protect as many Uzumaki people as possible, rather than to save the Whirlpool Country under the siege of the elite forces of the three major ninja villages. Since the daimyo of the major countries have already begun to intend to destroy the Whirlpool Country, the major ninja villages probably also have a tacit understanding to destroy the Whirlpool Country, then the destruction of the Whirlpool Country will be inevitable, and even we and Master Mito cannot stop it. Not to mention whether we are willing to rescue them again and again, help them resist the attacks of the three major ninja villages, and ensure that the Whirlpool Country is not destroyed, even if we want to, how many times can we stop it? As long as the major countries have made up their minds, it won't be just one time for this to happen. So, neither we nor Master Mito can really protect the Whirlpool Kingdom from destruction. At best, we can rescue some members of the Uzumaki clan. These people will no longer be able to stay in the land of whirlpools. Leaving with us and developing in Konoha is their best choice. In this case, the result of the destruction of the Whirlpool Country will not change, and the goals of the daimyo of the major countries will naturally be achieved. Why do they still hold a grudge against us? Even if Tianyi and his men would definitely kill some ninjas from the three major ninja villages during the rescue process, it would have nothing to do with the daimyos. They probably hope that some ninjas from the major ninja villages will die. After all, with the peaceful development over the years, the number of ninjas in the major ninja villages has been growing rapidly, and they are almost unable to bear it and are about to push the battlefield out. This incident can be turned into a rehearsal before World War II, to accumulate a wave of hatred. These daimyos prefer to use resources and money as a means to secretly manipulate the major ninja villages to fight to the death rather than personally take part in the battle. Taking action personally is not only dangerous, but also a loss of status, which is not suitable for them. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 74. It's true. Uchiha Nobuhiko also reacted after hearing this, his eyes lit up and he said, since there is no impact, there is nothing to hesitate about. Go find Master Mito immediately. I'll rush to get the elite troops here, and at the same time, send someone to notify the third generation. Good. Tianyi nodded immediately, and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique, and disappeared in the room with a swoosh. The next moment, he appeared directly in the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. Uzumaki Mito, who was sitting in the pavilion drinking tea, sensed someone suddenly appearing in the yard. She immediately looked over and found it was Tianyi. She was a little surprised and said, Xiaoshan? Why did you suddenly use the Flying Thunder God technique to come here? Is there something urgent? After all, under normal circumstances, Tianyi would definitely not do such an impolite thing. Good. Tianyi nodded affirmatively, stepped forward and handed the intelligence scroll to Uzumaki Mito, saying, Grandma Mito, take a look at this first. Tis. Uzumaki Mito listened, took the scroll with some confusion and curiosity, and quickly read it through. Brush. The next moment, she stood up from her chair in shock and anger, looked at Tianyi and asked, is this true? The Whirlpool country is currently being besieged by the elite forces of Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi. Good. Tianyi nodded affirmatively and said, a while ago, our Uchiha ninja accidentally discovered that Cloud Shinobi might send elite troops to raid the land of Whirlpools in the near future. First, we need to seize the advanced sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan to increase the success rate of their Jinkriki experiment. Afterwards, my father discussed it with me and, at my suggestion, secretly sent 2 teams of Uchiha ninjas to the Whirlpool country to lurk and investigate if there were any unusual movements there. Then, we got this information. There is no time to lose. I think we should take people to rescue as soon as possible. What do you think, Grandma Mito? Of course, this excuse has flaws. But Tianyi didn't care, he believed Uzumaki Mito wouldn't care either. Because this is the least important. As long as the news is true. Okay. I'll go find Monkey right away and ask him to gather the Anbu elite to go with me to the rescue. Uzumaki Mito decided immediately. DB. Tianyi listened and hesitated for a moment before saying, I think, Grandma Mito, you'd better not hold too high hopes for the third generation. Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he heard this, and asked in confusion, why? Is it because we were almost on opposite sides before? Don't worry. Monkey wouldn't dare to treat me like this when it comes to such a big issue. He will agree to send someone. It's not a journey. Tianyi shook his head and immediately told Uzumaki Mito everything he had told his father before about his speculation about the siege of the Whirlpool country. Suinwohu's heart sank when he heard this, and he frowned and said, your speculation is really possible. So, Monkey knew that the Whirlpool country was about to be besieged, but chose to hide it from me and didn't tell me. At this point, Uzumaki Mito was filled with rage, wishing he could kill the third generation right away. It can only be that the possibility is very high. Tien nodded, and then continued, of course, even so, if you go to ask for help now, he should still send people to rescue you, but the number of people, quality, and speed cannot be guaranteed. So, instead of counting on him, you should come with me yourself. I have asked my father to urgently send some of the best members of the tribe to rescue. I have the Flying Thunder God technique, and Uchiha, who is now in the Whirlpool country, has my Flying Thunder God dagger in his hand. I can teleport you there directly. We should still be in time. Of course, if Senjo can quickly gather some elite forces, we can come together as well. This time, our goal is only to rescue the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, not to save the Whirlpool kingdom. Please clarify this point. Tianyi would definitely not risk his life for the Whirlpool country and offend the daimyo. Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki Mito was stunned when he heard this. This place is at least 1,000 kilometers away from the land of Whirlpools. Is it really possible to bring such a large group of people to such a long distance? Your chakra is only Jainin level, but even if Tobirama regenerates, you can't do this, right? Did you innovate and improve the Flying Thunder God technique? Uzumaki Mito thought of this possibility considering Tianyi's terrifying understanding. Hey! Not bad. Tianyi smiled and nodded, I can borrow the chakra of the teleporter to reduce my consumption, all you need to do is set up a teleportation array in advance. It's very convenient. So, you don't have to worry about that. What do you decide? Just do as you say. Uzumaki Mito nodded decisively and said, I will be anxious to get the elite Senju forces that can be anxious. Although the Senju have declined, they still have some elite forces. Give me a few minutes. Immediately, Uzumaki Mito took swift and decisive action. In just over 10 minutes, more than 20 elite members of the Senju clan were anxious. Even Tsunade is among them. Of these people, the worst are elite Chunin, and most are Jainin. However, some people did not have the Senju emblem on their bodies, and their clothing styles were also very different from those of the other Senju elites who had the Senju emblem on their bodies and had relatively uniform clothing styles. Tianyi estimated that these people should be the elites of the Senju clan who have integrated into the civilian population. I didn't expect that Grandma Mito still had such a strong appeal to these tribesmen who had already integrated into the civilian population, and could gather them together so quickly. It seems that Senju's remaining foundation is not as bad as I thought. Tianyi thought to himself. However, what he didn't know was that if it was a week or two ago, Mito Uzumaki would really not be able to quickly gather those tribesmen who had integrated into the civilian population. Because there has been little contact between us in recent years. But a while ago, Uzumaki Mito had a falling out with third generation because of Tenuki and Kushina. Later, he obtained the possibility of extending his life by contracting with Tianyi. Coupled with the recent pharmaceutical company and steel company, Uzumaki Mito saw the possibility of the re-emergence of Senju. This allowed the master to find and contact some of the tribesmen who had integrated into the civilian population. It's ready. Let's go. Tianyi. Uzumaki Mito saw that everyone was there and immediately said to Tianyi. Okay. Let's go to the gate of the Uchiha tribe to meet up with my father first, and then teleport directly over. Tien nodded, and immediately took Uzumaki Mito and others to the Uchiha tribe's territory. Grandma, brother Tianyi, you have to be careful. Kushina spoke only then. Yes. Just stay at home and wait for us to come back. Tianyi and Uzumaki Mito nodded and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Kushina felt very disappointed and unwilling, and naturally she wanted to go too. Because, this is to save her family and clan. Unfortunately, her strength is far from enough, and if she goes, she will only be a hindrance and will not be of any help. All we can do is wish Tianyi and the others the best and not cause them any more trouble. Time goes back to more than 10 minutes ago, over here in the Hokage's office. Uchiha 7th generation brought Uchiha Nobuhiko's message and went directly to the Hokage's office to meet the 3rd generation. It also explains that Uchiha discovered the changes in the Whirlpool country and was preparing to lead people to support the Whirlpool country together with Uzumaki Mito. What? When the 3rd generation heard what Uchiha 7th generation said, they were immediately horrified and thought, oh no. How did Uchiha find out about this? And they sent the news back so quickly. He knew about this action in advance because he was aware of the whole situation and reached a tacit understanding with the daimyo. Coincidence? Or did Uchiha discover something long ago and make plans in advance? For a moment, the 3rd generation couldn't be sure. But now is not the time to think about that. It would be fine if he didn't know that Uzumaki Mito was going to support the Whirlpool country with the elite troops leading Uchiha, but now that he knew, if he couldn't send someone to go with him, he would definitely be suspected by Uzumaki Mito. Fortunately, this place is thousands of kilometers away from the Whirlpool country. Even if the information can be delivered in time, it will be useless. Just getting there, even with a small elite team, would take days. At this time, the invasion of Whirlpool country has probably already begun. In a few days, Whirlpool country may be destroyed, and the Uzumaki clan will be destroyed as well. This doesn't count as breaking the agreement with the daimyo. Thinking of this, 3rd generation felt relieved, but on the surface he still looked serious and said, I didn't expect such a thing to happen, this time, it's all thanks to you, the Uchiha clan. You know, the Uzumaki clan is my ally, we can't just sit there and watch. Go back and tell Chief Uchiha to wait. I will gather our elite troops as soon as possible. Then, we will set out together. Please give me half a day. Although, he felt that he should hurry up and stop wasting time. But the 3rd generation thought it was better to be safe, so they subconsciously expressed the idea of taking half a day to prepare. Uchiha 7th generation listened, and remained calm on the surface, but sneered in their hearts, you all know that the situation is extremely urgent. You are still trying to delay time. Don't you, the 3rd generation, know that for the Whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan, half a day may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. It seems that the speculation of the clan leader and young master Tianyi is true. The third generation probably knew a long time ago that a ninja village was going to besiege the land of whirlpools. In fact, I have already reached a tacit understanding with the daimyo. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the third generation's behavior at this time. However, he knew that he was not qualified to expose the third generation's hypocrisy at this time. He nodded calmly and said, "I will convey your words to the clan leader, Mizukichi-sama. As for what the clan leader decides, that is not up to me. Time is urgent, I will take my leave now." After saying that, Uchiha 7th generation left quickly without waiting for the 3rd generation to do anything else. On the way, Uchiha 7th generation met Danzo, who was rushing over here. Tisk tisk. This old dog has a really sensitive nose. Uchiha 7th generation glanced at Danzo and left quickly. Danzo also noticed the Uchiha 7th generation coming out of the Hokage building. His face suddenly turned cold and he thought, what are the Uchiha people doing in the Hokage building at this time? It seems that something big has really happened. Thinking of this, Danzo quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Hokage's office. He hurriedly said to the 3rd generation, who was in deep thought, "Hiruzen. I just received news that Uchiha Nobuhiko suddenly summoned hundreds of Uchiha elites to gather at the gate of the Uchiha tribe. I don't know what they're going to do. But this kind of unusual movement must be prevented. I suggest that the Root and Anbu people be mobilized to go to that border to guard immediately. At the same time, let's go and question Uchiha Nobuhiko in person to see what he really wants to do." Oh right. What was that Uchiha 7th generation doing in the Hokage building? Did something happen that I'm not aware of? What? However, the 3rd generation's face changed drastically after hearing this. You said that Uchiha Nobuhiko quickly gathered hundreds of Uchiha elites and waited at the gate of the Uchiha tribe? So quickly. He thought that even if Uchiha was to be dispatched, it would take an hour or two. This is wrong. How could he delay this? That's right. Danzo nodded with some doubt in his eyes and said, "Is there a problem? Do you know what happened in Uchiha?" Danzo felt confused and unhappy at this moment. It seems that the intelligence capabilities of the Root need to be strengthened. Danzo thought unhappily. I do know. In fact, you should know it too. The 3rd generation nodded quietly and looked at Danzo. Ha! Danzo was stunned. How do I know that? I don't know. Can you stop playing tricks on me? The 3rd generation explained with some headache. In fact, the siege of Whirlpool Country was exposed. Uchiha knew about it in advance. Right now, the people of Uchiha are preparing to go with Lord Mito to rescue the Whirlpool Kingdom. They sent someone here to inform me of this matter and ask for help. I was planning to delay for half a day to buy more time to attack the ninja village in Whirlpool Country. I didn't expect Uchiha to be so decisive and act so quickly. It's simply incomprehensible. The Whirlpool Country is not your Uchiha's ally, so why are you so concerned and desperate? What? Is it because of this? How did Uchiha know this information? Who leaked it? Danzo was also surprised when he heard this. Obviously, he did know that the Whirlpool Country was about to be besieged. When the 3rd generation first received the request from the daimyo, they were actually a little hesitant. He was worried that if he did so, he would further offend Uzumaki Mito and bring himself huge trouble. It was Danzo who convinced him and he accepted the daimyo's request. Then, he received an additional financial resource of 500 million taels in return from the daimyo. Not sure. The 3rd generation shook their heads. I heard from Uchiha that the 7th generation discovered it by accident. Oh. Danzo heard this and said with a sneer on his face, such a prompt message delivery speed, do you believe this? Of course I don't believe it. 3rd generation also shook his head with a sad face and said, but it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Should we continue to delay for some time? Or should we just gather a group of elite troops and set off with Uchiha as soon as possible? The main thing to consider is Uzumaki Mito's thoughts. Of course I'll just delay it for a while. Danzo said firmly, we should sabotage and delay whatever Uchiha and Mito-sama want to do. After all, we are basically on the opposite side of them and have already torn our faces apart. Do we really have to watch them continue to grow? That doesn't make sense. The best option is to kill the enemy with one blow. Will this be suspected by Master Mito? 3rd generation was very excited, but hesitant. That's just his personality. Don't hesitate when you should be decisive. Indecisive and indecisive. Danzo was very contemptuous when he heard this. This is also one of the reasons why he has always looked down on the third generation and felt that they are more suitable to be Hokage than him. P.S. Please customize. Chapter 75. So what if we suspect him? As long as there is no definite evidence, what can Master Mito do to us? Danzo said unconcernedly, when we killed so many Senju elites, didn't Lord Mito also suspect or even confirm that we were behind it? But when the matter had become an established fact, didn't she still accept it? This time will be no exception. At worst, we can just let her take the last remnants of the Senju and the Uchiha elite to rescue them. I wish they would lose more men. We can even wait for them to return and then send people to kill the rest of them on the way. We must try to completely annihilate the elite troops of these two tribes. In this way, the Senju will be completely finished, and the Uchiha will also suffer a great loss of strength. It is good for us to be stronger later, to suppress and weaken them. By then, maybe we can find an opportunity to get the technology of the pharmaceutical company and the steel company. What do you think? Hiruzen. Who is more cruel, Danzo? Even the third generation felt a little tingling after hearing this. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget about the ambush. It's too dangerous. Uchiha Nobuhiko is quite powerful, he's using the Mangekyō Sharingan. Although I don't know how much vision and pupil power I still have, it's very dangerous. Not to mention there's Amito-sama. If she fights hard, then no matter how many people are there, it will be useless, and it may cause Nine Tails to completely lose control and be unable to be recovered. This is not what I wanted to see. However, it's still okay to sit back and watch them fight with the ninja village that attacks the Whirlpool country and lose some manpower. In addition, one of the main purposes of sending people there is to obtain the true inheritance of the Xian clan's sealing technique. This is the most important thing for us in the village. The third generation still prefers to play it safe. In his opinion, Uzumaki Mito didn't have much time left anyway, so there was no need to ambush him directly in order to kill some elite Uchiha and Senju at this time. This is very unwise and not cost-effective. Danzo was disappointed after hearing this, but he also knew that third generation's concerns were not unreasonable. I didn't continue to dwell on this issue and was about to say something. Suddenly, an Anbyo came in and reported to the third generation, Hokage-sama, I just received news that Lord Mito has urgently summoned more than 20 elite members of the Senju clan, and they are rushing to Uchiha with Lord Uchiha Teniki and Lord Tsunade. What? The third generation's expression changed again after hearing this. He didn't expect Uzumaki Mito to be so quick this time, and to be so bold. These 20+ meters of elite Senju were probably the last remaining elite Senju, and she was willing to take them directly to rescue the Kingdom of Enlightenment. This shows her determination to save the Whirlpool country. You go down first. The third generation first waved off the Anbu, then looked at Danzo with an unpleasant expression and asked, what do you think we should do now? Should we send someone to join them directly? Go ahead. Danzo thought for a moment and nodded, there's no point in delaying now. I think if we delay, they might just leave us behind. With the strength of Uchiha Nobuhiko and Mito-sama, if the Whirlpool country has not been completely destroyed by then, they alone should be able to save a group of Uzumaki survivors. But it will also make her more suspicious of us, so, let's go straight away. I'll gather the roots right now. You can also gather some of the Anbu people. Having said that, Danzo turned and left. Good. The third generation did not hesitate any longer and immediately summoned the Anbu minister, asking him to gather 50 Anbu elites to go with him to the Uchiha tribe's territory to meet up with Uzumaki Mito and the others. However, what they didn't know was, while they were still gathering people, Yin had already brought Uzumaki Mito and the others to reunite with Uchiha Shindo. Then, Tianyi pressed his hands on the ground in the open space here. Countless sealing runes emerged from his palms, and soon formed a circular teleportation array with a diameter of 10 meters. Alright. Enter the range of the magic circle, wait for my command, and input your chakra into the magic circle. After Tianyi completed the magic circle, he stood in the center of the magic circle and said to Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uzumaki Mito. Okay. Everyone go in. After hearing this, Uchiha Nobuhiko and Uzumaki Mito called on their men to enter the teleportation array. When everyone was in place, they all looked at Tianyi and said, all right. Well. Then everyone listen to me. Send 1/10 of your chakra into the teleportation array below your feet. 3, 2, 1 input. The next moment, everyone in the magic circle obeyed the order and input 1/10 of their body's chakra into the teleportation array under their feet. Ong. These chakras were absorbed under Tianyi's control of the magic circle. The magic circle immediately began to light up, successfully completing the activation. What is that? At this time, third generation and Danzo Zhang led a group of ninjas to this side at an accelerated speed. Seeing Tianyi and the others standing in a glowing magic circle, he felt very confused. Master Mito. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away, suddenly accelerated and rushed over, closing the distance to hundreds of meters. As he approached, he couldn't help but ask loudly. Uzumaki Mito looked at the third generation deeply and said, Monkey, let's take the teleportation array to the Whirlpool country to rescue them first. Bring your men and hurry over here. She had just learned from Uchiha Nobuhiko what the third generation had said to Uchiha 7th generation. He made me wait for so long and he called for help? Haha. Great. That's really great. It seems that this matter is really as Tianyi speculated. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have known about it for a long time and have already joined forces with the daimyo. I'll remember this grudge. This was Uzumaki Mito's first reaction when he heard the news. At this point, in her mind, third generation and Danzo were both dead. When the time is right, she will definitely not show mercy to these two bastards. What? Teleportation array. The third generation was stunned when they heard this, not quite understanding what Uzumaki Mito meant. What the hell is a teleportation array? Buzz. But the next moment, Tianyi completely activated the teleportation array. The light under his feet shone brightly, and the next moment, he disappeared into the open space with all the people in the teleportation array. Effed. Danzo, what's going on? Disappeared? Was he teleported away? How is this possible? The third generation and Danzo who came over shortly after shouted in disbelief. The person who was controlling the teleportation array at the center of the array just now seemed to be that kid Uchiha Tianyi, right? When did Uchiha master this method of mass space teleportation with loud voices? Third generation and Danzo felt their heads buzzing at this moment, and they were completely confused. Fortunately, the next moment they saw the Uchiha 7th generation still at the gate of the Uchiha clan. The two immediately stepped forward and looked at Uchiha 7th generation and asked, Uchiha 7th generation, what is going on? When did you Uchiha master this secret technique of group space teleportation? Also, was it Uchiha Tenika who activated the magic circle earlier? That's right. Uchiha 7th generation had already received the explanation from Uchiha Nobuhiko and Tianyi, and nodded directly and said, it is indeed young Master Tianyi. As for when did our Uchiha master the means of mass space teleportation? I'm sorry I can't answer that for you. If you really want to know, you should go ask our clan leader in person later. I don't know about this kind of thing. Well. He didn't lie, he really hadn't heard Tianyi and Uchiha Nobuhiko mention it, nor had he asked. But as an Uchiha who had been contracted by Tianyi and had received many magical skills from Tianyi, he could guess that this heaven-defying mass teleportation array must have been created by Master Moshi, right? After all, as far as he knew, their Uchiha clan had never had such powerful things in the past. After hearing this, Danzo became furious and wanted to start cursing. In his opinion, Uchiha 7th generation was just trying to fool them. What didn't they know? Isn't this bullshit? You have to know that Uchiha 7th generation is Uchiha Nobuhiko's absolute confidant, and they often work with Uchiha Nobuhiko. How could they not know about this? Calm down, Danzo. The third generation quickly stopped Danzo and said, now is not the time to argue about this. Since Master Mito and his men have already set off, let's set off as well. Time waits for no one. The main reason was that he didn't expect that Uzumaki Mito and the others could directly use space teleportation to rush to the land of whirlpools. If the destination of the transmission is directly within the territory of the whirlpool country, then things will be bad. It is very likely that Uzumaki Mito and his men will arrive at the whirlpool country in time to rescue all the members of the Uzumaki clan, and even defeat the invading forces of the three major ninja villages to prevent the destruction of the whirlpool country. That would be terrible. The plans of the daimyos of the major countries will fail completely. Won't they all hate Konoha by then? If they unite to fight Konoha in the future, what should they do? The thought of this possibility makes third generation feel tingling. For Konoha, I must rush over as soon as possible to stop Lord Shisuoto and his men from saving the land of whirlpools. If you want to save them, save the Uzumaki clan and take them away from the land of whirlpools. The third generation made up their mind. In short, the Whirlpool Kingdom must be destroyed. There is no time to waste for him now. Immediately, the third generation suppressed Danzo's dissatisfaction and hurriedly set off with him, Anbu and the elite of the route, to the gate of Konoha. After a while, he walked out of the Konoha gate and headed towards the land of whirlpools at a very fast speed. In an open space in a forest somewhere on the northern border of the land of whirlpools, Tianyi and more than 100 people suddenly teleported and appeared next to a group of Uchiha people lurking here. Seeing so many people suddenly appear around them, the Uchiha team was also shocked. They breathed a sigh of relief only after they saw that most of the people coming were Uchiha, including the clan leader and Uchiha Tianyi. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Chief, you are here." At the same time, he was shocked that Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others appeared in this way. "I thought, Master Tianyi actually broke through the Flying Thunder God technique and came up with a mass teleportation version? That's awesome." "What? Why don't you think it's a family tradition?" "Haha. He also had a contract with Tianyi and knew Tianyi's heaven-defying qualities too well. Not to mention, doesn't he know whether the tribe has had this kind of group space teleportation method in the past? In a word, Master Tianyi is awesome." "Well, thank you for your hard work. Yan, come with us from now on." Uchiha Nobuhiko smiled and patted Uchiha Yan on the shoulder, then asked, "By the way, what is the current situation in the Whirlpool country? Where is Feng's team now?" Uchiha Yan immediately reported, "Report to the clan leader. Feng and his team are currently lurking near the capital of the Whirlpool country to gather information. At present, Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi and Rock Shinobi have already headed towards the capital of the Whirlpool country. This is the news Feng brought 5 minutes ago. The 3 ninja villages that came this time are all the elite of the elite. The weakest one is at the level of Chunin. The number of Jainin and even elite Jainin that came from each ninja village is no less than 50. The team is led by the 3rd Reikage, 3rd Mizukage, and 3rd Tsuchikage. It's so powerful that we dare not show up. They are attacking very quickly, obviously they have already collected intelligence. At this moment, they might have already captured the capital of the Whirlpool nation. If we want to rescue someone, we'd better hurry." Def. Uchiha Nobuhiko and the others couldn't help but gasp at the enemy's lineup. Did the Whirlpool country violate the heavenly law? The Cage of the 3rd generation ninja village actually led the siege himself at the same time? Even if Konoha faces this lineup, it will probably suffer heavy losses, right? What did Master Mito say? Uchiha Nobuhiko was a little hesitant for a moment, not knowing whether he should just go over to provide support. The enemy's lineup was simply too strong, and he was worried that Uchiha would suffer heavy losses. These are the elite forces of Uchiha. If the losses were too great, it would not only be difficult to explain to the tribesmen, but it could also lead to a series of bad consequences. By then, the 3rd generation will definitely not miss this good opportunity to suppress Uchiha. Currently, the situation of Uchiha has just improved and the future is limitless. He does not want to cause the family's rise to a board because of a momentary impulse. Besides, Tianyi is also here, it's too dangerous. He absolutely could not allow Tianyi to be in such danger. Tianyi is the future of Uchiha and must not be allowed to fail. Uzumaki Mito also saw Uchiha Nobuhiko's worry and embarrassment, and understood it, so he said, "Let's go to the capital of Whirlpool country first and observe from a distance. Let's talk about the situation later. It would be best if we could contact Uzumaki Luming and the others in the city, if we can attack the Uzumaki clan from both inside and outside and concentrate our strength to repel the people from one ninja village as quickly as possible, the subsequent battles will be much easier. Even if we can't save the Whirlpool country, we can still save most of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, if it's impossible." At this point, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tianyi and asked, "Tianyi, do you have any way to lead the Uzumaki clan to teleport away from the Whirlpool country? The people who survived lost their land, and the people who were on the ground." Since she knew that the Whirlpool country could not be saved, and it was very likely that the daimyos of major countries were supporting and wanted to destroy the Whirlpool country, she would not save the Whirlpool country. Just save most of the Uzumaki clan. Even, in order to prevent the people from the 3 major ninja villages from pestering him endlessly, it is not impossible to take the opportunity to throw away some unimportant sealing technique inheritances so that they can retreat willingly. She just wanted the Uzumaki clan to be safe. Even if Mito himself were to be forced to use all his strength to save the people of Whirlpool country, he wouldn't be able to do it. P.S. Please customize. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.